Welcome, everyone, to Oops All Star Wars Weekend Day 2. My name is Jiggy. I'm going to be hanging out with you all day as we go through a galaxy far, far away. We have some incredible Star Wars speedruns coming at you right now. So don't go anywhere. Sit back, go get some snacks, do something, because it's time to jump in to some Star Wars. Today, we got an interesting day for you coming at you. We have an interesting day coming at you. We have Lego Star Wars: The Complete Saga starting us off. Then we're jumping into Star Wars Jedi Outcast. Then we are going to show off one of the classics, Super Star Wars, and then making its GDQ premiere, any percent of Star Wars Outlaws. It's going to be a great day, so stick around, grab some popcorn, and hang out with me. But I think it's time. Let's jump right into this Lego Star Wars: The Complete Saga prequels with Wii Super. Wii Super, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Pretty excited to be here and showcase this run. Like he already said, my name is Wii Super. I've been speedrunning this game for many years, and we're super excited to show off prequels today. It's kind of a shorter version. We're just going to do the first 3 episodes of the run. And today I'm joined by my commentator and anonymous source, who will be joining me today, kind of taking me along this journey. Yeah, hello.
Yeah, happy to be here. Very excited to watch some good TCS speedrunning. One of my favorite things.
Yes. All right. Well, I assume if we're all ready to go, then there's no reason to keep sitting on the title screen. So I'll ask Jiggy, are we ready to go? Can we get this run on the road?
I'm so ready for this run. Let's do it.
All right, I'm going to count down from 3, 2, 1. Here we go. All right, this is Lego Star Wars. I'm going to let Anonymous kind of take over the reins here, but just to say right now, we're going to head into the first episode, because it's the only one unlocked, which is based off the Phantom Menace movie, into negotiations, into our first little unskippable cutscene.
Yeah. And the first thing about this run that makes it really unique is the 1-player 2 controller strats. You're going to notice as soon as he gets started, he's going to call in his player 2 and do essentially it'll let you do 2 things at once. You know, one player will be just going straight to the end. The other player is going to deal with all the droids so they don't kill him. And that kind of thing is going to happen all the time. There's a lot of skips that require 2 players. And there's, a million different ways you can do this. I think we're going to see a split from Wii Super. Some of it is on double keyboard, both players on keyboard. Sometimes he's going to bring in a controller for some tricks. But yeah, the ability to do 2 things at once is really what makes this run unique. And you can just quick drop in, drop out at any time. So yeah, we're going to see that basically every level.
This level is a pretty simple start. Out of all the levels, this is probably one of the most simple. We just are kind of running to the end. I guess I got to keep things simple on the first level, But there is one thing we're going to try to do here, and that is finish the level with 0 studs, which are these silver and gold coins you see all over the ground. And in order to do that, I'm going to take a couple intentional deaths in just a moment in order to try to get our stud count back down to 0, because that'll allow us to skip a little animation that'll play at the end of the level. It normally tells us how many studs we collected, but if we get 0, it just doesn't play. A little 7-second time save. So I did get player 1 down to 0 studs there. And now I'm going to try to take an intentional death on player 2. And I'm going to pan the camera up to warp TC-14 right to the panel. And they did get shot. That's a little unlucky. That's fine. If you die in this game, it's just a quick 2-second timer, respawn right back in the action. And first level down.
Time to go hang out with Jar Jar.
Yeah. Coming up in this next level, we're going to see the result of some pre-run setup. He's playing his game right now on 50 hertz, and that's going to let him climb up this tree in the next level. And then once you get up there, you can force the tree to clip down out of bounds. And it's our first out of bounds of the run. This game, thankfully, has very generous out of bounds movement. You are able to walk under the floor as if there's a collision you're walking on, and it's very easy to control your height. So out of bounds is going to be incredibly useful throughout the run.
Yeah, the out of bounds mechanic is one of my favorite part about these early era Lego games, just because of how forgiving it is. Like you can just walk under the floor wherever you want. You can jump up, you can jump down. It's super lenient. But yeah, there's a tree that we're going to be climbing up and clipping out of. coming up here. Let's see how fast we can do this. Beautiful. Gonna do a little bit of a refresh rate change for some technical reasons, but there we go. Just like that, we're out of bounds. And we're gonna use this out of bounds to walk underneath a cutscene. Normally the cutscene that we meet Jar Jar in, so unfortunately we're gonna skip meeting Jar Jar by going underneath the cutscene trigger, but you know, it doesn't really matter because we get in the next room and well, would you look at that? There he is.
Aw, I thought you were gonna literally save the galaxy, like right now.
That would be funny if they just never gave us Jar Jar, but it's kind of important that we get Jar Jar here because we're gonna do some hardcore parkour in this next section to skip basically every puzzle. These are some really precise jumps, so hopefully... Oh, that was beautiful. Can't be any better than that. And one more jump here.
This part is pretty fun because you get to play with Jar Jar, who not only has the high jump mechanic, but also walks faster than most other characters. So you get pretty unique parkour that does not feel like most of the rest of the game.
I can't believe Jar Jar is meta.
Yeah, he's fast. He's like 15% faster-ish than the other two characters, and he can jump really high, so he's great for this level. But we're coming up on the final room here. It's going to be just a quick dash to the end, and unfortunately, once we reach the end of the level, our playtime with Jar Jar is done for the rest of the run. So say goodbye to Jar Jar. There's maybe about a 10% chance that we get to play with him for about 4 more seconds later in the run. So we can maybe hope that happens, but other than that, we're saying bye-bye to Jar Jar.
All right, prediction in the chat. Type 1 in the chat if you want to see more Jar Jar. Type 2 in the chat if you don't think it's going to happen. 10% chance.
Yeah, there's a very slim chance we can run into him on the way to episode 2. But there we go, second level down. One thing I did do after the first level is the game will prompt you to save the game. And a traditional speedrun will actually just cancel the save at the end of every single level, which saves about 2.5 seconds per level. But just for the sake of marathon safety, I did save my game after the first level, so it is going to cost us about 2.5 seconds per level, which is around like 40 seconds for the whole run. So obviously, you know, in a world record attempt, that's not what you do, but just for marathon safety, we did save our game. So if we crash or anything, we just pick right back where we left off. But here we go onto our third level. We made it to Naboo already in 5 minutes. Pretty crazy. And this level is also a super simple level, which is very different from the level after this one. But we had a couple small tricks here and there, starting with one right at the start here, which blink and you'll miss it, so pay close attention.
Yeah, this is an interesting example of out-of-bounds collision kind of happening without even clipping out of bounds. If you stand in that one little corner, you get to jump through the floor as if you're out of bounds, just climbing.
Yep, and we just warp up just like that. Took an unfortunate death there. It can be tough, like in these types of levels, having good heart management is really, really important. So you see we got a heart drop there. Let's get back up to full. Full hearts means we should be fine for the rest of the level. Yeah, these droids, some days they're actually aimbotting, other days they're potatoes, as they should be. And today they seem to be pretty generous. Right here, I'm going to grab this little blue orb. It's a power-up, and power-ups are super, super overpowered. For maybe 20 seconds or so, you get invincibility, fast build, fast force, all the bullets deflect off of you. You get a stud magnet, which doesn't matter for speedrunning, but you know, you get all sorts of cool abilities for a short period of time. But the main upside is that you're invincible. I don't know if Anonymous, you want to explain what I'm about to do right here.
Yeah, he's going to call in player 2, and as soon as they get off screen, he's going to switch his character, and that will skip a camera pan that normally would have played. Those little camera pan skips, you can skip almost all of them, either with a really well-timed dropout or a well-timed character switch. The game likes to do those forced camera pans to, you know, show you various things, but all over the place, you can skip them pretty easily.
All right. We are on to the fourth level, which is none other than the pod race level, which is a level I'm super excited to showcase live, but a level I'm also terrified to showcase live. There was a new strat found here at the start of the year, and it is the most difficult, most insane strat in the entire game. I don't even know how to start to explaining it, but well, I'm praying that I can pull it off because it's super, super awesome to see it done successfully.
Yeah.
But there's a chance I just miss it. That's the reality of doing a live run like this, is I can't guarantee I'll hit it, and I only get one try to do it. And it's literally a couple frames that I have to do it.
Yeah. So this pod race level, the race is split into 3 laps, and for each lap to complete, you need to hit a checkpoint around the middle of the lap, and then you cross the finish line to finish it. So we're gonna see him go out of bounds at the beginning. He's gonna have to come in bounds to trigger a cutscene that would otherwise kill his momentum. Then he has to hit the mid-lap checkpoint, then get back in to do basically restart the trick.
Here we go.
Again, hit the finish line, then hit the mid-lap.
Let's see if we can clip out. This is the hardest part. Ooh, it's gonna be close. Oh, I didn't get the clip out. All right, that's okay. We missed the first lap clip. We still have 2 more chances to clip out of bounds. Unfortunately, couldn't showcase that first movement. I paused about 1 frame early. And like I said, if you mess up, there's just nothing you can do. So now we get to see what we normally would see if you were to drive around this track playing casually. So we'll get to see what what a normal person would see coming through this track. But don't worry, we'll still get some cool out of bounds movement in just a moment for lap 2 and 3. Hopefully, both lap 2 and 3.
Yeah, you can see the auto scroller that we have worked so hard to try to skip.
All right, we're coming up on the final turn of lap 1 here, but instead of traditionally going into lap 2, we're gonna do it a little differently.
Yeah, so you see player 1 goes off out of bounds while player 2 hits the lap checkpoint. He is now on lap 2, and his goal is to hit the mid-lap checkpoint again.
Yeah, and for some reason, when you're out of bounds in this level, you build up tremendous amounts of speed. I don't know why, but you do. And we can use that speed, hit the mid-lap trigger, turn around, hit the finish line into lap 3. I'm going to try to clip out here in lap 3. This is very, very precise. Let's see if we can get it. Maybe. This actually looks good. Okay, we clipped out. Okay, I need to get the height boost. I didn't get the height boost. All right, let's see if we can recover this. Ooh, that was weird.
Yeah, right now,
right.
Even though he's out of bounds, he's still kind of within the track. There's like a line you need to cross to really get the free movement.
Yeah, I'm going to try to just get this. Well, I got a little height there. Let's see if we can make this work. Ooh, I don't know about this one. Uh-oh. All right, we might have to give up on this lap 3 skip too. Like I said, this is very, very precise. I did get the clip out of bounds, but there's a very, very precise thing you have to do there to get a height boost. And unfortunately, I was just a couple frames off, and I was unable to get it. So unfortunately, missed the lap 3 and lap 1. We did get to see some cool out of bounds movement on lap 2. Like I said, that's the reality. Yeah, I'm going to lose the race here. I guess I could have tried it again. But here we go. We're gonna do this lap normally as well. And we're going to be in a race with Sebulba here. But luckily, he's pretty slow. We've already passed him.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out that trick also is very new. And I think if we were to do this run again in about a year, we'd see like a lot more familiarity. But it's just the timing of it's like just now being added to runs that makes it so hard.
The precision is pretty crazy. I practiced it for about 3 hours before this run, so I was really hoping to get it, but you know, sometimes it's just not meant to be, but that's all good. We can save 2 seconds at the end here by doing a quick little zip to the finish line, so I will do that. All right, well, there we go. Not the most perfect pod race, but we did make it through. As you can tell, it has some really, really weird out of bounds stuff in that level, but some very, very challenging skips as well. Either way, though, we are out of pod race, and we're going to head our way over to the palace.
Yeah, this level is full of just like challenging movement, a lot of like smaller tricks, a very intricate level, start to finish.
It also has a very long opening cutscene, so we're gonna be chilling here for a little bit, enjoying the classic Lego cutscenes that I know so many people love. I always forget there's so much random stuff happening in the background of these cutscenes that you have to, when you watch them a couple thousand times, you actually start to notice some really obscure stuff happening in the background. Pay attention to every single character, what they're doing. As you there's a couple of the Gungans there that are just stuck, frozen in time.
Yeah, all right. Coming up at the start of this level, we have a trick called Feeder Clip, which takes the speeder in the level feed, and he's just going to push himself into a wall with it. And with these big speeder objects, you can just clip out of bounds with them very easily, pushing into a wall.
Yeah, I'm going to get a power-up here, because like I said, power-ups are extremely broken. But yeah, here we go. We're going to take Obi-Wan on a little journey, shove him into the wall here. There we go, and he's out of bounds. Right to the next room.
Yep. And Theed is the first level in the game where you have a pretty big party. You can see 6 different characters to choose from. And so that becomes something you really have to manage when you have like 6 buttons ahead here. You have to worry about their AI. We're going to try to skip killing all these droids, so we have to, the characters won't always cooperate with the droids in the way. Got a good button room there, though.
The characters were quite cooperative there, so I'm definitely glad about that. Call on R2 here to use this panel, and now it's time for an extremely challenging 1-player 2-controller movement here, where normally in this room you're supposed to go and build a staircase on the right side, but instead I'm going to parkour off some random platforms over on the left side of the room, which is just a little bit faster. I'm gonna try not to die here. I'm at like 1 heart with both characters, dodging all the droid bullets. Oh, I did die with player 1, that's okay. But yeah, gonna jump up, go on the other player, jump up. And now, normally you need Anakin, baby Anakin here, to go through a hatch, because he's the only character small enough to go through the hatch. But if you just stand on that box and force it up, that is another way to get up to that button. And now we're going to do a transition skip. If I kill Panaka up against this transition to the previous room, and I stand where he respawns, I'll just shove him right through, and he's out of bounds. Skips that whole room.
Now, yeah, this room is just a pretty straightforward movement room, but we get one more pretty advanced room at the end. We're going to see at the very beginning of the room, he's going to have to do more camera pan skips like I talked about in 1-3, where you just have to swap characters as soon as they go off screen. There's like 4 of them chained all in a row, and if you can get them all, it saves like 5 seconds.
Here we go. So 1 camera pan, 2 camera pans, 3 camera pans, and 4 camera pans.
Yeah, and all at the same time. There's these security droids guarding the royal guards, and you can normally you're supposed to do all this movement to like climb up to them, but you can just shoot them all from a distance if you stand in the right spot and get a good jump shot.
Yeah, the auto aim in this game is extremely lenient. It basically, yeah, you can hit some crazy trick shots. Some people have made some trick shot montages in the past. But with that, that is the end of the level. And there's 6 levels per episode. And the final level for this episode is Darth Maul. But I'm actually going to be saving that level for the very end of the run. And I'm actually going to be leaving and going to the second episode. It's actually a little bit faster to finished the run on Darth Maul due to cutscene lengths. I accidentally continued to Maul. Okay, that was some muscle memory right there. We'll get to watch the cutscene. I'm gonna leave after this cutscene just for the sake of maintaining the route.
Yeah. I guess we can explain exactly why this is faster to leave, because the timing ends as soon as you finish the level and like start the end cutscene. So the end cutscene is not included in the time for whichever level is last, but not any other level. Like you have to. So you're gonna want to take whichever end level has the longest cutscene. In that case, it is Darth Maul. The other two have very short end cutscenes.
All right,
so
this is our chance to see Jar Jar, by the way. Let's see if Jar Jar happens to be spotted on our way to episode 2. Nope, we got weird looking Cantina guy. That's unfortunate. No Jar Jar. All right. But here we go, on to episode 2, Attack of the Clones. Right into the Zam Wessel chase. Another reason I want to leave Darth Maul there, and I'm actually not too sure if it messes this up, but partially later into episode 2, there is a level called Jedi Battle where I need to find a bunch of droids in a massive pack of droids, like a little hide and seek game. And I actually do RNG manipulation throughout the entire run in order to know exactly where they'll be. And if I were to play Darth Maul there, it would actually mess up the RNG manipulation. And I'm actually not too sure if loading the level there messed it up or not. I guess we'll find out. But ideally, I still have the RNG manipulation, so I know where to find those droids later in episode 2. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. For now, though, we're in the Zam Wessel chase. This is our first, like, true ship level of the run. Obviously, we had pod race, but I don't really count that. It's very different than all the other ship levels. But this first room is literally just driving. But after the first room, we'll get to see some really, really challenging vehicle 1P2C in these little, like, turret rooms.
Yeah. There's a lot going on in these rooms. You have to shoot these turrets, then you collect the lights, which the hitboxes on those are pretty notoriously bad. And then you have to get some torpedoes. This will be the first time we see those. Basically, with the problem with torpedoes is that they don't always take the most direct path to the target. So you have to really lodge yourself in like a precise angle to get them to guaranteed hit directly, which we saw there. Very well done.
Yeah, it was a very good room. And once again, we're in another boring chase room in between the actual interesting rooms. Just trying to take as straight of a line here from point A to point B. In this exhilarating chase with Zam Wessel. It's almost comedic because our ships are so slow. These are some of the slowest ships in the entire game. But we're in a high-speed chase. We get to the cutscene and now all of a sudden the ships are moving, 100 miles an hour. But in the game they go maybe 20 at best. Here we go, trapped in a room. Instead of 6 turrets and 6 towers, this time there's 12. All right, good light hits.
Yeah, and then coming up after this section, we're going to have a really, long, drawn-out, difficult boss fight with Zam Wessel. 10 hearts of damage you have to do. We'll see how he can perform. I mean, can you shoot Zam fast enough? I don't know.
Oh,
all right, okay. Boss fight done.
Good job.
Yeah, probably the most intense boss fight in the game right there.
Might be the whole franchise, like the entire franchise video game. Like,
the funny thing is like I spam there just to keep it a little bit faster, but as long as you have 2 players called in there, you can literally hold the attack button. Like if you just press the attack button on both players, Zam will always die at the start of that fight because Zam just spawns right in the line of fire. So good design choice there. We're finished with that level, onto the second level of episode 2, making our way into Camino, which has a lot of... This is probably, besides Pod Race, maybe one other level we'll see in episode 3. This is probably the third hardest level in the run for prequels. A couple hard out of bounds here, starting with a little tough fly to skip fixing the bridge. Let's see if we can get it.
Yeah, the game puts like a death barrier in the middle of that flight path to avoid you being able to do this. So you have to like fly around it.
There we go. Dodged the death barrier, made it over and skipped the bridge. Second try. Nice little skip right there. The next skip is extremely complicated to explain, but I'm basically going to be getting out of bounds with R4. Using a mechanic called a super jump, where basically if a character gets stuck, they will jump to their latest like safe point. And you can interrupt that process with the droid by forcing them while they're in midair. So I'm going to set my safe point right here and then make R4 stuck, and they're going to try to jump back to that safe point. And if I force them while they're in the wall, they'll be stuck out in the wall and out of bounds. And I can use the fact that they're out of bounds to fly out of bounds and skip this room. And that also skips a cutscene. So completely skipping the discovery on Camino. Who knows why we're here.
And yeah, we're right into another trick, though. This one is much easier. It's a drop and warp. He's gonna get his character up in like the very corner of the room and pan the camera, and that's gonna trick the AI R4 to thinking he's in the next room on the side. So he's just gonna warp in there, and you can call in, and he's in the room, skipping, going into a whole room in multiple cutscenes.
Yeah, so you can basically skip everything in this level. We're gonna have another drop and warp at the end of this room too, which is quite a bit tougher than the one we just did. Jumping around these bombs here. The hitbox of the bombs does not extend outwards, so you can just jump right around them. Here we go. For some reason, this button just doesn't work until Jango Fett has gone up the elevator, so we're just going to kind of stand on it and wait. But now we're going to use R4 to trick Obi-Wan to go into the elevator without unlocking the elevator by flying behind it. Nice. There we go. First try.
And one more skip coming up at the end. You see that pile of Lego pieces guarding the panel at the end of the room. He's going to force those pieces and then like set a respawn point on the floor where the pieces are guarding, and then let them fall back down. And hopefully when he respawns, he will like confuse the game by spawning there, but the pieces will push him out of bounds and he can skip a cutscene.
Yep, there we go. Very nice. Got it. And now it's time to fight Jango Fett. This fight is one of the few fights that you really can't do much to speed up. Very, very scripted. Gonna attack him a couple times here, and now we have to deflect some bullets at him. If you have slow reactions, this could be tough. However, in the original Lego Star Wars the video game, which for anyone who doesn't know, this game is sort of a remaster of Lego Star Wars the video game and Lego Star Wars 2, the original trilogy. And Lego Star Wars the video game, this fight was way harder. When he would deflect the bullets at you, he'd shoot them like twice as fast. And for this final hit here, like I'm just gonna hit him like really easily here, just like boom. In the previous game, he'd zip around running at like twice the speed of your own character. It was a super, super challenging fight, but in this game, it's a piece of cake. So, done with Camino, second level of episode 2 down. And he is gonna just barely escape us, but oh, look, we got the tracker. We all know the Star Wars story.
Yeah, and this is gonna bring us into the longest cutscene of our run today. Playing the prequels, you mostly avoid all the long cutscenes. Those are mostly in like episode 4 and 6. But we do have this like minute 20 Droid Factory intro cutscene to watch.
Yeah. So I know we're only a minute or 27 minutes in, but if for whatever reason you need a refill on popcorn, this cutscene is the time to do it. You got about a little over a minute.
All right, go. Get your snacks. Now's the time.
I don't even really know what's going on in this cutscene. You can follow it. I bet if you were more up to speed on the movies than I was, then this would make a lot more sense. But he's just kind of walking around. Got this awesome hologram here.
Yeah, in this level, we're going to meet one of our friends that we have named in this game. As a community, we've given a lot of the random enemies that we see names because we the ones that keep popping up and giving us a hard time. So we're going to see Freddy up in the second room. And Freddy is a droideka who can lose you 10 seconds if you don't set your respawn point, which is something you have to actively go out of your way to do.
Yeah, I'm hoping to get by Freddy with no issues at all. I have 3 hearts, which is ideal. That means I can tank 1 shot. But Frederick is coming up here.
Yeah, and these little wings at the end don't set your respawn, so you have to jump on the conveyor that's pushing you back for safety.
Flawless Freddy run, by the way. No damage taken from him. Not today. So out of that room with no issues at all. And now it's time for a pretty tough 1v2C. Normally, I don't really know what they were thinking when they were making this room, but normally you have to activate another one of these buckets to get up to this top part. But instead of letting the bucket drop you down, if you just fly off the lick, you can get up to this top section early and just go straight to the end of the room, skipping all the puzzles in the middle of this room. And there's this pile of bombs here on the R2 panel, but lucky for us, we can just use the R2 panel through the bombs. Well-placed bombs. This is the 3PO escort room. Not much we can do to speed this one up. It's very important that I don't fall off with 3PO, though, because if I do, he will respawn all the way back at the start. I have to repeat the entire puzzle. But there we go. In this room, I'm going to try not to die. I have 1 heart on player 2 right now, which is a little concerning, but I'm going to try to use Padme as a body block. That power-up, unfortunately, did not bounce in my direction. I'm going to do another camera pan skip right here. Switch right now. Good skip.
And we're going to see the drop and warp mechanic a couple more times here, where player 2 will kind of skip in time to catch up to you. So first to get R2 over the other side of this bridge. And now once that bridge fully extends, you can teleport C-3PO over right next to the panel, which is a lot faster than walking him across at his very slow movement speed to get there normally.
You may see I'm kind of pushing R2 with the Force, which is just a little bit faster than moving. You gotta be careful, because if you hit any walls while doing that, then he becomes inactive for 8 seconds. But as long as you're strategic with the pushes, it's a nice little time save here and there. And because we have a power-up, we can basically just ignore these enemies here to free Obi-Wan. That's just how power-ups are, so freeing Obi-Wan, getting right to the end of that level. Pretty clean split there. And here we go on to the 4th level of episode 2. This is the Jedi battle. And this was the level I was talking about earlier where I do some RNG manipulation earlier in the run. And I'm not too sure if the fact that I accidentally entered Darth Maul messed it up or not. I will know in about a minute and 20 seconds.
Yeah, first we have this pillar section to play through, which there's 3 sets of droids that you have to kill. This first one is probably the hardest, just because for the future ones you'll have a power-up that makes it a lot easier. But here you just have to hope that the droids get good bolt deflections for you. And sometimes with these droideka shields, it's just not going to work out, and you have to go kill them manually.
The droideka is rolling up so close to me, which means that when I deflect, his shield stays up. So that was not the result. That sometimes it just happens where the Droideka likes to roll up right next to you and ruins your day. But like Anonymous just said, I'm gonna be able to grab a power up here now, which is gonna make the remaining waves much easier. Oh, never mind. The power up despawned. That is a rare thing that can happen, where sometimes the power ups just decide that they're not feeling it today, and they just vanish. All right, but that's okay. We can get a power up right here. Looks like that one did not despawn, so that's nice.
Yeah, the power up despawn is more common with some power ups than others. I don't know if it's been a long time since I've seen that power up despawn.
That's a pretty rare one to see despawn. That's unfortunate. All right, let's see if my RNG manipulation worked. I'll be able to tell right away, because like I said, assuming I got the RNG manipulation, I am going to know exactly where all these enemies I need to find in this pack are going to be. And it looks like playing Darth Maul did screw it up. So that means I'm just, I'm blindly hunting. Oh, it looks like there's 3 here. That's nice. I got one off screen there. There's one up here. Okay. Well, I don't know what RNG seed we're playing on, but so far it's not that bad.
Yeah, we might have to start adopting this strategy into runs.
Let's see how the second wave goes. Looks like we got 2 guys right there. All right. Oh, wow.
That's a really good seed.
Yeah, like I said, that's outside of the normal range that we aim for, but it seemed to work out quite well, so I can't complain about that. If you don't know, if you don't do RNG manipulation there and you're just kind of blindly looking for them, it can just be a disaster sometimes. But that worked out quite well, so no complaints there. This fight here, I gotta kind of space out my shots. I don't know what R2 is doing right now. He's kind of freaking out, but there we go. Finishing up Jedi battle. Had a little bit of a hiccup on that first pillar there, but the rest of the level was pretty solid. We got this pretty grim shot here in a kid's Lego game where Boba Fett looks at his father's decapitated head, but let's move on from that.
Yep.
And head into our 5th level. This is Gunship Cavalry, my personal favorite ship level in the game. Very, very fast paced. We're going to basically skip every section, doing some cool barrier skips and everything like that. So pay close attention, because if you blink, you'll miss it.
Yeah, and you're going to see him basically completely disrespect these lasers that pop up, because you can just tank the damage. It's 1 heart. And to do that, you need to rely on getting some lucky heart drops from some of these other things you shoot. Like these droids here, he got a couple hearts. That's good. Now he can just go right through, doesn't have to worry about taking damage.
I did pick up a red brick there, there's 1 of them per level, and they give your character a special ability you can buy from the shop. That one is for exploding blaster bolts, which makes all the blaster bolt guns shot explosive, which is actually the most overpowered red brick in the entire game, and it's just sitting right there. So of course I'm going to grab it and utilize it in episode 3. But this final room, we just got to blow up all these little lasers and stuff. I have a very, very calculated route that I'm doing here in order to do it as fast as possible. I'm going to try to get as much speed, good speed right there.
Also, if you look in the top left, you'll see he has 0 hearts. This kind of happened when he was doing the second barrier skip. His player 1 died right as player 2 hit the transition to the next room. And that will give you something called Ghost Hearts, which is basically perfect invincibility glitch.
Yep, and that's a whole level, by the way. We're already done. We're now on the pursuit after Count Dooku into our final level of episode 2. And this level is called none other than Count Dooku. We're going to actually be skipping the whole first section here. You can explain this.
Yeah, so right now if you walk through that doorway on the left, there's like a trigger that starts the next part of the room and closes this door ahead. But if he has the AI player walk through it, you can drop him in right when he's on the transition to the next room and skip that whole section. Now, if you call in at the wrong time, then you will instead trigger the room before or close the door, and it loses like 40 seconds as a one try.
Yeah, we call missing that a Dooku Christmas. You don't want to see that. Luckily, we did get it. Yeah, but for some reason, his AI, if you're out of bounds there, you just can skip triggering that whole section and skip it entirely. Now we're going to be forcing some barrels into him. Ooh, I got a fast barrel. Very obscure, like 1 second time save. That's the first section done. And it looks like we're having a little bit of trouble here, but that's okay. Yoda's going to come in to help us out. Spoiler. Oh, there he is. Once again, I'm timing my hits perfectly here. If I go a little bit too early, then he gets invincibility frames, which is like a 4-second time loss per every time I do that. So definitely don't want to do that.
Yeah, other than that, this is a pretty good example of these boss fights in this game not being very difficult. They didn't really have a lot of diversity in terms of the actual combat. So you're just gonna slash him over and over, and that works for every boss.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of attacks you can do to attack the bosses. You can do slams, you can do combo attacks, there's all sorts of stuff, but the slash is just the fastest, so as a speedrunner, we're just going to do the slash over and over and over. We're going to see here at the end of each episode, there's a little cutscene that plays after you finish the episode. However, the game actually saves before that cutscene plays, and it's faster for me to just close and reopen the game to skip that cutscene. So that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Yeah, and conveniently that's going to put him right on top of the shop so he can go buy that extra he picked up a couple levels ago.
Gonna pop a quick little trip in the shop here, get the exploding blaster bolts, and we're on to episode 3, and unfortunately, like every speedrun might need to have, it is time. Oh, there's Jar Jar! Oh. I missed him.
It happened.
He was a little out of the way. Anyway, yeah, we got to see him at least. He was just chilling there. I don't want to disturb his nice little day in the cantina. Unfortunately, like a lot of speedruns have at some point, this is the auto scroller. You gotta love them. There's really not much I can. There are some small things I can do to speed it up, but for the most part, we're just we're stuck on this track, and I'm gonna be sitting here as we listen to the annoying shooting noise for the next about 3 minutes. There is 2 very small things that I'm doing here to speed up this level by just a couple seconds. And the first thing is having 2 players called in. For some reason, if you have 2 players called in, it makes the camera a little bit wider, which speeds up the level a little bit. And the second thing I'm doing is I'm pulling the camera in the direction that the track moves. So I've like memorized all the directions the track goes. So if it goes up left, then I'm going to be in the up left corner. If it goes up right, I'll be in the up right corner. And by pulling the camera in the direction that it's going, it saves just a tiny bit of time for some reason. So I'm going to, be up left here, but then the camera's going to pull to the right. So I'm going to, come over here and basically just kind of follow the camera with my shifts and basically just pull the camera in the right direction for a small little time save. But other than that, we're just stuck auto scroll. Okay.
No.
I saw that I was at 1 heart there. Luckily, the respawn is like right here. That was a very rare thing. I actually died. But that was not intentional. Mm-hmm. I just got absolutely beamed by the enemy ships there.
Yeah. So you'll see, because he did die, the game removed all the enemies for this section and actually sped him up a little bit. So before we knew about the 2-player strats, the strat was at the end, you could intentionally die in a place that would actually save you time because of that speed boost. But we don't have that anymore with 2-player. That's just the fastest thing to stay in.
got our first obstacle here. I guess our second obstacle. We got to shoot the 2 red buttons. That was really challenging. Cutting it really close.
So if you've ever watched an any percent run of this game, so far you'll notice that other than skipping Maul and doing that level later, everything has been the exact same. That's going to change a little bit in this episode. Normally in any percent after episode 2, you would go straight to episode 4 to get an extra called Fast Force, and that is incredibly useful in episode 3. Obviously, we didn't play 4, so we don't have Fast Force, so it's going to make things a bit harder. A lot of things you have to force where like enemies are shooting you, and if they hit you, it interrupts the force, and it's just going to be harder. You have to take more time to deal with the enemies before you start forcing stuff.
Yeah, and typically in our community culture, prequels is actually a pretty uncommon category for people to play. For the most part, any percent, all 6 episodes is like kind of the bread and butter for this game. So the very, very subtle differences between any percent and prequels can sometimes catch both myself and other runners a little bit off guard. Like I said, it's very subtle. Like in episode 3, it's just not having that Fast Force red brick. But there are some very, very subtle differences playing episode 3 in prequels as opposed to any percent. But for the most part, it's pretty much the same taste. Gonna try not to die here. I'm really taking a lot of damage, so I'm gonna back out of that corner, get a couple hearts. We finally made it to the end of the auto-scroller, right into the second level, which I mentioned earlier. Camino is the 3rd hardest level. In my opinion, this level coming up right here, Chancellor in Peril, is probably the 2nd hardest level in the prequels run. Hopefully I can nail everything here. There's going to be a lot that happens, including one trick that I need to sound cue for. Anonymous knows where it is, so I'll know to let me listen up. I'm going to turn on that exploding blaster bolt red brick. Oh, that's unlucky. That can just happen sometimes, or you just instantly blow up when you call in there.
So up here, there's some pretty friendly collision. You can kind of jump off of this pipe to climb up. And this is a good example of, like, he would probably not be pushing all these droids if he had Fast Force, but you just have to clear all the enemies. Be very careful to do that when you're going to get shot and interrupted.
Yeah, gotta clear out all the droids here. Yeah, I'm gonna do coming up here is a drop and warp out of bounds, and the timing is very precise, and I use a sound cue for it. So I'm gonna listen very closely coming up here. Beautiful.
Nice.
Yeah, so for some reason, if you drop in at a very, very precise timing there, your character will actually be out of bounds, and I use that to jump directly into the door to the fight. And now we're gonna into the Dooku fight. Got another very, very challenging skip here that'll allow us to skip this whole fight. Another R2 super jump cancel. So R2 is gonna try to jump to a safe point here. I'm gonna force push him to interrupt it while he's out of bounds, and I can climb on some glitchy out of bounds collision to get past the fight door and skip the Dooku fight. You can see the boss bar still at the top of the screen. Doesn't matter to us. We're out of here. I'm gonna do another drop and warp where I trick my team into warping to the end of the room by getting them off the camera. I'm gonna call them in just like that, and they're just like that at the end of the room. So yeah, like a skip after skip, but it's pretty much smooth sailing for the rest of the level here. That was a very, very nice Chancellor, so really happy with that performance. We still have 2 rooms, but these final 2 are pretty simple. We can skip the smoke here by just jumping around it. And I'm going to be setting up for a pretty silly strat in the next level. Right here, I'm changing my my game resolution to 800 by 600, which is the lowest resolution option in the entire game. So the game may look very, very pixelated right now. But this is deliberate for a strategy in the next level, which we'll get into. I still have one more room in this level that I need to finish up, but believe me, there is a reason I've done this.
Yeah, and here we have the Grievous bodyguards chasing him. They are faster than your normal character, so they can sometimes cause a headache, but if you don't let them catch up at the end here, yeah, if he hadn't gotten out right away, they might have been a problem, but otherwise that room is very straightforward.
Yep. But yeah, really, really good. Like I said, that's probably the second hardest level in this category, and I mean, we got through it basically no issues at all. That was really, really good.
So yeah, now we are coming up on General Grievous, and this level has a big, it's just a boss fight, and that boss will, like, you do a couple hearts of damage on the main platform, then he jumps away and you have to do some puzzle on the outside to blow him up to get him back. But if you are not standing on the main platform when he takes damage, then he won't trigger those cycles. So we're going to get off of the platform and shoot him from a distance to get him to take damage.
Yeah, I'm gonna do this in kind of cycles.
Yeah, it's very inconsistent, like how long you can shoot him for before he like starts blocking again. That's what 800 by 600 is for. It does make that go a lot faster, and I mean that was 3 cycles. That was very fast.
Yeah, that was really good. That's the whole fight. That's the shortest split in the entire run, by the way. That's the whole level. So yeah, I got out of there in a little over a minute. And yeah, for some reason, setting your resolution to 800 by 600 makes getting the cycle hits a lot more consistent, because sometimes you'll just shoot him and he won't take damage, but lowering your resolution there makes him take damage more consistently, so we do that. And we're on to our 4th level of episode 3. We've made our way over to Kashyyyk. This is basically just a crazy 1P2C level. A lot of unskippable rooms. Typically, the trend is that if there's less glitches in a level, there's more 1P2C. And this level is precisely a case of that, because this first room is fortified to the max. One of the few rooms in the entire game that you just cannot skip. This room is completely surrounded by a ton of invisible walls. So people have searched their fair share to try to find a way to skip this room, but there is quite literally nothing to work with.
Yeah, coming up ahead, we have like a Wookiee rescue section where these, it's going to show you where you have to go to save these 3 Wookiees. And we don't quite have to go all the way. We can sort of try to shoot from a distance, at least on this first one. Chewbacca's going to go up and shoot those troopers while Yoda waits at the bridge to just go forward as soon as he can.
Yep, so I already have Yoda all the way over here. So Chewie frees the guy. I got Yoda all the way over here. Call Chewie back in. Gonna use him as a little body block for just a second. Just free the second Wookiee and free the third one. A nice little orchestra of events there. And we're out of the main room. These next 2 rooms are sort of just like a mad dash. We're going to get to see a true effect of the extremely broken auto-aim mechanic in this game. Once again, there's these 2 targets at the top of this gate at the end of the room. You normally have to get up on a bridge up top to shoot with Chewie, but you can actually just shoot them from the ground on the beach here. Oh, I died. Yeah, just standing right here, I can just spam shots and they just hit the targets all the way up top. This room is, yeah, you just run right past all the droids. We don't care about them. And as you can see, I have that exploding blaster bolts extra, and I'm just melting through these packs of enemies thanks to it.
Yeah, and here we have this hill climb section where Chewbacca's going to have to do it normally in the walker, but Yoda can kind of take advantage of this glitch collision on the side to just like take these really precise jumps up, and you can skip most of the movement you're supposed to do.
This final room is a pretty tough 1v2C. The main thing I'm trying to not do here is actually blow Yoda up with a bolt from Chewie as I'm trying to clear out all these enemies and objects. And that was fine. Now we just have to force the rocket and we'll be out of here. With Fast Force, that is basically instant with the Fast Force red brick, but like I said, we didn't do episode 4 because this is not any percent. But here we go. We are heading straight through. As you can tell, episode 3 is pretty short, and as you can tell, the storyline is very puzzling, and it's about to get a lot more puzzling right here as we enter episode 5, Ruin of the Jedi, a level based entirely off a deleted scene from Revenge of the Sith, because this storyline in the Lego game was made before the movie even came out.
A lot of people experienced Revenge of the Sith in Lego form before they even saw the movie. Little did they know.
Yeah, we're not going to see any. We're not going to see the Senate showdown or anything. None of that is in this game.
Nope.
Yeah, and this is a good time to point out Yoda's movement. It's pretty unique compared to others, as you have seen for that whole last level. The big thing is that Yoda, while jumping, is faster than a normal character, but while walking, he's a lot slower. So we want to just be in the air as much as possible, as you can see. Pretty difficult jump off of those objects, but second try is not so bad.
As you can see, I'm just blowing right by all the enemies. I don't need to worry about them. Hopefully I don't get shot here. Okay. Gonna force these 2 gears, but you can force it separate times and the door still opens. And this is the library, and this is a pretty long room normally. We're once again going to use that drop-in warp mechanic, tricking our character into thinking that we're later in the level than we actually are, to skip this entire room.
Yeah. First, we need to kill all these clones, because if there's an enemy, then player 2 will be stuck fighting it. But now that that's out of the way, you can go onto this little arm thing and perform the trick.
Yeah, so I'm going to put Yoda in position, drop out, hand the camera up, jump, drop in, and they're behind the door. Skips the entire room, and that is a very long room. You have to activate all these levers on all the sides of the room and everything, and I don't think I got that. I did not. There we go. And that's the end of this level. We just gotta wait here for a second. There we go. Yeah, we are on to the final level of episode 3, a very iconic level in the Lego Star Wars game, the Darth Vader level.
Yeah, this was designed as sort of a finale boss fight level for the game. Obviously, we still have one more to come back to 1-6, but in this level, if you die at all, it resets the entire room. So that's the main thing you want to avoid. Is pretty punishing, but otherwise there's no like enemies to fight, so it's not so hard to avoid dying.
Got a little drop-in warp at the start here, once again tricking my character to go to the end of the room. I gotta see if I can save this. Okay, we're good. Nice. Got a little timer here, not even gonna be close.
And another thing that's unique about this level is it has 2 end cutscenes. At the end, there's like a fight between Obi-Wan and Anakin finally, and depending on which character you have win the fight, it'll show you a different cutscene. So we want the one where Obi-Wan wins. So we're gonna like manage our characters to make sure that happens.
All right, here we go onto definitely one of the most famous rooms in this game, at least for casual players, especially if you were playing with a friend. If there were 2 of you playing, getting through this next room here was an absolute nightmare. But luckily there's only one of me, and I've played it thousands of times, so it's not going to be an issue. But this last jump here can actually be a little bit tricky. I try to do it as fast as possible, so this building will fall over, but I'm actually going to jump off of it early. And just barely land on the rock. And now it's time for the really, really intense fight, but I'm just going to let him kill me. Because we're speedrunning.
And he called in right at the end before that last slash hit. That's important because like if you just lose the fight to an AI, then the level doesn't end. You have to do it again. But if you lose to your friend playing on player 2, then one of you has to win. So that's good enough to end the level. Of course, if you just call in at the last second, it'll think there's someone else playing, so it ends the level there.
Yep. And for anyone who is just now tuning in, we did not do the final level of episode 1 because it's a little bit faster to do it last. So we're gonna restart our game to skip that final cutscene one more time, and we've got 1 level left, Darth Maul. What a way to finish it. So we're gonna pop right back into episode 1. I wonder if Jar Jar will be in this. We got Yoda. That's pretty cool.
He's guarding. I kind of miss Dex's diner.
Oh yeah.
I was in the original game.
They both got their charm. Here we go. Final level of the run, Darth Maul. This level has all sorts of really cool skips, including one right at the start here, where normally, so you'll see that there's this bridge here, and Darth Maul, being the little demon he is gonna lift the bridge up so we can't get across. But that's okay, because we got the lamp on the side of the room. Oh, I missed it. Let's try again.
The lamp.
For some reason, you just clip right through it. There we go. All right, let's see if we can get the cart. Oh, we got shot out. No service cart strats. We got some really cool collision on this wall right here that lets us just kind of climb. Oh, wait for it. Climb right up it, just like that. That lets us take a nice tight line up top here. Gonna try to not die to these droids, but just depends how aimbody they feel. That's okay. And all right, this is the third room. This is the one room that we cannot skip. There's a massive trigger of this little mini cutscene that plays here of these 2 commander droids, and we have to kill each of them, followed by all the droids.
Yeah, and there's 2 power-ups on like both corners of this level, and we're gonna use both of them first. Getting this with player 1's for him to kill the droid on the other side, and the other one will help for the droidicas that pop up at the end. Otherwise, though, you just have to kill the commander droid, then come back, clean up everyone else. Not much you can do to speed this up.
The Darth Maul is just menacingly waiting for us. Yeah, gonna use his power up to let us just melt through these droidicas. If he wants to shoot. Oh, all right. That was interesting. He just really didn't feel like shooting me today. That's okay. We'll deflect a shot right back at him.
All right, and there's one more skip in this run, Maul cycle skips we're going to see at the end. In this fight, Darth Maul will jump away from you if he gets an even number of hearts. So we're going to hit him once to get him to 9 hearts, and that if you can slash him with both players on the same frame, he will stay at an odd number of hearts and won't jump away from you.
No guarantees. Oh, got one? We got one cycle skip. It's very hard to hit Maul on the exact same frame with each character, for the record, so I'm glad I got at least one. But yeah, like you said, it makes it so he doesn't jump away. We got the final two little things here, going to force one object into him. Time is going to be coming up very, very shortly. Going to force this second object into him, do a couple final hits, and time. There we go. That's all 3 episodes in the prequels. We started off a little sloppy, but I think the second half of that run was pretty good. I had that little disaster in the pod race level at the start, but like I said, there was no guarantees with that new strat that is the hardest strat in the game. But overall, a pretty nice showcase of the first 3 episodes. I was pretty happy with that.
Absolutely fantastic. A 103.25. Pretty awesome.
Awesome.
Well, thank you so much, We Super, for showcasing Lego Star Wars here on Oops All Star Wars Weekend. Why don't you tell everybody at home just a little bit about what you do and where they can find you?
Yeah, for sure. While this celebration cutscene plays, I stream Lego Star Wars speedruns on Twitch at We Super. I make scripted Lego Star Wars content on my YouTube channel, We Super. But more importantly, I'm actually going to be playing in a Lego Star Wars any % tournament tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern. On the Lego Speedruns Twitch channel, all one word, Lego Speedruns. I'm going to be racing against 2 of the other top runners in any % in a tournament called the Ladder League. So if you want to see more of this game and you want to see me compete in a tournament, that's in 4 hours from now, and so that's something I'm really looking forward to. So that's my whole thing.
That's incredible. Any shout outs, Anonymous? You did awesome.
I mean, yeah, thank you all for having me. If you want to see my stuff, I mean, Twitch and YouTube and Anonymous Source. I honestly don't do much there. I just want to re-emphasize, check out Lego Speedruns. That tournament's very exciting. A lot of races. I hope you'll check it out.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you very much for showcasing Lego Star Wars. We Super. We will be right back, and when we are, we will jump into Jedi Outcast with Covert Muffin. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the GDQ Hotfix Oops All Star Wars Weekend. We're about to jump into Jedi Outcast. But before we do, I just want to say, hey, do you want to catch up on some Hotfix stuff? Do you want to catch up on our special events? Maybe relive the glory of GDQ, AGDQ 2019 Mario run. Well, guess what? You can. You can go over to youtube.com/gamesdonequick, and that's where you can check out all of our YouTube, all of our runs, everything. This show will be on it, as well as all of our past events. So definitely go over to youtube.com/gamesdonequick, and don't forget to like the video and the videos, and subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications so you know when we upload over there. All right, without further ado, I want to jump into this Jedi Outcast any % with Covert Muffin. Muffin, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing good. I am really honestly honored to be showcasing this amazing game off once again for GDQ Hotfix, as well as just the GDQ channel in general. I performed this game quite a good amount. However, for those performances themselves, I have definitely put in. I'm sorry, I'm like turning bright red now, like I'm blushing, because I've put in a lot more work into practicing. However, I just haven't had nearly as much time, so this is going to be a little bit slower than probably what I've done in the past. But still, I mean, it's an amazing speed game, and I'm really excited that this gets to be showcased for a Star Wars special on the GDQ stage. So thank you so much for having me, Jiggy. I'm looking forward to it, man.
I am so pumped. Like I said, right when you came in, I was just like, Kyle Katarn. I'm just so excited about it. And yeah, whenever you are ready to rock and roll, I cool. Say let's jump right into it.
All right, fantastic. So before we actually start the run, just really quickly, I'm going to explain its tech, because this game goes from 0 to 100 miles per hour, like within the first level itself. So what you're going to see as I'm going through this game, because it's based on a modified Quake 3 engine, is that I'm going to be turning my camera to the right and to the left, and then holding W plus A while turning to the left, or W plus B while I'm turning to the right is actually going to be building me speed. Then I can just bumper my jumps over and over and over again, so it's a little bit different than bunny hopping. That's just going to allow me to retain said speed. So you're going to see me do this all over the place. But yeah, why don't we just get into it? Is this file? No. Is this file? Nope. Let's abandon the game. Don't worry, chat. We'll get back into it. I won't abandon it.
I can't believe you're gonna abandon the game.
Yeah. But yeah, so time's going to start in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. So this is Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast. So right out of the bat, we are Kyle Katarn, and we are going to be strafe jumping. Nice, got that, first try. Ooh, okay, that was close. And so here, basically, as I'm going to be strafe jumping over, here I am now like skipping like 2/3 of the level just by doing this itself. So here, if I just crouch, it's going to make my hitbox small enough, and that's going to allow me to skip having to go through like the majority of the level itself. Then coming through here, just strafe jumping up. Normally we need to like actually go around the level and like find out a code sequence with being able to work through. But instead, if I just jump directly to the end of the level, then I can just input the code itself manually, which is 013, and then 232, and then 121. And then activating the consoles will allow us to get to the end of the level itself. And then there I just threw in a reverse door crouchy for a little bit of flair, which doesn't honestly like really save any time. Next, something to explain about this game is versus its successor, Jedi Knight Academy, is that in this game there's going to be a lot of really tight hallways and such, with a lot of enemies in those hallways themselves. So it's actually like very difficult to move through this game succinctly. However, the good news is that like enemies in this game, they take half of a second in order to be able to react to like actually seeing you. So that gives you a little bit of time to be able to like push through the levels. I always hate it when I miss that. So there I tried to go for a reverse pipe crouchy, because whenever you do a roll, you actually end up moving very slightly faster than when you're crouching, which can save a little bit of time. The back roll actually lasts the longest out of the 3 roll animations. Next, coming through here, we are going to progress through and potentially show off something very, very cool. Yeah, that's good. Oh, I got it. Okay. So there, what I ended up doing was I ended up quick saving the game after a bit of dialogue ended up starting. Oh no, this is a little scary. This is fine. Just gonna shoot some stormtroopers for safety. Okay, and activate some lasers. Okay, this is fine. This is, you know what, chat? This is fine. All right.
Everything's fine.
Everything's fine. So here I'm going to grab a health pack for safety. Normally you need like 20-something-ish health in order to be able to survive that poison fog. Oops, there we go. Okay, so now that we have the droid, we're going to be moving through. And the funny thing about the droid is that I can't actually sidestep with it. I can only move forward and backwards, as well as move the camera. There we go. Okay. So it's really important that I make sure that my angles are really succinct. Okay, nice. So here, once again, because I'm a little bit under practice, I'm actually going to be going for a little bit of a slower, but also much safer strat here. So normally on this level, what we do is we actually collect a Wookiee bowcaster. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to grab that bowcaster a little bit later, but here's a big jump. Missed it, no problem. There we go, second try. Let's go, dudes. So here, then also just breaking these glass things and going through. Yeah, so the reason why I'm skipping the bowcaster right now is because this level is actually done on something known as a global cycle. So the moment the level starts, there is going to be a shuttle which is going to be traveling through. So here, it's really important for me to catch this shuttle at a very specific cycle itself. So if you move fast enough, you can actually collect a bowcaster, which I ended up opting not to do here. And then that allows me to be able to catch that shuttle. However, there's a bowcaster in the next level, like right at the start, which only loses about like 1 to 2 seconds. So it's like honestly not too terribly big of a deal. But here are going to be tunnel sections, and this is just like once again going to emphasize just like the type of speed game that you're going to witness throughout the rest of Outcast. Also, earlier, we ended up picking up some trip mines, which are going to speed up an arena that is going to happen very soon after this next room here. So here, jumping through is going to start the elevator for moving it up. And then here, just doing a really precise jump chain. And then here is going to be the utilization of the trip mines. Oh no, hopefully, oh, I missed one. Oh, it's always that officer. That happens like every single time. Like every speedrunner of this game hates that Imperial officer to death, dude. Okay. So here, crouching, and then here what I'm going to do is a really cool glitch where I'm actually going to utilize quick save and quick loads. Oh, that was close. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And that's going to allow me to skip, honestly, a massive RNG segment for the run itself. Like it was a big pain in like previous iterations of this game before that was discovered. But basically, quick saving the game and quick loading is going to allow us to carry some momentum into a slope, which allows us to build a bunch of height. Because slopes in this game, you can think of them as converting horizontal and vertical movement overall. Oh, wow. Okay. So we might have to kill some additional stormtroopers, but there's the bowcaster. Whoops. There we go. For the backup. Yeah. Okay. And then here, yeah, beautiful. Okay. So like this is a lot of like Outcast speedrunning. It's like fitting in these tiny doorways and like just these tiny wheel movements, right? So it's not only important of like building optimal speed if I can, but also being able to land precisely exactly where I want to. And this is a tech that we have referred to, especially I have when I've like coached people in the past, something known as tempoed movement. And it's very important for like the Quake and Source speed game genres in general. Then coming through here, trying to stay on the innermost portions of the ring as much as possible. That was a beautiful door entry, by the way. That was excellent. Okay, so here a really fascinating aspect of the game is that when you enter a cutscene, it doesn't actually skip the cutscene when you skip it. It actually just drastically increases time scale in general. So I have to worry about NPCs as I am traveling through cutscenes, right? And where they're going to be, I have no idea. Like oftentimes NPCs have like one specific position that they will actually end up traveling to, and then I have no idea where they're going to be after that. So like cutscenes like that one in particular, I have to like be extra careful as to watching and seeing exactly where they're going to go. But here's a really difficult movement section. That's okay. Yeah, that was fine. This is fine, chat.
Again, everything's fine.
So upcoming here is actually going to be a really fascinating fall damage section where what I'm going to do is I'm going to land here, I'm going to heal up, and then I'm going to hold crouch and be in a very specific position in order to be able to utilize a roll in order to mitigate the grand majority of fall damage. And that was like, I think that was Smash who found that particular optimization. Whereas before then, we had to like land on every single pedal on the side of the vent. So that's like so cool. And that's what I love about the speedrun community is that people are like constantly and consistently end up chipping away and working at this game. It's been so fun as a speedrun community to just see people come into the community and do amazing things. Like there's been like this new runner, Lifeless, who has like absolutely pushed the game on its side. So if you're interested in like checking out this game, checking out some tutorials and stuff, and maybe potentially speedrunning it yourself, speedrun.com/JK2. And there we have a link to our Discord, and everybody is so incredibly friendly in that community itself. I absolutely love every single person I've interacted with there. Okay, cool, I got the bug. Okay. So here what I'm doing is I'm actually clearing off a list of enemies there in a very particular fashion in order to be able to, before I start getting this Imperial officer to walk. If I do it afterwards, this can actually cause problems. Because if you deal enough damage to enemies, or you kill enough enemies, I'm not entirely sure what the trigger is, then what can actually end up happening is that enemies will start firing. And we want to try and keep this Imperial officer on full health if we can help it. This next room, I used to do an AI manipulation, but I think there's like some weird software or hardware dependence that is no longer viable. I am going to go for it, where I'm just like kind of just crouching and barely peeking at the officer. Crouching simply here used to make you invisible. Yeah. See how those stormtroopers are moving? That used to like not happen at all. But it looks like the top troopers are being like really nice and behaving. Yeah. So here I'm going to shoot my weapon because the Imperial officer is far enough ahead. Yeah, okay, so just a small little time loss there from the officer not taking a straight line. And then we're going to equip depth packs. And then once again, using quick save and quick load in order to skip dialogue. Oh no, hey! It's fine. Look, it's fine. I actually don't know if the officer ended up taking damage there. I don't think they did, but we will find out momentarily, because here we're going to attempt a little bit of a butt boost. So they're going to save the game. That was a little bit too far over. Yep, yeah, we're good. Oh, beautiful second try. Okay. And that just literally launches the officer after they end up like hitting that checkpoint. Saving a bunch of time. It's like very, very many seconds. Okay. Cool. All right. Honestly, this is going a lot better than I thought it would be going.
You're doing
this
great.
game is very difficult to speedrun.
The movement is wild.
Okay. It is really wild. Okay. So here what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to clear out a full line of stormtroopers first, because after you kill a stormtrooper, it actually ends up spawning a stormtrooper immediately. Wow, that was actually really... That's some of the best RNG I've actually ever had with that ATST. So the ATST has a 50% chance of shooting a rocket and a 50% chance of like shooting a blaster bolt. And so if it shoots a rocket, it actually completely obscures your vision, so you cannot like see what you're doing whatsoever. Okay. So upcoming here is going to be an elevator ride, and then probably one of the hardest jump chains in the entire run. So if I get this, I'm going to pop off, but I'm going to focus. Okay, cool. Yeah. That's honestly, that is so good, dude. Like, I didn't get the full chain like optimally or like even like at a very fast rate, but like getting that in 2 like iterations is like so incredibly good. Like, I'm so happy that I went that way. Okay, so here I'm gonna fall. Oh, I missed it. That's fine. I was gonna land on the ATST in order to take less fall damage. Didn't happen, but that's okay. Then killing that officer got me the security key, grabbing this health back for a little bit of safety. And then beautiful continuation through that door brings this elevator down, just like as a trigger in the mission itself. Just always does that. And then here I'm going to be shooting stormtroopers in the knees themselves. Because whenever you shoot a stormtrooper in the knees, it's like the same as Skyrim, which Skyrim took a lot of inspiration off of this game in particular. If you didn't know that. So there are Skyrim strats. Then what I was actually doing was I was counting to exactly 13, because those anti-air cannons actually take exactly 13 shots in order to destroy.
I can't believe that's a
allows
reference.
me to be able to get through those a little bit quicker. Then switching to the E-weapon blaster rifle, making sure I'm on low health, allows me to shoot this on and end this mission incredibly quickly. Awesome. Yeah, that was... Honestly, that topside was fantastic. That was really good. I'm really happy by that. Okay, so here in the quick save and quick load, there also, between missions, I was being very careful not to hold forward on entering the mission. If you do that, it actually soft locks your game and causes C-3PO to actually just like end up walking like around in circles. It's like really funny. Next here, oh yeah, this is so cool. So here I'm actually going to be entering this cutscene. We have multiple different ways of entering cutscene chat. We've made a command known as vid restart, which basically is the same when you change graphic settings to allow us to enter that cutscene in a much more easy and approachable fashion. Because I cannot say enough and stress enough that approachability features in speedrunning is awesome. Okay, cool. But there, entering the cutscene just basically allows me to save a little bit of time based on distance. Okay. All right, chat. I'm not going to lie. I'm really nervous for this upcoming part, but also I'm really excited. As I go through this initial puzzle here, which is always the same, it's 2, 3, 5, and last, which I messed up. Oh, no. Level. I knew something like this was going to happen. This is fine. This is totally fine.
Again,
okay?
Everything fine. Hype in the chat for Muffin.
Yeah.
We got this.
Thanks, Chiggy. Okay, so it's 2, 3, 5, last. Okay, look, counting is hard. Okay, counting is very difficult. So on this mission, there's going to be about a 1 minute time save potential by doing a skip known as lightsaber skip. And this is one of the most precise skips in the entire run itself. So here also, something to point out is that I'm actually pulling out these platforms, but I'm not doing every single platform that I'm pulling out. I'm doing every other one. So optimal runners who are absolutely incredible at this game and way better than me at this game, once again, speedrun.com/JK2, definitely check all of them out. They pull out every third, but for me, I'm going to pull out every 2. Yeah, so here's going to be a lightsaber skip. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to utilize force speed in order to move a little bit quicker, but also slow down time. No way, dude, first try, are you kidding me? Okay. Oh my, okay. Oh my God. I'm sorry, chat. Like, I need a moment, all right? Like, I did not expect it to go that well. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Okay.
Good job, Muffin.
Yep.
You did it. It's like,
sorry, I hit a button on my monitor.
It's like
okay,
you're good
right.
at this game or something.
Yeah, I guess so. All right. So here what I'm doing is I'm backing away from the ledge because the cage is actually not attached from the ledge itself. There we go. And then if we're standing on the very furthest pixel on that ledge, then the cage will actually end up floating up, allowing us to grab the lightsaber. And this saves like over a minute. It's a lot. Oh, nice. And I nailed the lightsaber throw. Okay, I hope I'm on 125 FPS. Oh my goodness, dude. Oh, thank God. Like, honestly, Chad, like the early game in this, like in this speedrun in particular is so unbelievably stressful. Like there's so many very, very minutia things that can go incredibly wrong. And they only save like a number of small bits of seconds, like all over the place. Okay, so here what I'm doing is I actually entered another cutscene. And then here, I'm going to be pulling this Rodian. Okay, come on. Come here. Come here. And then pulling this Rodian is actually going to allow me to be able to jump up here. And then that, honestly, like, that saves a bunch of time. Then coming over here, we're going to be doing a massive sequence break. I cannot stress enough how big of a sequence break that was. And then we are going to go in. Okay, I am going to go for it because I'm, like, popping off right now. A lot more than I thought I would be. So here, there's a number of ways to skip to, like, basically the end of the level immediately. What's my visual cue? I think it's here. You know, no, I'm just going to go for the backup. Let's go for the very easy strat. This is not very easy. I apologize. This is actually incredibly difficult.
Yeah, this game is intense.
Nope. Okay, so I'm going to go for this strat then. There's like 4 to 5 different iterations of this trick. Oh, a little bit too far over. Okay, that's fine. Okay, there we go. All right. All right, we got there. We got there. So funny thing is, like, while I'm actually in this cutscene, these snipers cannot deal damage to me. So it's really cool that the cutscene enter in part 2. Oh no, okay, we're out of the cutscene. So here I apologize for the camera. But yeah, we're just gonna do that for a little bit of safety. So like we're literally strafing back and forth left and right, and then wiggling the camera actually ends up causing them to miss guaranteed. Because enemies in this game actually will always... Wait, what is going on? What is this? Okay, that was weird. I've never seen that before. That was very bizarre. Okay, this is fine.
You almost said it. You almost said it.
Yep.
You almost said the thing.
I almost said the thing, yeah. But it was the thing. I actually have never seen that before. I think I have an idea of what happened, but I'm not going to speculate on it because it's incredibly obscure and would not make any sense to anybody else who is watching who hasn't speedrun this game. Okay, so here's going to be a really cool jump chain where I'm going to set up. I'm going to try and land on a small, tiny little ledge there. I missed it. That's okay. The backup is literally to just go right there and end up grabbing it. Then there's a little bit of safety ammo just in case. Cool. Okay. And then grabbing those thermal detonators because they're going to be incredibly important in this upcoming section. So here's going to be another really cool cutscene enter. However, this cutscene enter is going to be a little bit different than other ones that you might see, where it's just literally to like open a door or make the game a little bit more approachable. Wow, getting that push without breaking the window. That is super hype. Okay, so because I'm just so nervous, Chad, I'm actually just going to make a backup save for just a little bit of additional safety, and then we're going to enter this cutscene. Okay, so here we go. So normally when I enter this cutscene, these turrets are moving around, and I need to destroy all 5 of them, which require 3 shots each, and then I'm going to kill off a wave of enemies. Oh no, no, I don't like that. So we're gonna restart the entire thing. So it's very important that I clear out a list of objectives incredibly quickly. Oh man, my hands are still shaking. Oh no, okay. This is fine. So worst comes to worst is that I just literally don't worry about it. It's fine. This is fine. Okay, got them.
The focus.
All right, so here's going to be something really important where I'm going to grab this sniper rifle, which is going to actually be for a little bit of safety a bit later in the run. Then I'm going to heal up with that back to tank there. Yeah, okay. Is this okay? Let me think about it. You know what? Just because I want to, I'm going to head back for the thermal detonators. I am going to do this. Okay, so normally, basically, in one single pass-through of the cutscene itself, you can actually get through this section and, do all the things I'm doing now. But the very last thing that I ended up missing was this, where literally I just get some thermal detonators, and it's all for a little bit of safety on a later level, which is going to be... oh, geez, what is the level name? I don't remember off the top of my head. It's okay. But there, dipping through and getting the thermal detonators is just going to give me a bit of an easier time later on. Then, coming over here, I'm going to be grabbing this Seeker drone. And oh boy, if you've never seen this speed game before, there are going to be some incredibly flashy things that we are going to be doing with those seeker drones. But this is something I also love about the speed game, is that there's like this extended inventory. So you'll notice that I didn't actually fully heal here at the end of the level, and that is completely normal. There are only very specific missions that you actually end up healing. Oh, Lando, are you okay? Yeah, he's okay. Lando's fine. Only specific missions where you actually end up healing all the way back to full. But there's also this extended inventory that actually carries between missions. And that's why I run this game in French. But here what we can do is we can actually just stick our lightsaber in the wall, which actually actively skips dialogue. There's other things that we can do, such as using a command known as sound stop, which is what the majority of runners end up doing for the runs themselves. Excuse me. Okay, so I'm just going to crouch for a little bit of safety, but there are 3 more seeker drones. Whoops. Okay, so I'm going to do the secondary chain. Not something we normally do. Okay, and then for safety, I'm just going to make sure that I turn off my lightsaber, because I do not want to skip dialogue in one specific upcoming spot. Whoops. Okay, so upcoming here is going to be known as a trick known as Luck Fando, and it's incredibly important that I reach a certain point before dialogue ends, and it looks like we're good. Yep. Okay, so killing off each wave of enemies. Normally what's supposed to happen in the speed game itself is that enemies are supposed to actually end up heading to opposite sides of the hangars. Oh, he's left side. Okay, and then those 2 trip mines placed. Yeah, they killed off every single one, and then Lando was a bro and helped me out. Okay, cool. So now that Luck Fando is over, what we can end up doing is nailing an incredibly precise crouch climb there, which saves just a split second. Oh my goodness, okay. Like landing, okay, so landing through these holes and such are like so incredibly difficult and incredibly precise to do. I'm just making so many easy things look, I mean, so many incredibly difficult things look so incredibly easy. Okay.
I just have it in my notes. Muffin good at game. You know, it's right there. You know?
Okay. I think it's 3 and 2. I'm so embarrassed. Okay. Forgot the code. Okay. So I knew it was like either like 3 and 2 or it was 2 and 3, and it ended up being the former, and I did the latter first. And that is totally okay. It is totally okay when you're rusty at a speed game to mess something up like that. Uh-oh. I never know. Okay. All right, so here we actually have to end up just killing off a list of enemies, and then we are going to get into probably one of the hardest tricks in the entire run, which is going to be known as Underseeker. And I told my good friend Build Nye that I was going to go for this, even though like I'm not incredibly well practiced, but I'm just going to do it. And if I get it, I'm going to like literally need to take off my long sleeve because I'm going to be so fired up, chat. Okay, so seeker drones, when you summon them underneath your body, they try and get into a very specific position. And I'm going to be showcasing this off. Oh no, I messed that up. Let me just focus for a sec. Okay, we're good. Okay. So they basically want to orbit around your head. And if they're not doing that, then they will actually end up getting very displeased with themselves. But here I'm using force speed in order to slow down time. I hope this is... Oh, there we go. I might not make this cycle. Yeah, I'm dead. This is fine. There's a very specific cycle that I'm trying to hit here. What? No, I'm gonna miss it again. Load quick. So something else that I'm doing is I'm actually utilizing crouch in order to be able to raise my hitbox ever so slightly. Okay, got him. All right, this should be fine. This should be fine. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Okay. So, oh boy, how do I even begin to explain this? You know what, chat? Just watch. Oh no, that's bad. Okay, this is fine. I lagged. That scared me. Okay. That's my force, 50. Okay. No, okay. Oh no. All right, I will try this one more time. This is so incredibly difficult. Ooh, I don't like that. I really don't like that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so we're going to have to restart the level. That is totally okay. I did not expect to be able to get that. Totally fine. So basically what that would have skipped was riding a bunch of elevators. However, the unfortunate thing is that my quick save was a little bit slow, so I was going to miss the elevator and then I would have had to wait for an additional cycle. So we're just going to restart the level and that is totally all right. That first attempt though was actually really close. Oh no. Okay. I don't like this. This could be bad. Ooh, worst comes to worst, we wait another cycle here. I'm just gonna quick save and ride with it. Okay, we got it. Okay, so now, honestly, this is my favorite part of making mistakes and not being able to do the exact optimal thing and speedrunning. Is actually showcasing off what I have to do in return when I cannot do the strat that I initially want to do. So really an important concept in speedrunning, especially if you're aspiring to get into it, and what every single top runner will tell you is that speedrunning, honestly, at the end of the day, is not mostly about time save. Yes, doing optimal strats does save time and is really important, but the most important thing in speedrunning is mitigating time loss. So in these quick games in particular that are way more complex, with their movement-based systems and stuff like that, literally just figuring out how to actually build speed is the difficult is the difficult aspect of the speed game itself.
But Muffin.
Oh, whoops.
Gold splits.
Oh.
Gold
I
splits.
messed up.
What about the gold? The gold splits.
You know what, Gigi? You are my gold split. That's right. I said
I
it.
don't speed run. The closest thing that I ever have is I have a timer on the stream because splits scare me. I get it. I understand. I know.
Totally. Yeah.
People love their splits, but I like just timer. Timer good.
You know what? Have you ever played a video game twice, Jiggy?
I have. I played A Link to the Past, I think 3 times.
Okay, there you go. When you play a game, oh dear goodness.
He's done.
This is fine. When you play a game a second time, you'll just notice that you just naturally do things better. You do things a little bit faster, right? And so congratulations, your second playthrough is pretty much a personal best. So you know what? You do qualify as a speedrunner in my heart, Jiggy. It takes very little to qualify as a speedrunner.
I'm number 400 and something in the world at Mario World 11 exit.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Whoops. Yeah, okay. We'll just wait. So this section is actually very fascinating. This is one of the biggest RNG segments in the entire run. And like top level runners will like, they will share their feelings about this segment in particular, because we have to wait for very specific air currents, and then we have to land on like a very specific platform, which is the next one. If we don't land on that platform there, then we actually end up soft locking the game because it doesn't spawn an NPC that needs to like have dialogue during a cutscene itself, which is very funny to me. Okay, great. So here, I'm going to just lay down a little bit of a special surprise for an NPC. That never gets old. And then doing a quick save and quick load for a bit of dialogue skipping. We are now going to be moving on to the next mission. So here it's like really funny because like that is supposed to be the first lightsaber on lightsaber combat that you actually end up experiencing in the game, but we just like literally just throw an explosive in his face. Yep, get there. Cool. All right, next one. I think whenever I perform a speedrun, it's like always really fascinating to me where it's like, okay, just get to the next mission, dude. Like just, like if you can make it to the next mission, then you can make it through the other incredibly difficult portions of the run itself. There I actually ended up picking up a very important weapon, which is going to be known as the heavy repeater. And like, it's very important for this like one upcoming section that we're going to be babysitting this droid as we're going through. Okay, yeah, looks good. Oh no, I hit the droid. Okay. Oh yeah, it's to the right. Okay. So here, utilizing force push in order to move this droid, because otherwise it just ends up moving like very, very slowly. Okay. Ooh, that's bad. Okay. So I'm a little bit worried about my health at this point because we have to take a massive damage boost in the upcoming section, but I do believe I have a good amount of back to tanks. Actually, you know what? Why don't we save the game right there for safety? Oh, yep. So here, if you're actually standing too close to something, you actually can't end up attacking with a lightsaber. So here, basically, I'm going to be doing a full force jump, which is going to cap out my height, but then force pulling up an enemy. Oh no, am I just too slow? Is that what? Oh no, yeah, this is fine. Oh, that's annoying. That is something that I do not have the brain capacity to be able to explain right now. Okay. I can make this work. Yeah, okay, we got it. And that allows us to basically jump off his corpse, allowing us to extend the maximum jump height that we have available to us. Then coming over here, what's going to be really cool is that I'm going to do another Seeker drone skip. However, unlike Underseeker, which is like a bajillion jumps off of the Seeker drone, this only requires 2. But the funny thing about Seeker drone skips is that the first 2 jumps... Oh, did my game crash? Nope, we're fine. Are the most difficult out of any of the jumps in the Seeker drone skip itself. And then like once you get going, you can like basically get into a rhythm and everything's okay. So here, just pushing over enemies for a little bit of safety, and then grabbing a key allows us to progress into the next level itself. So here, we're going to pull out the heavy repeater again in order to be able to kill off these enemies. I think I missed the shotgun pickup, so we're going to have to go back for that. But here's a bunch of safety health. Hooray, thank goodness. And then here we need this Imperial officer in order to get a security key to be able to progress through the mission itself. Yeah, there's a shotgun. Okay, awesome. Okay. I was like, where's that shotgun? Okay. Then coming through here. Excellent. So this is where the security key comes into play. So really interesting thing, like in this game itself, is that I actually did not start speedrunning this game before doing other speed games. Really, I came into this game because the runners of this game at the time ended up asking me to try and find a way to be able to sequence break one of the most cursed portions of the speedrun itself, which is this upcoming boss fight here, known as Tavion.
So they bullied you.
So what I discovered is, as it turns out, if you just roll on her head and then backstab and catch her in one of the 3 stand-up animations that she can do, it will just instantly kill her every single time. So massive shout outs to the community for roping me in. So it's like, it is funny to me that like I discovered that like months before I actually ended up starting speedrunning this game. Because I came from speedrunning Jedi Knight Academy. Okay, then here doing some really precise jumps. These are a lot more difficult than I'm making them look. Oh. There we go. Okay, cool. And then just waiting for the cutscene to end. Great. And then being very careful not to press those switches too fast. If you press that one switch too fast, then it just like actively actually does not work. Oh, next upcoming here. This is like why I love speedrunning. Is because, oh no. Okay, welcome to Outcast speedrunning. Okay. Hey, stop. Stop, please let me through. Okay. Is because of community members like Hotshotwire. So Hotshotwire discovered that, yeah, pushing that stormtrooper ended up causing the door to open up a little bit quicker, which is really awesome. And I sort of coined Shia LaBeouf skip, but Hotshot, you can name the trick whatever you would like to do. Okay. Then coming up here, I'm going to be waiting for the elevator to drop and then going for one of the more difficult secret drone skips in the run. Hey, second try. We'll take that. Okay. Oh, health is a little spooky, but this is fine. This is, you know, I'm just gonna use it back up. This is fine. This is fine. This is totally okay. I'm totally okay. This is fine. Yep. Okay. Mind tricking the officer there allows us to open the door. When I played this game casually, it took me literally hours to like figure out how the heck to like get through that door. Okay, and then coming over here, we're gonna, whoops, do a jump. So here what I'm trying to do is like attack with my lightsaber right before I crouch, because that actually ends up stopping you from rolling. Next, they're using the heavy repeater because the giant alternate fire AoE is like a really nice way of dealing a bunch of damage. Here, I'm literally grabbing this med pack for safety. Like, I almost never get that med pack at all. Welcome to Outcast speedrunning. Oh no, I don't have any Bactus? Oh no. Oh, this is bad. I might have to, like, hide in a corner and heal. This is fine. This is fine. Okay. This is fine. You know what? This is, in chat, this is the story of this performance, is that this is just totally fine.
Yep.
This is okay.
It's post your fine emotes in the chat right now.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot that there was like a this is fine emote. Hang on, I can't hear anything for a sec. I'm just gonna literally take this off because I'm sweating. Okay. Oh man, this speedrun. Okay. So what I do not have any more of currently, chat, which is why I'm sweating bullets, is something known as a back to canister, which is basically a med kit that I can use at any point in time. Oh no. Okay. This is fine. Oh no, I went. Okay, there we go. Yep. Jumping through giant explosive lasers, no problem. I do not have any more temporary health. So like literally all of my safety for the run itself. Here's Shia LaBeouf. Nope. Aggro patterns bad. No, don't you dare jump up here. Shia LaBeouf. Okay. Shouts to Shia LaBeouf. All right. But the good news is that there is going to be a few Bactas just like right over here. 2 of them actually. So I can heal up to mostly full. And then I'm going to roll on Shia LaBeouf's head for a little bit of safety. Okay. Oh no, Shia LaBeouf, stay away! Shia LaBeouf! No, please! Have mercy! Oh geez, I think it was this one. So basically there you have to kill off 2 of the lightsaber users. And then here I'm just going to pull out the ATST from the door. Okay. What are those troopers doing there? I've never seen that before. Okay, I must have hit some sort of trigger because I was panicking. Okay.
You're doing great.
Ow. Oh, lasers hurt, chat. Okay, this is fine. Okay. Okay, so here I'm doing a really cool sequence break by crouching there to shrink my hitbox. Allows me to get through a tiny little hole and skip like literally 90% of this puzzle, which honestly is like so cool to me. Then coming here, I'm going to go back to 100 health. Whew. However, I still have no Bacta canisters. So I am just like absolutely hoping that the RNG gods are in my favor. Okay, slightly not enough force. Oh, there was a shotgun trooper there, which is why I was clenching. Okay, then landing there in order to not take damage, and then landing right here. Oh no! Okay, so everything that's like reddish or pinkish here is like instant death. Okay. You know what? We're gonna take this a little safe. I'm just gonna slow down a little bit and then do a nice clean strafe jump there in order to get over. Next, coming through here, we're gonna jump here. Nope, not quite. Nope, not quite. And I'm just trying to land on this very specific ledge, because this is going to allow me to just instantaneously come over here and then jump through just like that. Okay, cool. Next, upcoming is going to be a sequence of a lot of really cool sequence breaks, which are going to honestly be pretty massive for the speedrun itself. So upcoming here, all of these swiveling parts and such are actually going to be instant death themselves if I actually end up touching any portion of them. Then upcoming here is going to be a chicken robot. However, if I enter this area, then these platforms actually end up start raising and lowering. So here I'm going to hop and then jump, and then doing a force jump allows me to just get up instantaneously first try. That was not first try, I apologize. It was first try in my heart. Okay. Next, we are going to just go all the way up there by utilizing a seeker drone, which is honestly actually one of the bigger sequence breaks that we have for the speedrun itself. Nice, there we go. That was good. That was great. Okay. All right. So upcoming here, this level is actually pretty fascinating, where we are going to skip the grand majority of the level again. So first off is going to be an enemy where we are actually just going to set up and then force pull the enemy. Yeah, and there we hear the death knells of the enemy themselves, allowing us to kill them instantaneously. Because like enemies have like, once you get like far enough away from the enemies, then they will, or excuse me, once the enemies end up getting high enough and you interacted with them in some way, it actually just causes them to instantly die, which is so incredibly funny. Oh, yep. Activate this button. Cool. Okay, so upcoming here is going to be the massive segment of the level that we're actually going to end up skipping. So first off is I'm going to mind trick that stormtrooper there. And then I'm going to mind trick a single Imperial officer, which is going to be that officer right there. And just simply mind tricking those two enemies will end up stopping them from reacting to seeing me jump around. Nice jump sequence there. That was excellent. Cool. Cool. Yeah, that was great. That was great. If you don't do that, the Imperial officer will actually end up activating the alarm, which causes you to instantly fail the mission itself. Next upcoming here, we're actually going to showcase off a little bit of saber combat. Surprise, surprise. Where I am going to put away my lightsaber and then attack with it instantaneously. And this, I actually forget what I ended up naming the attack. Okay. After I discovered it. Oh, yep. Okay, cool. Nice. All right. So here, using the heavy repeater. So here, I'm going to force pull these droids, which is going to cause them to get flung forwards. Oh. Fine. And so there are 5 droids there. So you have a 20% chance on activating the console. It's another small portion of RNG in the run itself. It actually, honestly, does not affect the speed game itself too drastically. Okay. Okay. So upcoming here, I'm going to be going, after we get through the Vape Nation corridor, I am going to be going for a trick, which is known as Snakes on a Train. Shout out to you, Friendar. I love you, dude. So here's the Vape Nation corridor. I'm going to try and not vape. Oh, no, I vaped. All right. That's okay. That's okay. So Kyle's going to be a little bit drugged out here, which is totally fine. Don't do drugs, kids. And then we are going to be coming through. Whoops, I activated force speed. This is fine, I think. Yeah, this is fine. Okay, yeah, you know what? We're not going to do Snakes on a Train because my health is really low. So basically, Snakes on a Train is a meme trick. It doesn't save any time. It actually loses time. But just because my health is so low and I don't have Bactas, I need to go for some safety strats. So here, you can actually skip riding this train and like out strafe jump the train. But however, the door at the end of this tunnel doesn't open until this specific door actually arrives at it itself, which is very, very funny and very cool. Oh, nope. Okay, there we go. We got the key. Now we're going to come over. I literally cannot tell if I actually hit the button or not. Well, we hit it multiple times, so hopefully that's good enough. Oh, we actually don't need to hit that until... Okay, yeah, this is fine. Okay. So next is a really difficult jump here, where I actually have to let go of force jump before I hit over. If I miss it this next time, I'll just go for a backup. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's just go for the backup. So the backup is literally just landing down here and then jumping up. But this is like totally exactly what happens in like all of these types of speed games, where you have these tricks that actually just end up only saving tiny little bits of time. And so it's so impressive to see when top runners like Smash and Z-Tor and Lifeless end up like busting out all of these incredible tricks first try. Okay, cool. Oh, just barely not high enough. That's okay. Just have to ride the elevator. I am actually going to spend my force in order to heal up back to full. Cool. Okay, so up next is going to be a phone call to Mon Mothma, where we just punched in a phone number there in order to be able to call out to her in order to warn her that there is indeed an encroaching Imperial threat. And the funny thing about this cutscene here in particular is that after you enter this cutscene, it literally despawns like all of the enemies in this section, which is so incredibly nice. Cool. All right. So upcoming next is going to be Doom Detention, which is honestly going to be one of the scarier levels. In no way in part due to one particular runner who I absolutely have to shout out, who is known as Sphere MJ. So Sphere came from the Quake community, and they actually ended up modifying this game in order to make it more stable. So basically there used to be like a lot more crashes and a lot more things that would break in the game and stuff that wouldn't work. This level in particular is like, honestly, like one of the few levels. Oh boy, I'm so low on health. Yeah, I'm just going to heal for safety, and then we're going to wait for my force to recharge. So Sphere made an incredibly unintrusive mod, which basically means it didn't affect much of anything within the game. However, what the mod actually did end up doing was it fixed a lot of the aspects that were unstable about the game. This level, though, is like one of the few levels that still to this day has one of the aspects of the game that could potentially end up breaking the game and ruining the run for me. So if that happens, I do have a backup save ready. But here, without further ado, I'm going to get into a trick which is known as Spaceman. So I'm going to focus. So jumping into outer space. Yep. Okay, one more jump. Nice, and we get Spaceman first try. Let's go, dudes.
Good stuff.
Let's go. Hell yeah. But yeah, I'm just going to constantly be trying to just heal in order to like get through these sections in particular. This next section can be a little bit scary because we have to kill this officer for a key. And then I'm looking for a rocket trooper. I think I saw him. Oh no. Oh, that hurt. Okay. Oh no, I activated poor speed. Oh no. Okay. This is fine. I'm not going to backload. This is okay. So unlike Jedi Knight Academy, oh, I actually do need force. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna safety heal again. Okay, I did have a back though. Okay, that is nice. Yeah, this should be good. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Okay, so the reason why I was pausing for a sec is because upcoming here, I have to kill off a list of 2 enemies, and then, please die. And then utilizing force speed allows me to kill them much more easily. Okay, this one didn't want to cooperate, so I'm going to use multiplayer strats. Okay. Okay, all right, so here's the portion of the level. So if my game ends up crashing here, I'm going to have to load a backup save. So fingers crossed that we don't crash. If we do, it is... Oh, nope, I went way too far in the cutscene, but it looks good. It looks like everything is working perfectly. Yeah, this is great. Okay, perfect. Yeah, okay. Woo! All right, so we made it past the scary part, but that one cutscene in particular can just like end up locking your game, where even if you just like actually end up backloading back to a quick save, it doesn't change the game state itself, and it can cause a lot of problems. However, that did not happen. So here I just have to end up waiting for the cutscene to end. So I'm just going to stick my lightsaber in the wall in order to skip dialogue. And then once we see the screen fade to black, like it did there, that ends up skipping it. And now we can go into Doom Shields. So this level used to be the most difficult level, probably one of the longest levels. However, it was found that if we just stick in a seeker drone into the door itself in order to spawn it on the other side, that causes the seeker drone to end up triggering the end of the level itself. Which was massive. And there's been a lot of people who actually ended up contributing to the trick, but I believe it was first initially reported by a runner whose name is Elemental Guard. Cool. Okay, cool. So here now we are in the tail end of the run. This run only has about 3 to 4 more levels left in it. And it has some of honestly the coolest movement in the entire run, as I actually end up accidentally missing that jump. That's okay. That's a difficult one. But here, just jumping through, I'm just trying to end up spending my force at really specific intervals. So there in the bottom right-hand corner on the force meter, you'll notice that I'm completely out of force here. And that is all just planned out. I am really trying to only utilize my force at really specific areas of the level itself. So here I'm a little bit lower on force than I would like to be, but that's okay. So we're going to take the lower route. Ooh. Quick save here because of RNG. Nice. Okay, I am low on force. All right, that's okay. That's okay. So we might not be able to show off exactly the jump chain that I would normally like to show. I've already missed a few jumps. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. Okay. So, this level is actually my favorite level in the entire speed game, known as Gavin Canyon. Cool, nice. Okay, how's my force? Half, that's good. So here, what I'm trying to do also especially is not actually land in the water. If you land in the water, it actually devours some of your speed overall. But it's like so cool in like speed games like this in particular, where a lot of the optimizations aren't just in sort of like the turning, but also where you actually end up wanting to land. So in that level in particular, it was showcasing off a tech that's known as slope boosting, which I mentioned earlier in the run, where slopes will actually end up causing you to convert your vertical and horizontal speeds in particular. So if you land on a forward-facing slope, that like falling will cause you to end up getting more horizontal speed in the forward direction. And like inversely, if you actually end up landing on a back-facing slope, that will cause you to lose horizontal speed. So a lot of like consideration and stuff in routing isn't just how do I get around this corner, right? How do I get around this like one aspect, but it's also about like exactly where you want to land and why you want to land there, which is so incredibly cool to me. So here, really cool thing is that normally we actually have an arena, which is a list of enemies that we actually have to end up killing in order to be able to progress to the next portion. But just entering that cutscene, Dasan opens up the end of the mission for us, and we're just able to go through and get to the very end. Next here, major shout outs to a runner whose screen name is Vino, where in Jedi Knight Academy they discovered that if you end up jumping into a slope, it converts once again the horizontal and vertical. So jumping upwards causes us to end up being able to build more horizontal speed, which is so cool. There we go. Okay. So here we're going to activate 4 speeds. I'm off cycle. Okay, this is weird. This is okay. I think I did push the button when I thought I didn't. But it's fine. It worked out. It worked out. Okay, so get ready on time. And time.
GG.
Hiya.
That was awesome.
So, yo, thank you. A bit slower of a time than I would have wanted, but you know what? That's totally okay. This just happens in performances, and especially being under practiced, I still am really happy with what I was able to showcase today. So thank you, Jiggy, so much for having me on, man. It was such a pleasure.
You did awesome. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you.
It was so much fun to showcase this game. I'm so happy that you were able to do it and bring a little bit, just a little bit of the Jedi Knight series to the Oops All Star Wars weekend. But yeah, why don't you just tell everybody just a little bit about you, what you do on your show, and what people can expect?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Covert Muffin. If you don't know who I am, the quickest way to find my content is literally just Googling my name or go to GDQ VODs. And then you can see like all the past performances I've done for GDQ. I guess a fun story is that I was the first ever GDQ Hotfix runner. I
did not know that.
Yeah, fun fact. But but honestly, I don't really stream nearly as much as I used to anymore. But if I do, it's usually in order to get in preparation for some sort of performance. Games I've been speedrunning recently, Cadence of Hyrule I've been doing for fun, which is really funny because Jiggy, you were the host the last time I performed that.
Yeah.
But also, I tend to just like do tournaments and stuff like that. So if you want to check me out, twitch.tv/covert_muffin, or once again, you can just Google Covert Muffin and a bunch of stuff will come up that will pack you with many, many, many hours of performances and such. But that being said, I really need to massively shout out Brindar and Prasco, people who got me into the speed game. Once again, Sphere MJ, Smash, Ztor, Lifeless, pillars of the community, and absolute bosses on the leaderboards. There's so much amazing tutorial content for this game. So if you go to speedrun.com/JK2, you too can end up learning to try out maybe some speedrun tech, or maybe also speedrun the game itself. Like, everybody's so welcoming, super nice. So definitely check it out if you're interested in trying to speedrun the game. Don't hesitate.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Muffin. That was absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to see what you do next. When we come back, we are going to jump into Super Star Wars. So don't go anywhere. GDQ Hotfix, Oops, All Star Wars. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to GDQ Hotfix, Oops, All Star Wars weekend. My name is Jiggy. We only have 2 more runs for the day, but the next one and this one are absolutely incredible, and I really hope that you will stick around through it. But if you're sad about the fact that we only have 2 more runs, don't worry. Here on GDQ, we do all kinds of stuff. We have all kinds of different stuff that we do. In fact, we actually have the annual Sonic Hotfix event. It's back, the Sonic and Sega All-Stars live on June 14th through 15th at 12 p.m. Eastern. This year, we're expanding beyond just Sonic speedruns to include all kinds of iconic Sega franchises. You can type !Sonic in the chat for the full schedule and let us know what you're excited about. I'm definitely excited about that. We also have Frame Fatales' GDQ all-woman femme speedrunning community. They're prepping for Flame Fatales. Flame Fatales run submissions are open. They will be open from now until June 1st. So you can type !FF in the chat for the information on how to join the join the Discord and how to submit. I'm very excited for Fatales. It's gonna be a blast. But seriously, if you're interested in what we have going on here on the GDQ channel, you can actually go over to gamesdonequick.com and check out everything we got coming up. You can check out the Hotfix schedule. That's at gdq.gg/hotfix. And definitely check out what we have going on all throughout the week. All right, without further ado, we're going to jump into this Super Star Wars, but maybe not the way that you might remember it, with Allnak. Allnak, how are you?
Doing fantastic, thank you very much. Hello everyone, my name is Allnak. I'm a runner from several Star Wars games, and today I bring you something really special. And this is Super Star Wars. It's a platforming game that is set in the events of Episode 4: A New Hope, and it was originally released in the Super Nintendo back in 1992. That is not the version that we're going to be playing right now. This is actually an unreleased PC/DOS version that it was being developed by a Danish company called Brainbug from 1994 to 1995. And they got the green light by LucasArts to make this PC port, but unfortunately, because of a change of management in LucasArts and a shift of priorities, the project was cancelled in the very, very late stages of the development. A few years later, one of the latest builds of this version was leaked on the internet, which is the one that we'll be playing right now. So it's pretty much playable version. You can finish the game, and we're gonna start right away. So we're gonna play on easy difficulty, just like in the Super Nintendo versions are highly regarded as one of the hardest video games in the console. And by no means this version is as an exception. So we're gonna go right away. And 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So one of the main first things I want to point out, like right out of the gate, is that this is not a one-to-one port of the Super Nintendo version. So basically, LucasArts provided the source code of this game to this company. However, most of the assets, especially the graphical and sound assets, they weren't able to use them. So what this company did is to remake all the graphical assets. For example, the backgrounds, the sprites of the characters, and special effects, and also the music, which is completely different from the Super Nintendo version. So think of it more of a remaster, so to speak, which is something really weird to see back in the mid-90s. So in case you haven't seen this before, this is a platforming game. You go from the left to the right, and you fight a couple of enemies, reach the boss fight, and you finish done with the level. And the first thing I will be doing is grabbing some power-ups. I have a gun, a blaster, and I have five levels of power-ups I need to pick. So my mission right now is trying to get to the highest power-up level right as quick as possible. So we have here the first boss fight. This is the Sarlacc pit. Sort of a spoiler from the movies because this creature shows up like later in the movies, but they decided to put it like right over here. They really take some liberties with some of the enemies in this game.
Again, it's like my favorite part of A New Hope is when Luke on Tatooine just shoots a giant Sarlacc monster. It totally
exactly. Yeah,
it blows
definitely.
up.
Exactly. All right, so that's the first level, and now we are gonna head towards the second level, which is a vehicle section. So, all three Super Star Wars games are also popular because they are sort of a hybrid. Like it's a mix of like on-foot sections, you run-of-the-mill platformer, and also vehicle sections, like this one, the speeder bike. So Super Star Wars as a speedrun is very infamous for being a very luck-based run, and this is one of the great examples of it. So we had to kill 10 Jawas here, and the position and where they spawn is completely random. When they spawn, it's also completely random. So you are hoping here the enemies start spawning right in front of you, so they are completely lined up to your shots, which didn't happen there. They got spread out, and I had to reposition myself in order to kill them. But I did it, so now we are going towards the Suncrawler. The only thing here is that I need to shoot down these moisture farms to refill my fuel. We're doing right now, and then we're good to go. And after this is one level that I think a lot of people remember, quote-unquote fondly. So we are making our way here, and the trigger is right there. So this is the Suncrawler level. In this level, pretty much you had to climb up all the Suncrawler and reach the top to finish the level. Now, Jiggy, I have a question for you.
I might have an answer.
Yeah, have you watched The Mandalorian before, right?
I have, in fact, watched The Mandalorian.
Yeah, do you remember one scene where the Mandalorian is climbing up the Suncrawler to recover his ship parts?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. It's kind of similar to this a little bit.
I actually, I could see that. Maybe they got inspiration from this level from the Super Nintendo or this game.
Exactly. My very first impression when I watched the TV show and I saw that episode, I was like, did Dave Filoni actually watch this or play this game back in his younger days? Because it's oddly similar. And also, there's another episode where they have like the Great Dragon like fighting and the Sand People, which is 100% taken from KOTOR. So it's not really far-fetched to see that they were inspired by this game.
That's the one thing I love about Star Wars is that they are never afraid. Well, some of the producers at Star Wars are never afraid to reference material that is just decades old or super niche from like the possibility of it being like taken from this. I think you're right. Like I think it's not a zero chance that episode was inspired or that segment was inspired by this level, you know?
Exactly. Yeah, and there's for example, in the Solo movie as well, there's a reference to Terra's Kasi, which is this very not great fighting game from the PS1 era.
No, oh my God, come on, Masters of Terra's Kasi. They're great. It's great. It's great.
All right. So we are now making it to the top here, and we're gonna grab the next blaster power up, so we can have the blaster on level 4. And we're gonna slide out here. One thing you're gonna notice me doing a lot here is sliding. That's the quickest way of movement in this game. And before I finish the level, I need to grab this power up here. Nice. All right. So now we are inside the Suncrawler, and these are very tight corridors with several enemies. I have the power up, which is called the Rapid Onion, which shoots really fast and is very efficient in this level because for some certain specific enemies that are going to show up only in this level. One thing I haven't mentioned is that every single time I kill one of these enemies, they drop a little heart. That's to recover my health. But also there's a small chance they can drop some power-ups. For example, the shields, which protect me from damage, the time bonus there, which is completely relevant, and health swords, which increases my health bar significantly, and also something called thermal detonators, which are really important in this run, and I'm going to explain that later on, because it's the thing that makes at least this version of the run really special. All right, so we are making
interesting. It is interesting that there is a time element in this game. Like they said, well, Mario did it, so I guess we gotta do it.
Yeah, it's like a very old concept. Definitely.
Yeah.
All right, so this is the reason why I have this power up. These turrets are really hard to hit with the other weapons, but with this one, it's like just a walk in the park. And the good thing is that they also gave me a lot of health back. So the climbing here is a little rough. All right, I have to try to avoid getting hit by these crushers because they do a ton of damage. And now we are going to go to this mini-boss fight, which I'm going to show some very cool glitch that's also present in the Super Nintendo version. This is called a slide cancel. As you can see, the projectiles there didn't hit my character. So basically what happens there is that if you do a slide and you cancel it with an attack prompt, the hitbox is still, the game recognizes that I have the slide hitbox, which is way smaller than when I'm standing up. So that's what happens there. It's really helpful to like fight enemies and not take any damage. All right, so we are in Jawenko. This is a boss fight that you don't see in the Super Nintendo version because it's skippable. However, here we had to fight it, but it's really straightforward. Also, it's really nerfed in this version as opposed to Super Nintendo because if you fall into the lava here, and this version is only just a few ticks of damage as opposed to just dying, which is what happens in the Super Nintendo version.
Again, it's I just remember, my favorite part of A New Hope is when Luke invades the Jawa Sandcrawler and fights Kraid from Metroid at the end of it.
Oh yeah, and killing a lot of Jawas in the process as well, yeah, just to recover the droids.
By killing every Jawa.
Yeah. All right, so this is the very first roadblock in the speedrun, and there's gonna be a couple of platforming sections that are really, really hard to try to get without dying.
Wait, are those swamp rats?
Yes, they are worse. That's correct. They are very tiny ones. Yeah. So I'm gonna kill a lot of enemies here in hopes that they will drop more thermal detonators. Unfortunately, only the humanoids enemies usually drop these power-ups. For example, they're the Wombrats, they won't drop anything aside from the small heart. So this is the very first platforming section that's a pain in the butt. This one is really simple. Ooh, I almost even made it there. I jumped super far away. That's the very first one. The second one is definitely the hardest one because there's going to be these flying enemies that I'm going to just try to push me off the platforms, and their pattern is completely random. So let's see what pattern I'm gonna get here. Let's try it. I'm gonna focus a little bit here. The only thing I can do is just shoot up and just pray here. Oh, there we go. As you can see, they pushed me forward there. So I'm gonna give another shot here.
Oh, you lose your power up when you.
Exactly, that's the main thing.
Yeah.
That's why you need to like waste and try to do this part deathless. And this is like the only part where you can like actually die. Fortunately though, later on I can recover my power-ups. Alright, second try, that's fine. And that's Obi-Wan. His only appearance in this game. He's not a playable character, he only shows up here to give me my father's lightsaber, which is here. And the lightsaber is it does a lot of damage. However, if I had the level 5 power up, I would be using like the blaster instead. But since I don't have it, I'm gonna use my blaster in combination with my lightsaber.
What a game, man!
Yeah.
What a game.
Also, yeah, everything in this game explodes, even the organic things. So
I mean, this is not the only time we will see exploding. Oh my God, what are they called? Chat. What are they?
Nice.
What are the banthas?
The banthas.
I think they're called banthas.
Yeah, the banthas.
Yeah, exploding banthas.
Yeah, everything explodes in this game.
Rogue Squadron.
The Tuscans as well.
In Rogue Squadron 2, the banthas do explode on Tatooine.
Oh yeah, the Stormtroopers as well, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll really say here because these banthas do a lot of damage, melee damage. So in this level is basically how to use your lightsaber tutorial, which what exactly I mean by that is that in the final boss of this stage, and you are supposed to use the lightsaber, because if you try to use the blaster, the enemy has a lot of resistance to blaster and shots. Okay, we made for that. And now, so the idea there is to use your blasters in combination with your lightsaber. Nice. I'm getting pretty good drops in thermal detonators, which I'm gonna use them like later on in the run. Alright, so since we lose our power, unfortunately this boss fight is gonna go away a little bit slower than usual. I'm gonna go here and grab this is just for safety, and I'm gonna start shooting the enemy here. So, as you mentioned, this is Wombat, and here's the big Wombat.
Oh, what? It's a mutant Wombat.
Yeah. Don't you remember that part in the movie?
I'm telling chat. I gotta tell chat. So, all right, everyone knows the big thing for me when I think about Star Wars is, you know, it's all legends. It's a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. We don't know what really happened, but these games, and if you've ever played a game called Apprentice of the Force, my headcanon is that it takes place like, I don't know, sometime after this movie or after New Hope or even after Jedi, and Luke's like drunk. He's drunk on blue milk in a cantina somewhere, and there's people and they're asking him to tell the story of how he blew up the Death Star. And this entire story is him drunk retelling the story. You know, he's just like, oh, I took out a mutant womp rat, and then my speeder bike has, or my speeder has guns on it, and I had to take out hundreds of guys, and it was incredible. Like that's my headcanon, everyone. I live by that.
Everything is true from a certain point of view. All right, so this is the other vehicle section. This is the second spear section. It's way longer because we had to kill 20 Jawas instead of 10. So we did that, unfortunately. That was a decent RNG. The enemies like spawn like right in front of me. So these are called the Mode 7 sequences. The Mode 7 are like these 3D-like sequences that you see in many Super Nintendo platformers and also JRPGs. And a developer of this company developed a Mode 7 version for PC or DOS, which is the main reason why they got the project in the first place, to recreate Super Star Wars on PC. Alright, so now we are in Mos Eisley, and this is the part where I need to re-grab my power-ups. So, I've been talking a lot about thermal detonators, why they are so important. So, this is the biggest difference between the Super Nintendo version and the PC version. The thermal detonators, pretty much, when you activate one of them, it kills pretty much everything that's on the screen, right? So in the Super Nintendo version, you only have like a few seconds after you grab them to use them. Otherwise, they expire. You can no longer use them. That is not the case in the PC version. In the PC version, we can actually save them, like as you can see in the upper right corner of the screen. I have 2 at the moment right now. And so the idea in this version is that you need to farm a lot of thermal detonators and using the very specific parts of the run, obviously mostly in boss fights, to do several like quick kills. And that's the biggest difference between across versions, along with the fact that there's no lag in the screen right now. So the idea here is to grab like several thermal detonators and then go to the boss fight and just kill them in a few like seconds. And unfortunately, as I mentioned though, the only way to grab like thermal detonators is by enemy drops. However, there's a few hidden stats in this level, which if you know where they are, you can get them like there. That was like it was inside that crate. So now I have 6, which is a very good amount for the rest of the game. And then if I get like more for enemy drops, we're good. All right, this level went pretty well. The spikes down below are really annoying because even if you stay a little bit longer, they do a ton of damage. All right, so we are now reaching to the part where we can select our characters. For this run, we're gonna be playing a lot with Luke Skywalker, outside from like one level where we had to play with Chewbacca. And now we are in the cantina with the great song that in every cantina section in any Star Wars games plays.
Again, I remember the part where Luke just mows down criminals in the cantina.
Exactly.
It's just part of the. It's not that he was scared or anything, and Obi-Wan had to do it.
Yeah. All right, so this level is sort of like a beat 'em up section in the way the enemies show up. So I cannot progress until I kill all the enemies in a certain part. So now, okay, it's a power up. Okay, rapid ion, nice. Only one more power up and we're good to go. We are back on plasma. So yeah, in this part you just need to remember where the enemies spawn. Sometimes you have to go all the way to the right in order for some enemies to spawn to the left. Also, you grab the health sword. As you can see, my health bar is increasing as well. That's going to be very useful for the boss fight too, because they do a lot of damage as well. Alright. And one of these enemies should have my very last blaster power up, so we are going to be back on plasma. There we go, that one. Okay, we're good to go. And now we're gonna fight this enemy. Since I only have 6 thermal detonators, I'm supposed to have like 7 here. I'm gonna play it just safe here and just kill it in the old-fashioned way. The main reason for that is that in the final like boss fights of this run, they have a huge amount of health. So those are the ones that are taking priority when it comes to like using quick detonators for quick kills. All right.
I'm kind of disappointed it's not the you'll be dead.
Oh yeah, that would have been great instead of the guy who shows in the play and the board.
Yeah. Yes, there was a giant monster in the cantina, everyone. I don't know what this is part of the movie. I don't know what you're all talking about. So
now we are escaping the Mos Eisley. And in this level, this is the part where I start like doing quick kills with the thermal detonators, because if I don't do it, otherwise this boss fight is gonna be like extremely slow. So I'm playing with Luke Skywalker right now, as I mentioned. We're gonna be seeing a lot of Luke here outside from like one level. And the reason for that is that Luke is the faster character. His slides are definitely faster than the other character movements. The only downside is that his health bar is like really extremely low, so I gotta be careful with my health management.
That was my question. Was it, does Han or Chewie have any like different?
Exactly. Yes, he does. Chewie has a larger health bar, and also it starts off with the second power up. And on top of that, he also jumps higher, which is gonna come in handy later on. And Han, sadly for Han fans, he's not gonna show up in this game. He's gonna be on the silence. Because he doesn't have any benefits on doing the wrong with that character.
He's just a reskin of Luke that can't use the lightsaber.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah. Although he shows up in the sequel of this game, on the speedrun of the Super Empire Strikes Back. There you can play with Han.
Did they make PC versions of all of them or just the first one?
No, only they got to make this one, unfortunately, because the project was cancelled. Alright, so we are making through here. My health is kind of low, but unfortunately for me, it's hit hard here. Alright, so for this boss fight, you're supposed to kill all the turrets before you can apply damage to the boss, but we can just use a couple of tornadoes and that first phase is completely gone, and now I can just shoot straight to this enemy, to the boss here, and that's it. Awesome. So now we are going to the Death Star levels, and these levels are really tricky in platforming, especially this one. Another thing about this version is that you are locked playing with Luke Skywalker here. In the Super Nintendo version, they actually gave you had a chance to choose which character to play, and a lot of people play here with Chewbacca because he jumps higher. We don't have that luxury here. We had to play with Luke, which is the fastest character, but in these jumps, we need to just jump over these big, huge gaps. The jumps are way tighter, so it's a bit scary. So this part, I need to go here. I can jump through those gaps from the bottom, but they are really precise jumps. That's almost like pixel perfect. So the first part is you have this TIE fighter just flying through the screen, and if you have a very good bad timing jumping through here, you're gonna get body block and you're gonna fall into the pit here. And for the second part here, there's gonna be a couple of stormtroopers that are gonna show up. And the idea here is that I'm gonna let them spawn before I do these big jumps. Otherwise, if I try to jump without them spawning, there's a very likely chance that in the middle of the jump, they decide to spawn right in front of me, they body block me, and I'm just gonna fall into the pit. So just to play safe here, I'm gonna wait until this guy spawns. Oof. There we go, yeah. It's a very long section. Also, the boss fight here is also very luck-based. But since we have the thermal detonators, we can speed it up quite significantly. Alright, so... Alright, my health is good, so I can just keep going here without having concern about refilling my health. And now we're in the very last part of this stage, which is pretty much the same, with the only exception having being these turrets that are showing in the pits. Okay, nice. Just making sure that the stormtroopers don't block my way, because it would be terrible. Nice. So now we're playing in this boss fight. So what I want here is that this enemy exposes his weak point, like this, and just use 2 thermal detonators, and that's it. Nice. And the pattern in which they open their weak point is completely random, so I got a release and arrange it here. Alright, so we are now in the detention center. We are going to rescue Princess Leia. And this level is pretty straightforward, with the only section being those crushes over there. You are in the middle of there, and that thing goes down, you are going to die immediately, so you gotta be really careful. The only other issue here is that there is no blaster power-ups, and most of the enemies here are droids, which means that they're not gonna drop any power-ups. So I gotta be careful with my health management as well. But luckily there's a few enemies here that they drop huge healths. We have a big spider there. As I mentioned, they took some liberty with the enemies in this game. But you're gonna see a very good example later on, because of course in this game you cannot have Darth Vader or I don't know, Tarkin as a boss fight in every single stage. So what they do a lot here is that they take inanimate objects and they make it a boss fight. And sure enough, the tractor beam that we're gonna see in the next level is an actual boss fight.
Again, my headcanon is Luke was just like, rescue the princess, I had to blow up the tractor beam.
Exactly.
And it was a giant droid. Like,
all right. So we're on the last stretch here. I have 5 thermal detonators, but I'm gonna save those for the next the next fight, which is the tractor beam itself. Although because it's a very slow fight, you don't have detonators, so I'm gonna do this in the old-fashioned way again. So we are fighting a detention guard boss. I don't know what that thing is. Sometimes some of the stormtroopers are gonna show up here. There's a very slow, quick second phase here, and we are nice. And here's Princess Leia, with a very flattering face, as you can see there. She's not very happy to see me. And now this is the only part when we're gonna play with Chewbacca. Because, as I mentioned before, Chewbacca has a better jump height, and in this level it's a climbing section, a huge, long climbing section with a lot of verticality in it. So we gotta make all the way to the top to fight the tractor beam. And if you fall here, you don't die, but you still have to climb back up. So as experience, it's like really bad. So we gotta wait for these platforms, and there is a strat that allows you to manipulate these platforms so they show up when you want to. I haven't learned it yet. I'm sure I know it's possible in this version, but I haven't got the time yet to learn it. And it really speeds things up quite a bit here. So the only thing I got to keep in mind here is try to keep my health in a try not to die here with the shots. Otherwise, there's not much to talk about here. We're usually doing a big, huge climb. The idea here is that we're gonna reach the tractor beam, and as soon as the thing shows up, and you're gonna use my 5 remaining detonators, and it's gonna destroy the tractor beam. So yeah, and you get to do this as Chewbacca.
Just climbing. Just get to play as Chewbacca climbing up.
Exactly.
Well, I'll take this quick minute here to thank everyone that supports the GDQ Hotfix channel with your subs, your Prime Gaming subs, your gift subs, your bits. All those contributions go to helping us run shows like this. So if you enjoy Oops All Star Wars, or you like any of the shows that we run each week on the channel, definitely consider becoming a subscriber. Your support is really, really the only way we can keep doing this. So thank you for everybody that is a sub, or anybody that got gifted one. So definitely consider doing that. If you do become a sub, you get access to ad-free viewing, you get access to our emotes across the internet, and you get to talk during the replays. You get to talk during our replays, and of course during SGDQ coming up. All right, here we are. It's the boss time.
And there we go. And it's gone.
Oh.
Yeah. So pretty much you get to the top there, and you use the 5 remaining detonators, and you make short work of the boss. And now we're in the fight in the end. So yeah, we completely skipped the duel. That's why I mentioned that Obi-Wan is not a playable character. Apparently the duel happened in one of the cutscenes. So we're going straight to the Death Star battle. And in the very first phase, you need to kill 10 TIE fighters and 10 towers, which we're doing here. And just like in the Jawa section, this is completely RNG. If they are completely spread out, you're gonna lose a lot of time, and this is case in point, because I'm getting that RNG right now. When else do I need? Tower. Okay, nice. There we go. And now we are for the trench run, and this is the major difference with the Super Nintendo version. This was completely overhauled. And the Super Nintendo version, you are in the cockpit, you have the counter that's going down, and you have several TIE fighters shooting at you, and then at the end Vader, and then you're done. This one is a little bit longer. The first phase is these TIE fighters that they do absolutely nothing to you, and then we have these sections where we need to avoid these things. And then we have to do that thing twice again.
Rogue Squadron 2 looking a little weird.
Oh yeah, it looks like a remake, come to think of it.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, it's awesome that this exists, though. It's really cool.
Yeah.
Mode 7 trench run.
Exactly. The only drawback, and it's like the huge like drawback of this version, is that this section is like around a minute 20 slower than the Super Nintendo version. So even though in the rest of the game it's like it's technically faster than the Super Nintendo, this is the part where it's like evens things out. So yeah, we're almost done here. We gotta go to the end, fight Vader, hopefully not lose any health before I arrive the Vader fight. And you can see in this part that this is the part where the game was it looks like it shows that the game wasn't completely done. For example, like the TIE fighters are not shooting straight to me, and I can just sit down here and just spam my shots and I will be fine. This is just like a safe spot. Okay, and now for the last stretch, this is pretty much the same, but now things speed up. Oh boy, I have a hard time like learning this when I was learning this version, because I'm playing with you playing this with inverted controls, and that was really difficult to like get used to. Ooh, okay, free HP.
I like that. It's kind of like a bonk. It's like bonk. It's not.
Yeah, bonk.
You don't die. You just bonk.
Yeah, and you can hear the bonk as well. All right. So I have free HP. This is all right. I had to do like the very safe the Vader fight as well, though. Usually you're gonna reach that part with 5 HP, so you can like take the damage from Vader and just fight him straight. But yeah, I'm gonna take it. I'll leave it slowly here. So Vader is just a huge bullet sponge. You have to like kill him and shoot him until he's done, and need to avoid the green. That's literally it.
I like that he's flying backwards.
Yeah, exactly. I have proton torpedoes as well, but those are part of the mission. Unfortunately, they don't apply damage to enemies, so I cannot use them here. You need to save them for the end. So yeah, time is coming up. Vader's about to be gone. Any second. Okay, there we go. And shoot the proton torpedoes, and we are good to go. And time. There we go.
GG.
GG's. What a great run. Awesome.
That was awesome.
And
Thank you so much.
Yeah, great shot, kid. That's what was 1 in a million. This is just like in the Super Nintendo version. And here you can see as well that the cutscenes also were reworked. They are less pixelated. They're completely done from scratch. This is one of the examples here. But yeah, this says that was Super Star Wars. It's a really interesting speedrun to run this version specifically. I had a lot of fun with it. And yeah, thank you so much, Jiggy and the GDQ crew for organizing this event. It's really cool to see several Star Wars runners. Some of them have been running their games for like over a decade already, so it's pretty cool. Like even to this day, we can like come together and do speedruns.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Alnak, for being a part of this and showcasing a true classic in a fun new way too. I don't know how many people have seen the DOS version of this game, so pretty awesome. Thanks again for showcasing this. Why don't you just tell everybody at home just a little bit about you and where they can find you and what you've been up to on your streams?
Yeah, sure. You can find me on twitch.tv/Alnek. I run several Star Wars games. I am currently going to be grinding this game for a little bit longer. I am also playing through several Super Nintendo games for a multi-game race that's going to happen in a few weeks. After that, I'm going to be relearning Star Wars Dark Forces, because one of my major, or like one of the goals that I have for the rest of the year is try to do an speedrun all 5 Jedi Knight Dark Forces games back to back, and sort of like an anthology run. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. But yeah, that's the only thing I want to plug. I think we're good to go.
That would be awesome. That's going to be so cool. Thanks so much again, Alnak. I really appreciate you showcasing this. All right, everybody. How we doing? How we doing? Are we doing good? We feeling good? Type 1 in the chat if you're having a good time. I hope that you're all ready. We are going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we are going to jump into Star Wars Outlaws. But I have a mission for you all. I have a mission for you all. Everyone listen up. I have a mission for you during the break, okay? All right. During the break, what I want you to do is I want you to join the GDQ Discord, okay? I'm going to post the link in the chat right now. And what you're going to do is you are going to go in there and you're going to type 1, the number 1, in the general chat room, okay? That's what you're going to do. And if you do, I will give you a Star Wars medal, just like what Luke and Han just got for blowing up the Death Star. Well, go do that during the break, and we will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the GDQ Hotfix Oops All Star Wars weekend. This is it. This is the final run of the event, and I am pumped about it. I am super excited. My name is Jiggy, and I've been hanging out with you all weekend. All weekend, we've been hanging out celebrating Star Wars speedrunning. So what better way to wrap up our whole weekend of Star Wars speedruns than with the most recent Star Wars game made by Ubisoft, Star Wars Outlaws. This is the GDQ premiere of Star Wars Outlaws any %. So so I'm ready to rock and roll here. Z Money Train, are you ready? How you doing?
I'm good. I'm ready to take us home, finishing out this marathon.
This is a very, very exciting game, and this is once again the first showcase of this on the GDQ channel. So I am definitely excited about it. Tell us what we're about to see, and we also have Ashley here, who's going to be doing some commentating for us.
Yeah. So it's just running through the main story of the game. There's been a lot of patches since launch, and they've cleaned up a lot of bugs and things like that. But we are still able to do some glitches and skips here and there. So hoping to show off some of the skips I've come up with. The record holder pretty much does the run glitchless, but I was able to find some skips here and there. But we'll see if we can get a good time.
All right, I say let's get rocking and rolling whenever you are.
All right, sounds good. Time's going to start when I'm able to start moving, so we're going to skip a couple cutscenes here, and then the time will start.
Yeah. So yeah, let me tell you about cutscene skips first. Cutscene skips are like you get the prompt to skip a cutscene at a very strange point, and we used to have to remember when you should be holding F to skip it. Until I think it was Z Bunny who discovered like there is an accessibility setting that lets you. So time starts now. There is an accessibility setting where you don't have to hold buttons. So it's for people who have like pain in their fingers if they have to hold buttons, and that lets us just spam the skip button, which makes it easier.
When I win, I'm gonna buy a place by the truck.
So yeah, in the story, we just skipped a cutscene where a man named Sliro, who owns a crime syndicate called Zarek Bash, just murdered a bunch of representatives from the Hot Cartel, Crimson Dawn, and the Pikes. So if you know any of any Star Wars lore, you know that he has a lot of guts to do that. All right, so here we have our first major glitch. So this one was found by Z Money. If you limit your game to 30 FPS and you keep pressing forward while standing against a very thin wall, you can clip through it. So I'm not sure if you can see it, but you can see that there is a FPS counter that's stuck at 30. And that's the reason for it.
Yeah, I could toggle back and forth, but I'm just decided to keep it at 30 the whole run, just for easier play.
Yeah. So our main character here needs to have her data spike, which is basically her lockpick, repaired, which is why Z-Money had to pickpocket a bunch of people.
Yeah,
and here we
changed the routing there a little bit. Yeah. There's a lot of little areas where you can go out of bounds. If you time your jumps correctly, you can grab ledges and stuff.
Exactly. Yeah, this was one of the first one that was found. This one was found by Meta quite early, right after the game came out. So this skips a whole bunch of it skips the lockpick tutorial, and you can see like
You're just going through. There's no doors. Doors don't matter. Even in 2025, walls are but a humble suggestion here on the Games Done Quick channel.
Definitely.
Exactly. Yeah, so there was a tutorial for making Nyx press the button to open the door, but yeah, you can just clip through it. And here we have to get the Club Tarsus key card, but you know, since when do we comply with the laws of physics?
Yeah, some clips are a little finicky, but for the most part, you can kind of change your angle a little bit and just keep tapping forward, and you should clip right through.
Yeah. All right, so here, if you open that door, you will be given the stealth takedown tutorial, but that takes time, so we can just clip through it.
Grab the identity card and disappear.
And here we have the lockpicking minigame. So if you get the game right now, it is sort of a rhythm challenge, like a small rhythm challenge. That is the lockpicking minigame for this game. But they really wanted to make this game very accessible. So if you don't have any rhythm, you can just turn on a setting that makes you be able to click it anytime. So you can just like spam the click button and you will pick it really quickly. And this game actually was nominated for a Game Awards for innovation and accessibility. And as speedrunners, we make good use of that.
I think that you can also do that with splicing, which is like it's not a rhythm, it's like a puzzle mini game as well, right?
Oh,
Yes,
yeah, for
exactly.
the hacking, the little consoles for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sort of a Wordle type mini game. And if you're not good at that, like me, you can skip it.
Okay, we got the identity card. The hook.
So here you can see Z-Money is doing a lot of sliding and then jumping. And when you sprint and then slide, you maintain a lot of your momentum. You get a little speed boost when you slide. And then if you jump at the end of that, you get kind of launched forward. So that is the fastest way of movement without the speeder, because we currently don't have the speeder.
No Bram. Good. That's a conversation.
So
During
in
some
the
of my
story,
attempts, someone said that looks like Fortnite sliding, and I can't unsee it now.
Oh no. I thought it looked kind of like the Warframe sliding.
Oh, yeah. I can see that.
So yeah, we're playing as Kate S. She is an outlaw, as you may have guessed. And she's living in Kanto Bight in the workers' district, so she's kind of poor, and she really wants to get off of this planet. So she just stole from a criminal gang. She just stole a bunch of identity cards to get off the planet. And right now what we were supposed to do is have a big like platforming challenge, but if you clip through it, you get this really weird out of bounds area, and you can walk right into the cutscene trigger for where you're supposed to end up.
I like that they were like, no one's gonna be back here. What if we just make big spikes? Big dirt spikes.
Exactly. Yeah.
This game has pretty aggressive checkpoint systems, so we can't do any major skips, but there's a lot of little skips we can do like that throughout the run, which hopefully we can show off all of the ones I've found and come up with. But the intro is where a lot of the main looking was happening at the start, and that's where the world record run does a lot of this out of bounds pathing and stuff. But the rest of the run's pretty glitchless for the most part.
Yeah. So yeah, I feel like most of the skips were found by Z-Money, because I feel like he's a really good glitch hunter. The one where you jump into the bush and then you can hang on to the cliff was the one kind of skip that I found. That was my biggest contribution to the game.
And DLC just came out for this game last week, actually. Pirates Fortune DLC.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one. It not only added the missions and new area to explore, but it also added some quality of life improvements where you can shoot on the speeder. And you can also carry some of the bigger weapons you pick up throughout different missions. Normally, when you leave combat zones, you drop your weapons you pick up, but now you're able to carry them for as long as you want.
Yeah.
It also added Hondo Onaka. We love Hondo Onaka.
We do love Hondo. So here is like one of the more unfortunate things that these newer patches brought. We used to be able to skip this cutscene, and we can no longer do that. And there used to be a way where you like, if you skip this cutscene, the screen would turn to black, and you could, you had like a good 3 seconds of blind movement you had to do.
Oh yeah.
Which I was also really bad at.
Yeah. You had to do the intro prompt there where it tells you to use Nick's ability to scan the area, and if you didn't do that before the black screen, it wouldn't like let you move until you did that. So it was like
has to be getting power from
I'd be moving, thinking I was moving for the first like 3 or 4 seconds, and then I'd end up still be standing behind the railing there.
30 FPS really does help you here with this whole clipping thing.
Exactly, yeah, and it doesn't spawn the enemies if you don't turn off that barrier. And Z-Money's going to try a really difficult skip right here, which is what we call the elevator skip. We used to be able to, oops. Right. We used to be able to do this with a glitch called aim clip, where you like aimed and then like kind of like spammed aim, and then it made you clip through a wall. That was patched out, but this 30 FPS clip isn't. So what he's going to try to do here is clip into this wall, and then sort of sidle. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful. And now he's going to try to fall into the elevator, hit the trigger for... Did you get it?
Yep, we got it.
Wow.
Wonderful.
Claps in the chat for that one.
Exactly. Yeah, that is difficult.
That is like the only way you can do that as well, because of the way you fall. Any other pathing wouldn't hit the checkpoint as you fall.
Exactly. So here he's gonna clip through the corner and end up in that room behind the door there.
That's being finicky. There we go.
Yeah, that works. So here we can see like a good example of what Z-Money was talking about like all the checkpoints. So here there wasn't an enemy over there, and then he has to walk to this door, walk back, and now there is an enemy there, and he can continue.
Now, I know that this game is still relatively new on the leaderboards, and you are all still hunting and everything, and but I know that this planet specifically has its own category right now, right?
Yeah, yes. Just the intro category. So from the start of the game up until we're getting in the ship and leaving the planet is where that category ends.
I guess this is where let's get it open.
Exactly, and that was kind of because the run is, 4.5 hours. We wanted to make it a little bit more accessible and a little bit more fun for people. We have also thought about like doing only Planet X, but it's a little bit difficult because like you can like what have you unlocked when you start that planet, etc.
Yeah, it seems like it would have to be a PC only thing where we had specific save files set up or something.
I would want I would want specific syndicate categories like Crimson Dawn Max or something like that, because
that'd be interesting.
Cool.
That'd be pretty fun.
I like that. That's a good idea.
For certain syndicates.
Yeah, because like if anybody does not know and you have not played Star Wars Outlaws yet, we'll get to it later, and I'm sure that the Z-Money will talk about it. But this game has a very unique feature where you have a reputation system based on different criminal syndicates, but there's like a meter, and doing specific things makes some of your reputation go up and down with specific syndicates. So I don't know. It'd be pretty cool if you had like max hut or max, because you'd be doing so many different missions.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good idea.
Okay, next new plan. We're gonna steal that ship and fly it.
All right, so we catch you up on the story. So
Me too.
Kay got detected by Sixskin. So Sixskin was kind of like gunning for her. So she was like, "Oh, I have to leave right now," and she was joining a big score where a bunch of people wanted to steal from Sliro and Zarek Bash, and she did get into the vault, but it happened to only have a rebel in there, and it turns out they were rebels. So she didn't get any money, so now she is trying to get the heck out of there and steal this ship.
Yeah, and the rebels kind of abandoned her, so she's not particularly fond of rebels or Empire currently.
Exactly. Yeah. So this is where the first category would stop. When you hit the last prompt to make the ship fly.
No. Work, you piece of scrag.
So I didn't talk about Nyx yet. So yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'll take anywhere.
So you see the little axolotl cat dog creature. So that is a cute little creature called Nyx. He and Kay are best friends, and you can use Nyx to kind of scan the area, like in Assassin's Creed, like the little sense ping. You can make him pickpocket people. You can make him jump on a stormtrooper's helmet to distract them. He's kind of your partner in crime, and he's also adorable.
Well, that was pretty close to your PB though. There, Z Money Train for Canto Bite.
Yeah.
That was that was 9 seconds. 9 seconds behind your PB. Pretty good.
Okay.
Or at least the one you have on
On the leaderboards, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Good work handling.
All right, so here we have K Speeder, which is gonna let us go very fast. C Money, do you like the speeder or do you hate it?
Depends. There's sometimes when I crash and it's not a very fun time.
I was gonna say my one feedback for Ubisoft is could the speeder not crash when I run into a little like a pebble?
Yeah.
I've crashed on things that don't exist.
Exactly.
For a vehicle that hovers, I would have thought some rocks I could avoid, but sometimes you hit a rock and it's a good 10 seconds or so lost each time, it feels like.
I've also run into that specific space cow right there.
Yeah.
So right here, Z Money, you're showcasing right there the L blaster. That wasn't in the game at launch. That they added that. I think if I remember correctly, the only way for you to shoot blasters was to use your bullet time ability.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
And what do I call you?
It's Kay.
All right, Kay. You'll find Gorak upstairs in McCall's.
Yeah, and that is a very big,
So you can't miss it.
very big quality of life improvement.
Mm-hmm. One thing that they also did in this game from launch that I thought was a major, like a very, very good change, but also it did affect some stuff, was a lot of the missions that were required to be stealth missions are no longer required to be stealth missions. If you want to, you can just go in and go blasting.
Yeah.
Which is awesome that they give you that choice. It made the game a lot more fun for me when I picked it back up to finish. But I also remembered, like, I realized that, I would start doing the mission, stealth mode wise. And then all of a sudden I would just, all right, I got spotted. I guess we're blasting now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is true.
Which is fun. What's
it's
fun, but yeah.
Yeah. They also the stealth used to be really difficult, and they patched that. I think that was one of the first patches was to make stealth a lot less. Like they used to be able to spot you really easily, and they patched that out. So yeah, like the game got a lot of bad reviews at the start because of glitches, because of quality of life things.
Yeah.
And yeah, and they made the game a lot better. It is also available on Steam now, which it wasn't before. And yeah, so like if you look at this game and you think it looks fun, I highly encourage you to pick it up. Alright, so this is kind of a funny bit. You have to lockpick this bit, and then you can crawl into the vent to get into the elevator over there. But it is actually faster to just, do this.
Clip through it. It's funny though that you have to unlock the like you said about that checkpoint system.
Yeah, it won't update until you interact with that console. So we do that real quick, and then we can just turn around and clip through the door.
All right. So yeah, Kay just landed on Toshara, which is a planet that was actually invented for this game. And because she needs to repair the ship that she just crashed to get off of here, she needs to make a lot of money fast. So she is going to befriend Gorak of the Pikes. And that didn't go very well. And now some mysterious stranger is giving her a mission to steal something from the Pikes.
Oh, I got the bad.
And because oh, that sucks. Yeah. And because like the crawling through vents, there's a lot of crawling through vents in this video game. But because it is quite slow, it's faster to just clip through a bunch of the geometry. We still need to clip through, we still need to like crawl through a lot of vents. But, and there is one way to speed it up a little bit, which is rolling into the vents, which you can't always do, but that makes it a little bit faster. But if there is a clip, Z-Money likes to do it.
Just tell me how to get into his
Yeah. I'll try pretty much every skip that I've found at least once, and if I fail it, a lot of them are, if you fail it once, it's easier just to do the normal route, but I've been practicing a lot of them, so we should be able to get most of them first try without any issues.
I'm sure I can handle it.
I've been told you are
Yeah.
There's a way in on the second floor terrace.
So there's an example of how the easiest difficulty is just really stupid easy with stealth stuff. If you just are constantly rolling, a lot of times they just won't spot you and be alerted, so we can just kind of keep moving on.
Yeah, this is a stealth section.
Yeah.
You may not notice it, but yeah. And this used to be one of the most frustrating missions, which was also the demo for people. People got to play it, play a demo version of this when the game wasn't out yet, and they let them do this mission.
How do we get up there?
So here we have to do a puzzle with a bunch of making Nick's push buttons to get elevators to move up and then jumping on those elevators, but again, it's quicker to just clip through a bunch of things. Yeah. So I did prepare a bunch of fun facts to tell during the game. One of them is that Nyx's voice actor is actually the same voice actor that does all of the clones in the Clone Wars and the Bad Batch. So that's impressive range, really, that he does all of that, and also a cute little creature that just chirps.
We do love Axolotl Dog.
Yeah.
I I wonder if they manipulate it at all, or if that's literally what the noise he's able to make. Those like purrs and stuff. That's wild if he can.
I should look it up.
A bit finicky.
Oh, this is tough.
Yeah, it's the range is very specific on it. So you have to kind of like do the prompt as you're falling.
Oh.
Come on. There we go.
Nice.
All right.
Emulos is really slow climbing the rope. That should still save time over doing the casual route of the puzzles and the turning off the fans and stuff like that.
Huge.
Yeah, so the area he just walked into is like full of enemies, but they didn't spawn yet because he didn't hit the trigger. But he does have to hit the trigger, so he just walked all the way to the beginning of this area. And now he can shoot one of the generators, load in a save, and the generator will still be shot. So that's also one of the weird things is like your progress sort of persists through saves. And that's the second generator. And now he can go into the base. He does have to do a lockpicking minigame, but so that's why like you don't want to be shot at. But you know, if you can just flip through it, you don't have to worry about it.
Okay, files. Gotta find a terminal. Oh,
And here
the system
we
alarm.
discover that
The file's just a spot.
the file that the mysterious stranger told us to
Fine, I'll make this worth my
download was actually just a test.
Encrypted file.
And there is, here we see that like one of the Pike's lieutenants is trying to betray Gorak.
Oh, what'd we get into? Oh, I locked down the elevator.
So yeah, here you can see that Z-Money just picked up a big gun,
We can climb.
and those have limited ammo. So your blaster pistol has unlimited ammo. And if you pick up a big gun, it has limited. So here you can see him sliding and rolling into that. That was very smooth. Into the vent, and that can really save you some time. But yeah, you used to not be able to carry those weapons through, and now you can put them on the back of your...
Are there
You can
any?
save them.
Yeah, I feel like they must have realized that there was like there wasn't really a downside to that. Like there was no area that you could really break by having a blaster. I mean, there is a couple sections that during my playthrough, I took like an E11 and then they were like, well, you don't have your blaster, so you can't use it. But I'm like, there's an E11.
Yeah.
Like I also will give a major shout out to the DLCs of these games. One just came out, Pirates version just came out, and I've not gotten to finish that. But I did get to finish the Lando the Lando DLC, which is the first one, and it's all about Sabak. So much fun, had a great time. It was a lot of fun.
Nice. That's good, yeah. I actually haven't played the DLCs yet, which is kind of strange, I guess. I should give them a shot, yeah. I do love the Sabak minigame in this one. It is not the Sabak that you get to play in like, I've heard like Disneyland in America sells Sabak sets.
really?
It's a different version. Yeah. So apparently there's like multiple versions of Sabak, and the Sabak game in this game is Kessel Sabak, which is much more skill based, I'd say. It's not like poker where you have to like play hands and Oops.
Excuse
bet
me.
on each hand.
There's
It's more of a
RNG.
double or nothing type thing. Yeah.
Sometimes NPCs can just block your path in these areas.
Gorak's favorite.
All right, so here we can see that
Baka, I got the.
that reputation system that Jiggy was talking about. So Z-Money just got the option to tell Crimson Dawn that some Pike guy is trying to backstab Gorak, or tell Gorak that, and you will get reputation with either one of those.
In this run, does it matter like which syndicate you do more for, or do you end up just doing? I assume Crimson Dawn is the one that you do the most for, since like technically they're integrated into one of the specialist stories, right?
Yeah, we do a couple of routing with making sure we have certain reputation when we're going into areas. But for the most part, it's just playing through the main stories. So we don't usually have to worry about reputation too much. But at the start here, we worry about it for who we're deciding to betray and whatnot.
Hey, you below? Donka sent me.
Yeah.
Ah, yes.
So like in one of the upcoming missions, we have to get something from either the Pikes or Crimson Dawn. We have to steal something from them, and it's easier to steal from one of your friends because they won't blast you as soon as they see you. And the one in the Crimson Dawn district is easier because of a certain clip that we're going to do. So you're going to see that right now.
I gotta keep it quiet. I got it. This must be Crimson Dawn territory.
Keeping busy?
I was talking about.
So you can see they let you through.
Hey.
And if you're not in their good graces, they won't let you in.
Blaster parts.
I heard they got a big safe house.
If anything lower than good, you would have to sneak through the vent, and it just takes a while longer to figure it all out. Come on, boost me. There we go.
Uh-oh.
Safe house.
Nice.
Reload autosave here so we can fast travel immediately when we clip through the door here.
There we go. So yeah, one of the if you do pick up this game, one of the things that I can personally recommend is they have a lot of like granularity when it comes to setting the difficulty for different bits of the game. I really enjoyed playing with like my health on hard mode, but the enemy health on easy mode, so you can like get rid of people quickly, but like you do have to take cover and stuff, because that was one of the complaints that I heard a lot about people playing this game, is that like it's easy to just run and get shot a bunch, but like still just do your objective. Which is fair, and we use that a lot in the speedrun, because of course we're playing on easy to increase survivability.
Yeah, there's a surprising number of settings you can tweak here and there, and that's usually my main gripe with a lot of games is with difficulty. A lot of times the hardest difficulty is just you take more damage and enemies have more health and stuff like that, but you can actually like mess around with that a bit to fit your playstyle better.
Yeah. Yeah, so here we have one of the longer speeder sections where we have to go to the next town over. And when we get there, we do unlock fast travel.
Don't just hope. Okay, so this is where Waka brought the Trailblazer. Whoa. Check out the ship, Nix. Walker's been busy.
Yeah, and here you can see Z-Money jumping a bunch because like some of the inputs were
Ship next.
disabled. So you have like one of those like slow walking sections. There's also some slow walking sections where you can only speed it up by punching. So
Not in a while.
Yeah.
it looks a little silly, but it's quite interesting.
My blaster's good to go. You gonna give me that job now?
Yeah, Philo mentioned you'd stop by. I'll send you the location of the stash. Get inside and take what's in there.
All right, I can do that.
Good. Find me in Jonta's Hope when you're done.
So that's Danka. She is one of your fixers who gives you jobs. And I love like a lady with smoker voice, Mon Calamari.
Guess that's why I needed the ion. There we go. Oh. Yes.
So now we can fast travel back.
Yeah, the current old record holder did a lot of good work with the routing as far as when a good place is to fast travel and when is a good place to leave your speeder somewhere to fast travel to later. And that really helps out with how I figured out certain skips and routing.
Yeah.
Dunka, hey. Hey, I'm looking for someone who can break my speeder.
So here's picking up a quest that we're not going to do right now, but we're have to pick it up.
Okay, I'm ready for those injectors. Bring them to me and then we should be able to fly.
Finally. All right, I'm on my way.
Just gonna avoid the speeder because sometimes it takes a while for it to get to you, and it's not worth hopping on if you're only going a short distance.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey. So you see him like zooming in and out, and that's because he's spamming the right mouse button to skip his dialogue whenever it pops up. So we just installed a sublight engine.
You can fly now. But the hyperdrive is still on the...
Yeah, that was one of the things that got damaged when we landed on Tashar here, so now we can fly it again. And we're doing a Crimson Dawn mission.
Probably will.
The habit of spamming right click, so there we go. Yeah, unfortunately, this isn't really it's a main mission, but it doesn't really drive the main story plot forward that much. It's just kind of like one of those required side missions we have to do. Rescuing a dude Bosnok from an Imperial base.
Okay, coordinates incoming.
But it's a good like introduction to different ship mechanics as well, about how we can loot things in space and ship combat and stuff like that.
Alira, these coordinates aren't for the space station.
First, you'll need a way in. We disabled the shipment freighter en route to the station. They were hauling Sansana.
Sansana, like
Yes,
Not until it's processed.
campus mask about wondering about the game's fidelity, and it got a lot better with patches. So if you're nervous about the game being glitchy, it is glitchy because of the glitches we found. And it's not like the most stable game ever, but like I say, like in a casual playthrough, you won't have to deal with too many of them anymore.
Yeah,
But it is definitely true that you used to.
I ended up playing this game on my laptop because I was doing like a dual PC setup. But it ended up being really it was good. It was good, but definitely with the patches that fixed a lot of the problems that people ran into at launch.
Yeah.
Now is a very good time to play this game if you want to experience it. That's especially with the 2 DLC patches, or the 2 DLC.
We now have Sansana on board. I'll put the space station.
Exactly. Yeah.
We'll be fine. We'll be fine. So
And I think just like the story is also just a very nice Star Wars story. So I feel like if you are a fan of Star Wars and you have some time to spare, I can recommend it.
It's a nice change from the typical Jedi kind of focused story. Just being a smuggler kind of criminal based side of Star Wars is interesting.
Yeah, exactly. Are there lightsabers in this game? No. There is actually only one bit where where you can see the Force being used, and that is in one cutscene that the main character is only sort of like close to, but not really.
I also choose not to believe that cutscene happened. I am a. When I saw that, I was like, nope, we're gonna ignore that. We're ignoring that. That was that. I get why they wanted it, but it didn't need to happen. We're okay. We're fine. Meanwhile, I was not okay. I was like,
Hey, you gotta have a.
Just because that part of the game, and we're gonna skip it. I know that we're gonna skip it. I know that Z Money's not gonna play it, and it is spoilers, so I don't want to really talk about it. But yeah, that was the one part of this game that I was like, I wish they didn't include that, and it's only because I'm a big Star Wars nerd, and this is one of my favorite time periods in galactic history right now, and this is one of the only pieces of media that we have from it. I was talking about this before, how we started off this Oops All Star Wars with Shadows of the Empire, which takes place in between episode 5 and 6, and that story is no longer canon. Dash Rendar doesn't exist anymore currently, but we're ending off Oops All Star Wars with the current only piece of in between episode 5 and 6 content, which is this game, and this game is canon. So lots of questions. I have a ton of questions about this time period, a time after the destruction of the first Death Star, after the victory that the Empire had at Hoth, and where the Empire is at. So I'm sorry, I'm a big nerd. I like Star Wars.
No. We all do. Yeah. I've actually been reading the Star Wars Bounty Hunters comics, which also takes place in this time period, and it's actually quite interesting because there's also the Crimson Reign comic series, which is about Crimson Dawn being extremely powerful, and those events do get referenced in this game as well.
Yeah, Kira, I think, is my number one or most underused Star Wars character currently, and it's all because of the movie. But I like the movie.
Yeah. We're going to run into Kira as well.
Yay!
In this game.
Mother of Dragons. But even when I saw her, my dumb nerd brain went off because my mind was like, and we'll get to it later, but like Han Solo is currently frozen in carbonite. That is exactly what is happening right now. Kira knows that. She knows that. Yeah, she's running Crimson Dawn, and this is way after Maul is gone, so she took over at some point. But what happened? Why didn't she try and save him?
I can recommend you read the War of the Bounty Hunters comics.
Actually, I can't read.
That is fair. But
they should just make a movie and
that's
I'll watch
fair.
it.
I can't. I won't spoil it for you then. But she definitely interacts with Frozen Han Solo.
Oh.
In it.
Okay, well now I'm interested. Meanwhile, Z Money's flipping through the walls and just yeah.
Exactly. He is. I'm not even sure what you're skipping here anymore, but I think it's a long. It's a long crawling section.
Yeah, it's a vent section, and then you'd have to hack a terminal for the shields to go down.
Yeah, Z Money hates vents.
I All right, note, don't play Among Us with the money.
Hey,
Always have to reload this.
So here he's loading a game.
I always have to reload it for the cutscene to work properly.
this doesn't.
So yeah, I was joking earlier today that Kay has the most powerful punch in the galaxy because she can like knockout punch a stormtrooper wearing a helmet with one punch, which is great. So
Well,
there's
we don't know the gravitational pull of Canto Bite. I mean, I'm sure Wikipedia does, but I'm just saying.
that's true. Maybe she trained. She like Vegeta trained
Okay, let's wipe some dents.
punching people.
We really don't know what level of gravity the Empire bases their stations off of, you know.
Exactly.
Okay, Bosnock, what do I do? Great. And
Yeah. So we just rescued.
This is the
Bosnock.
part. This part of the game, when I played it at launch, if you got noticed, it would restart you the entire it would restart the entire section of the game.
Yeah,
and it was infuriating for me.
Yeah, this mission used to really suck. And currently, as long as the alarm doesn't get raised, you're good. Because there's you can see above someone's head of I'm going to raise the alarm in 5 seconds, and then you can just shoot them. So here Bosnock was saying something, but if you reload the save, it counts as him having said it already. So that saves a bunch of time. So Bosnock is a head in a jar. Currently, like a little alien. You can see him there in the little orange tube. And he is a bookie who cheated at Sabak against an Imperial officer. And then they captured him, and now he's doing the bookkeeping for the Imperial governor of the sector. And because Alira from Crimson Dawn asked Kay to delete the debts of the Pikes as sort of a false flag operation of hey, the Pikes erased their data. And you got the choice to delete Crimson Dawn's data and frame them, or the Pikes' data and frame them. And I think you chose the Pikes. Do you remember?
Yeah, I chose to betray Crimson Dawn, so the Pikes will like me more for this next, the end of this next mission. So it's just closer travel time for when we finish this mission.
Yeah. So here we're skipping another event section by just slipping through the door.
Whew, that was lucky.
And a preemptive grenade to get rid of some stormtroopers.
I got bounced, so I missed.
So yeah, you can see that you can see a little sort of arc thingy next to his reticle when he's reloading, and if you press R again when it is in that colored area, you reload faster, and that's nice. But there is an accessibility setting for people without quick reaction times to always do it perfectly. And it saves us a bunch of time as well.
Did that work?
So the soundtrack of this game is made by Wilbert Roger II. He also made the soundtrack for Helldivers 2. And I think he did a really good job because he's mixing some modern instruments, some computer generated things with the classic, you know, like the orchestral arrangements. So if you are bored and you just want some Star Warsy soundtracks to listen to, I can recommend listening to the album.
Okay.
They did a good job with it. I also really like the way that, even though it's not time accurate, they used the Empire's like theme from A New Hope rather than just the main Empire theme, you know, from Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah, it is quite nice that they, you know, you don't get the like the more like Darth,
you don't hear
it's
it.
kind of more associated with Darth
As far as
Vader.
I'm aware, you do not hear the main Empire theme from Empire Strikes Back that we've heard a million times. You hear the
maybe.
No, you're good. Yeah, you hear the a variation on the version from A New Hope, which is quite interesting.
Yeah. Do they play it in the cutscene that we did not talk about?
As far as I'm aware, even in that cutscene, they do not play the Empire theme trademark. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat.
Interesting.
Which is strange because it does come. This
I was gonna say we're gonna
game
see,
takes
but
place after
gonna skip that
Empire
cutscene.
before Jedi. So they had it. It existed. Granted, that song in universe has existed all the way since, I think, like the second year of the Empire's existence. It was used for recruiting. Like that is a true in-universe song, by the way.
Yeah, they play it in on Empire Day, I think.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Good RNG there. When you're leaving, you can get shot by the ship that comes from hyperspace, and they changed with the patch. They changed how often you can use your booster, so it kind of slows you down on newer patches.
Yeah, it's really nice. They did a lot of good work to make the ship combat quite accessible for people who aren't, you know, into flying simulators. I did try to play Star Wars Squadrons. I was very bad at it.
Me too.
But they have like a chase function in it to kind of like, you can like aim at someone and the camera keeps tracking them.
That's it. We've lost them.
So that's quite nice.
We did it. We did it. Who's this guy in the jar?
Yeah, I think that like it really deserved its nomination for innovation and accessibility for the Game Awards. It didn't win that year, but it's still like a good. Yeah, it's a good sign. I actually play with one of the high contrast settings on, so that highlights all of the climbable sections, all of the interactable sections. It helps me a little bit with like seeing where I need to go next. It's sort of optional.
Oh yeah, been a while since I felt a rush like that. You guys do this a lot?
So is this guy joining?
Boss Knock's a little bit of a comic relief character.
Yeah, so now we got to go back and do a speeder mission to get an upgrade for our speeder. We kind of already started that. That was the prompt I did at the bar before leaving for this mission.
Yeah, exactly.
We do have to turn in this mission real quick.
Yeah, so you're selling Bosnak off to Gorak.
Yeah.
It's like you're not the most ethical person in the galaxy. Another reason for like the game's poor reception is that people didn't like Kay very much. I do really like Kay. I think she's very relatable. She's sort of a Han Solo, but a bit of a loser, which I really enjoy. She has some like awkward moments, but I think in a good way, like a very intentional way. One of the main complaints was that people don't like her haircut as well.
What?
Which I think,
really?
That was that's the first. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I like how she's put the
Which I think is
hack spike in her bun there in the back.
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool.
Look, I have my thoughts on Kay. I think that they originally wanted to make a Han Solo game, and then they were like, nah, we won't do that. But I do like. She grew on me as the game went on. I do hope that we get to see her again in Star Wars canon.
Yeah, me too.
Just because I actually do think that she had some character development by the end of the game.
Yeah, exactly.
That I need to get off to Shara fast.
And yeah, I actually thought that was pretty funny because like I sometimes make a joke with friends that like they did a lot of the like digital remaster things on the original trilogy, and I keep being bothered by like Luke's 70s haircut. So I started joking that like, oh, they should like CGI his haircut to be different or something.
Huh, wind fishing. That must be Kadua. Hey, this is Kadua.
I like how she says that right in front of his face.
Yeah.
We could do it.
Sec in the chat says that there's not a single good haircut in all of Star Wars history.
I would
Princess
disagree,
Leia,
but
but,
I think Princess Leia begged to differ. I like the bagel buns.
The bagel ones? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they're good.
I like the... oops. Yeah, that happens a lot. I like the... Oh, hey, there's a chest there. I didn't know that. Oops.
Oh, I don't know what's happening there.
Oh, there we go. All right. I like that one bounty hunter from the treasure planet from Skeleton Crew.
Oh yeah.
With the braided mohawk.
Go. Yeah, this mission's kind of weird. I wonder if they designed it this way to kind of distract you with side quests, because you kind of have to go across Tashar one way and then back the other way to meet up with the mechanic here. But now we are able to head to the next section here to get an upgrade part we need to have speeder boost. It's actually has a Easter egg that I discovered, and someone claiming to be a dev commented on my video saying there's a legit way to open it up, but I use this 30 FPS glitch to glitch into the room to see it. So I've been trying to get people like the Reddit communities and stuff involved to look for the solution, but we haven't come up with anything yet. But I could beeline to it real quick before we continue this quest.
Hey, CeeLo, how do I use those mag disruptors?
Yeah, it is pretty weird. Pretty weird Easter egg room.
Yeah, part of me thinks it
So if anyone
wasn't a legit like Easter egg because it's like a Frankenstein thing with a bunch of assets. So it doesn't seem like it's not like referencing anything in Star Wars. So it's not like something that you would think an Easter egg would be put in the game for. More of like a dev wanted something in a out of bounds area to just kind of mess around with. But it's pretty cool.
Actually, I only made the one. It's in the converter room at the
But that was nice.
The Empire stole it?
I gave it to them in exchange
There we go.
for more parts.
Yeah, it's right in
We're
here.
letting Nix push a button. Oh, nice.
This Easter egg room.
The good news is they won't have it for
It's a
much
bunch of
longer.
Yeah, it's like
Droids
Frankenstein. The mouse droids are the feet. The B1 battle droid is the body. These tubes are like its eyes, and then the snout's like these creatures that are in the Tashar
weird.
environment somewhere.
I don't think
It's
I've ever
super
seen
bizarre.
that.
But yeah, there's supposed to be a
Yeah,
legit
so
way
anyone-
into this room, but I haven't found the solution to that yet. I'm just gonna reload the autosave. Should put us right outside the laser gate there. Yeah, there we go.
Hit that
There you go.
button for me, Nix.
Yeah, so we're letting Nix push the button in case the clip doesn't work, but the clip should be a little bit faster. It worked the first time,
Way
but
to go.
so yeah, you can see Z-Money like rolling into the vent there to make it a little bit faster.
Yeah, once you're in vents, you go in that first person mode and your movement's locked. So you can't really do much other than walk forward.
Nice.
Climbing's a bit janky sometimes if you're not holding certain inputs. So you kind of have to play with the game around a bit to make sure you don't fall. Because a lot of falls are pretty deadly because you have these health bar systems. So if you fall a certain distance, you'll lose 1 health bar or 2 health bars or all 3.
Nothing's broken, I think. Why do I get the feeling?
Only skipped a crawl space over there to the side, so probably saved like 5 seconds maybe.
But this accelerator will give you a much stronger kick.
I'll be the judge of that.
The feeling of skipping a vent section is worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is a very like climbing heavy mission. There's no enemies in the space. And if you played this game casually and you're as bad at platforming as I am, then you hate those like sort of weird piston things that shoot out.
All right, Nix. I guess we're doing this.
Thankfully, the checkpoints
Nice.
are pretty
That was
generous in this section, so you don't have to worry about too much if you fail falling. You can just retry that specific section.
That must be it.
There we go.
All right, so we got our part. Now we just have to head back to the mechanic there to get our speeder
I have
upgraded.
your accelerator. It looks like
And then
this
Gorak
place
will tell
can
us the
run
next
without-
thing he wanted us the speeder upgraded for.
And hey, with the winds back to their natural course, you'll have a way out.
There are some like interesting things when you're swinging off that rope. There are some parts where you like, if you do it with enough momentum, and you're a bit daring with how you're gonna jump off of it, you can skip like tiny bits of it. I think like in the High Republic cruiser that is coming up soon there's one bit of it. So you saw Z-Money just jump off a cliff there, and that is because there's a big voice line that you have to wait for before fast travel unlocks. But if you just jump off a cliff, you regain your fast travel ability.
Yeah, a typical open world thing where those broadcast things are playing. They force you to just kind of walk around and do other things rather than fast travel, to not interrupt the dialogue that's happening, explaining the story, what's going on.
So, Seema, do you want to talk about that, like,
What did I tell you, Seema?
toggle
Easy.
toggle setting with the speeder
Now.
to make a really sharp turn?
Yeah, so one thing I started doing when I was running this game was you can kind of buffer your brake on the speeder, but still keep the max speed going. So I use that in a lot of sections just to kind of help me with steering. Because when you're braking, you can turn really sharply. So if I buffer the brake and then go left or right, then I can turn really sharply like this. And that's actually saved me in a lot of areas where I would rather crash into a rock or something.
Yeah.
Or a animal.
So yeah, we don't currently have a mission for going to this Imperial territory yet. But we are going to pick up that mission soon. And he is actually going to park his speeder there and then fast travel back to Americana, which is where I need to be. And that is because you can fast travel to wherever you parked your speeder last. So that's going to save a big chunk of time of having to bike back to the Imperial territory.
Get your specialty items here.
Hey, with the nav computer.
So the mission right now is to get a nav computer to put into the hyperdrive so you can get out of this solar system.
And this is the last mission on Tashara, so I know we were wanting to do a couple breaks here and there, but if we wanted to just finish out Tashara, we can do that as well. But let me know what you think.
Yeah, no, that sounds great. We can finish off Tashara.
Alright, so this is a pretty new skip where you jump off of the rocks that Z-Money found. And this skips a whole section of like platforming, stealthing around probe droids, and swinging a lot.
This looks like an engineering area.
So this is usually kind of a stealth section. But, you know, with clipping through it and having the game on easy, it's quite nice to do that. And for those just joining, I just saw that there's some new people joining. The clip that we're doing is a clip that if you put your game on 30 FPS and then keep spamming forward, you can clip through thin walls and doors. So that is sort of the bread and butter of the skip of the speedrun here.
Yeah, that's pretty much the only glitch that we really use. And because the checkpoint system is so
Oops.
checkpoint system is so rough, it's better to just play through a lot of areas normal anyway, but we can have several little skips here and there to avoid combat or platforming.
Yeah. I'm not sure if this glitch is still in there, but if you want a glitch that you can do as a casual, you have a stun setting on your blaster, and if you just use it, it takes quite a while to refresh. But if you quickly put another appearance on your blaster, so like another coat of paint through the menu. It used to recharge instantly. I'm not sure if that's patched out, but that's a fun one.
Yeah, I haven't tested that actually yet.
I think
Reloading
the
also
menuing
resets it, so a lot of times I just
exactly,
route
and
in
it doesn't.
reloading.
Yeah, it doesn't save that much time over just routing a little bit smarter. To not have to stun multiple people.
Hey, I think I'm at some kind of tunnel.
That'll get you to the wreck. Only way through is with that speeder mod.
Suspect got away. Roger that. Continue the search.
Almost close.
Yeah, so here we see the wanted system as well. If you tick off the Empire, they'll give you like a wanted level, like in GTA, and you have to kind of lay low for a while to make sure it's gone. And then you'll see abandoning search.
Walker, I'm here.
Uh-oh.
What do I do?
Uh-oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah, thankfully when you're in a story mission, a lot of times it'll just kind of remove that for you, the wanted level.
Yeah. So we just did that whole mission of going into the Imperial compound to steal a part that opens a door, but Z-Money just clipped through it. So technically we didn't really have to do it, but because of the game's checkpoint system, the the mission won't really start.
It wouldn't be modern Star Wars
So we just arrived
without
at
them
a
shoehorning
wreck
High
of an
Republic
Old
stuff
Republic,
into it. That's what Lucasfilm said. They were just like, you want to make Star Wars? We'll give you $10 off of your licensing fee if you put the word High Republic in it.
Nice.
Very likely. Like that's not even like a joke. I have a feeling they probably had like a bit where it's like, if you include the High Republic, we will give you a discount.
Maybe.
Which is a bit wild because this is so far away from that. It's not like it's like this is far away.
Yeah, exactly. I thought it was a Clone Wars ship before.
And that would make more sense.
Yeah, I thought it was too.
Yeah, so this is mostly platforming at the beginning. And one thing you just saw Z-Money do is like jump into a grapple swing, and that saves you quite a bit of time. I think that's a fun thing you can try to do to speed up little sections in your casual playthrough. If you're doing it, because you take your momentum from the jump with you. It is a little bit dangerous though, because sometimes the prompt doesn't show up and you kind of just jump into a ravine.
Yeah,
I agree. I heard. Sorry.
You're good. Go ahead.
No, I was just replying to chat, talking about the High Republic. That I agree that it is cool that we have a new era of Star Wars. But I, as a non-reader, because y'all know I can't read. Meanwhile, the money is like flying through this platforming section. It's hard for me because the only media I have to go off of was the acolyte. And we all know who that turned out.
Yeah.
Looks like the weight of the bridge is shut. Maybe if we get the reactor going.
I don't think I will survive that fall, so I'm gonna be a little bit more careful.
Oh, you were close. You're close.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have any
To the ship somehow. I think I'm at the
any back to vials anymore.
That's your best bet.
I need to keep a lookout for back to vials because you don't really carry them. You don't reset those at all, I don't think. You kind of just have to make sure you're looting them whenever you can.
I'm trying to remember how, like, when you get the heart container game.
I think it's some of the upgrades, and that's actually a good reason for me to talk about the upgrade system. So a lot of open world games have like RPG light mechanics where you like unlock for XP. This game doesn't have that. Instead, this game makes you do challenges. That almost went wrong. So sometimes in the lower right corner you see like make Nyx happy, 1 out of 4, do a speeder jump that is 60 meters, that sort of thing. And those little challenges make you kind of like level up, basically. And I think that's a very charming way to not have an RPG system. So yeah, like there are some, we did today talk about like how to route in that. So here, that grapple point, you can actually jump from the big generator and immediately grapple and swing across. It saves you maybe half a second, but it is very risky.
That's not a back to file.
I think I'm almost there.
Yeah, I tried finding a skip for this mission, but this one's very checkpoint heavy, and you have to hit every single one, it seems, to be able to finish it.
Yeah. Because you do have to, like, you go around in, like, circles a little bit, so that would be good for skipping, but it's not really possible, sadly.
This better be worth it.
I saw a question in chat talking about what they changed about this in the updates, and there's a lot. Like, there's a lot of updates and changes to this game that made it a lot better. It's a lot of fun. There's little things that they changed that we talked about before too, but things like the ability, like little quality of life things, like the ability to keep an E11 on you at all times, like Z-Money has, and yeah.
Yeah, you can shoot on your speeder now. You can. There's a lot more. The recent patch added a lot more ship upgrade stuff as well, and ship specific contracts and stuff, smuggling cargo and whatnot.
I did not do any upgrades to my ship, and the end did hurt. The ending of the game was tough for me.
Yeah, we're gonna suffer through that at the end as well, because we don't really route any upgrading to the ship. It's usually pretty fine on easy mode as well, though, but it does take a bit.
Yeah, so Zarek Bash just showed up.
Is that a back to vial? It is. Hooray.
Oh, and you're in trouble with the heavy dudes. They have so much health.
Yeah.
Something's not right.
Do you switch to the different blaster modules in this?
Yeah, a lot of times I like to switch to the electric stun one, because because you can stun them and then do a jumping melee, and that kills them pretty quick.
No, I meant like the different shooting styles, like how your normal blaster has rapid fire or heavy modules later.
Oh no, I haven't really messed around with those, but you do, like at the end you do get the upgrades for free, I think, for a lot of the different styles. So
that's cool.
I probably should check out if any of them are better for certain encounters towards the end.
I ended up using the heavy blaster for the main one just because I was going for headshots anyway. But yeah, I think it only cut down on, I think, three blaster shots, so it wasn't bad. But
No. We need to get out of here, Nix. Keep running.
All right, so a lot of story just happened. We skipped all of the cutscenes, so let me catch everyone up. So Kay was looking for a nav computer that she found in this High Republic cruiser. At which point, the mechanic that was kind of talking through as Waka betrayed us and was trying to steal the Trailblazer, our ship, from us, because this was kind of the last part we needed. Then also Zarek Besh showed up, which is sort of the criminal syndicate that is definitely evil.
We need to get out of here.
And has a death mark on Kay.
You hear that, Nix?
And then Kay got saved. Then a bounty hunter named Bill showed up, who is gunning for her bounty. And then this robot, this droid, ND, saved Kay. And then Zimarnes loaded a cutscene to be able to fast travel. And then in the ship waiting for her was ND and a man named Jalen Vrax, who suggested that she rob Sliro's Falls again, because she already kind of succeeded the first time.
Your hyperdrive is offline.
But first she has to kind of get the team together. It's a classic heist trope. To get a droidsmith, a heavy gunner, and an explosives expert.
Yeah, that's kind of where the game opens up and gives you all these options of different planets to travel to. ND5 recommends we go to Kijimi, so that's where we'll go next. I think once we fast travel, or once we go through hyperspace to the planet, we can pause and take a break there real quick.
Yeah, we can take that when right is now a good time, or when do you wanna do it?
Maybe right when we land, so that way when we jump back in, we're ready to go immediately to the next section.
Sounds good. Now we get yeah, I'm excited. This is the part of the game where I actually got very excited, because I didn't think there was multiple planets. I didn't think we were going anywhere.
All right.
Yeah.
I was so excited about this game because I watched all the trailers.
So, this is Kijimi, huh? Looks cold and dark.
So Kijimi is the planet that is in Star Wars Episode 9 that they have to get to Babu Frick to modify C-3PO.
Well, then let's just get the safecracker before that happens.
Keep sharp, Kay. We've got pirates.
We're hit!
I'd move quickly through the nebula.
See if we can avoid the
smugglers and spice runners.
enemies here.
I'll fit right in.
No, you won't. Rookies stand out on Kijimi.
I should have gone higher up. Yeah, that's another thing about the recent patches. They have a cooldown now for the engine boost. There we go.
It's funny that you went to Kijimi first. My instinct was, oh my god, Tatooine! I have to go to Tatooine. It's Star Wars.
Yeah.
It's the most popular backwater planet that no one apparently cares about, that everyone goes to.
Exactly. I did like Jabba's Palace though.
Thing, yeah.
The design of Jabba's Palace they did in this game is really nice.
Yeah, there's I remember, I don't know if everyone can access it now, but I know that there was a pre-order bonus mission that was all of Jabba's it's like a Jabba the Hutt quest. So I assume everybody has access to it now.
Yeah, I think the demo as well, if you get the demo for the game,
so
you do a mission on Tatooine and then you get like 2 hours to free roam around Tatooine.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. So ND, when you unlock the hyperdrive, he actually suggests that you go to Kijimi first. and that is because Toshara is a very open-worldy planet where you have to do a lot of speeder stuff. Kijimi, you don't
we
get
don't
your
talk
speeder.
about where this
almost at all.
planet is from. We don't talk about that movie. It is cool that it's in this game, but I don't want to talk about that movie.
Exactly.
We've got a welcoming
Yeah, if you want to see Kijimi, I recommend doing it in this game.
Everyone's
instead of that
favorite
other
Star
thing you
Wars
showed up in.
character, Zori Blitz, stuff featured J.J. Abrams.
Yeah, pretty much all we need to do here is get the safe cracker onk, and so we can pause right here if you want for taking a quick break.
All right. Yes, we are going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere, everyone. When we come back, Big Shot Gangster putting together a crew. We continue with Star Wars Outlaws. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to GDQ Hotfix. Oops, all Star Wars weekend. Before we get right back into the Star Wars Outlaws stuff, I just want to say thank you very much for hanging out with me, and I hope that you're having a great time. And I do want to talk about an upcoming thing that we have going on the GDQ channel. We have Black in a Flash's Summer Speedrun Celebration, Juneteenth, will be live on the GDQ channel from June 19th to the 22nd. I want you to type exclamation point Juneteenth in the chat, and you can get the full schedule for that. Or you can visit over at gamesdone or gdq.gg/BAF to learn about how you can join the Black in a Flash community. All right, let's get right back into this. Are we ready to jump back in to Star Wars Outlaws with Z Money Train? Z Money, you ready to rock and roll?
Oh yeah. Jumping back in.
All right.
We need to count down again. I forget how that break works.
You can just do a quick one, yeah.
All right. 3, 2, 1, let's go.
All right, Big Shot Gangster putting together a crew. First crew member here on Kijimi, right?
Yeah, we're going for Ank. She's a good safe cracker. And that's pretty much all we're doing, but we have a few sidetrack things that we have to do before we can get her to join our team.
This is not my first time on Kijimi.
Yeah, okay. I think I'll check out the cantina, see if anyone's heard anything about Ankh.
Ank's a regular at the
Yeah, so
factory.
Ankh is a Chadrafan, which is the little
Be careful in that cantina. It's
bat creatures
you don't want to get in a fight with
that you see in A New Hope in Shalaman's cantina.
All right, yeah. Getting the drink.
I think she's my favorite. Yeah, exactly. Getting a drink. You're like, is that a child? Or I guess not.
Hey,
They're all just really small.
so this is Hey, Indy 5. Looks like Ankh is trapped working in some Ashiga factory. I think I'm gonna have to break her out.
If they catch you.
There's an NPC in the ceiling over there. I found that out while glitch hunting. Just T-posed in the ceiling.
Find the factory schematics first.
That's great.
Slice into a terminal in their district and see what you
Stuff only glitch hunters know about. That's useless information.
Here. You hungry, Nick?
Nice. I do love seeing all the out of bounds areas.
Yeah.
Even though I only play the introduction category,
All right.
but
Gotta be a terminal
Yeah.
here somewhere.
It's
where
quite
I can
fun.
Look up Ankh. Should look for a building with a radio dish.
oops.
Oh,
Oops. There we
that
go.
punch didn't register for some reason.
Well, let's see what we can find.
Yeah, so what you just saw Z Money do for those who just joined is a 30 FPS split. You can see the frame rate is limited to 30 frames per second. And if you just keep pressing forward while standing near a thin wall or door, you just clip through.
That's why they're scanning all the ships in the spaceport.
All right,
So I thought it was pretty funny because
we gotta go find Babu Frick,
Well, I'm sure the Queen
one of the
would-
best Star Wars characters. He's here. Actually, he's probably not, but who knows?
Crimson Dawn's hiding.
We do love Babu Frick.
It's sad because like the few things that I do remember about that movie is I'm pretty sure they blew up this planet, right? with their Star Destroyer laser. I think
yeah, I think so.
So this planet just will eventually blow up.
Yeah.
For no good reason. There's no good reason at all.
Don't they blow up Coruscant as well?
No. Hosnian Prime,
okay.
in the Force Awakens, Starkiller Base blew up a few planets that were homeworlds of the New Republic, and that was Hosnian Prime, not Coruscant. Coruscant's good. But as far as I'm aware, in that movie we don't like talking about, they blew up Jimmy as like a test.
Yeah.
Alderaan made sense, okay? Alderaan made sense. It was to prove a point. It was the middle of like the universe. It was Bail Organa's home planet. It made sense. Kijimi didn't make sense. It was just a planet.
Yeah.
Another example of NPCs not being able to really detect you if you're rolling constantly.
Yeah, the stealth sections get very easy, and it's very fun to like not need to steal a access card off someone.
Okay, all right. Wait, I have to defend myself in the chat right now. Hey, I'm not an Imperial loyalist, okay? No. I'm just saying, Tarkin, evil guy, Alderaan made sense.
So I reset the enemies in that area because it lets you path to that relic we need to pick up. And if you're not in combat, you can pick it up, but otherwise you'd have to defeat all these enemies. We're supposed to defeat all those enemies as well, but we're able to clip through the door and continue. That's going to cause a side effect as well, where the compass at the top is just going to constantly have red diamonds for enemies in combat, but it'll eventually goes away after a couple of missions.
I can't believe chat's trying to pin me as ISB. Don't do this!
Long way from home, isn't it?
So for those worried, there is actually an outfit you can buy that is a lot more. It's like a winter jacket.
Got any tips for meeting the queen?
Because she does look very cold right now, but
there's a lot of cool outfits and stuff in this game for both you and Nyx.
Yeah, you can get like a little flower crown for Nyx. It's very cute.
Who's going to see the queen?
I like the little scarf bandages kind of ones where you can put on his like legs and around his neck.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Right. I'll be fine.
Yeah, so in the story, Crimson Dawn stole a precious artifact from the Ashiga clan, and Kay wants to get in good with them to ask for the safecracker back. Because the safecracker owed money to the Ashiga clan, and she's kind of working off that debt in the factory right now. So she,
I was gonna say, just to run everyone through just a little bit of a rundown on the actual like story and what Z-Money's doing here. The goal is to pull off the biggest heist in the galaxy. That's why Kay has this droid friend with her, and she has to put together a crew to do it. So right now we're jumping to each planet where they have a specialist where they're putting together. It's a heist movie. We're doing a heist movie, and the idea is that you're supposed to get distracted with all the other stuff. in between these missions. But in reality, I think there's only like 4 main missions, right? In this game, technically, five.
Yeah, I think it's about 5. Yeah,
because you have to go on your fix ND5 side quest.
right. Yeah, there's a lot of people you can get abilities from and stuff, but you only need like 4. I think we get 4 or 5 teammates, but there's like a total of like 8 or 9, I think, in that abilities menu. But we're only getting the safecracker, the droid smith, and the other splicer to help us out. We'll talk about that later.
Yeah. So Kay just met Kira, not knowing who she was, so she was like, yeah, okay, cool. In that cutscene we just skipped.
Giving you free passage to the weapons factory. My people are expecting you.
Sounds good. Thanks.
And Krisk, that you just saw on comms,
Got it from some
she is trying to overthrow the queen.
That's troubling.
What, you've met her?
Oh, Nyx likes to kick things sometimes.
It did not end well.
Yeah, so ND5 just said, like, I met Kira, I went to an auction she hosted. It didn't end well, and that is in the War of the Bounty Hunters comic that Jiggy should read.
Reading hard.
There's also pictures, so that's good.
You assume I can see things?
What happened here? Looks like
I hope so.
I can in fact see things.
Okay. So yeah, we're breaking into the factory right now to bust Ankh out.
Good. Eggs in assembly hall 5. The key card will get you in.
This mission does kind of have escort elements, but it does have a lot of little mini skips, which is it's fun.
Go off. Keep moving.
They're loyalists to the queen. I have no use of them.
Now I'm pretty sure this is another one of those missions that originally, if you got spotted, you had to like redo, right?
I think so, yeah.
I think so, yes.
You could not go blasting if you wanted to, but now you can.
Yeah, so you just saw like that door that Simone just cut through. You're supposed to lockpick it, and it says lockpicking is not available in combat. So that's kind of like how they try to force you to do either stealth or you have to kill everyone. So yeah, it saves a whole bunch of time to just be able to clip through that door.
They really did just say, okay, I think the main reason why they originally wanted you to do stealth is because they wanted Kay to not be a literal like murderer like too much. But they just said, yeah, you can do whatever you want. So yeah, Kay has committed several war crimes in my playthrough. Murdered many Imperials and Syndicate members. Like, but I guess she's nice. I think she's good.
Exactly. Yeah.
She's not as bad as Chopper. Chopper has committed more war crimes.
Yeah, Chopper's kill count is a lot higher than Kay's, but
not by much, but
not by much. Yeah.
Really?
There's been an explosion. Evacuate the premises. Out of here and send reinforcements.
And Kay does speak perfect Huttese in canon, which comes up later in a mission. I really like Ankh because she's like yelling at everybody. She's kind of like explosion crazy. Yeah, Ankh probably is pro blow up Alderaan. Yeah.
Really, reloading this to deload a bunch of enemies makes the next section a lot easier.
Secure the area.
Ooh, there we go.
Go get him, buddy.
Yeah, so here you see
Hold on.
if Nyx is climbing onto someone's face, you're able to do a stealth takedown on them. And a drop kick also counts as a stealth takedown, so that's good.
It's not even moving that fast. All right, let's find a way to get to Aang.
They're escaping. Stop the cargo lift.
This is like a shotgun type blaster. It can actually one-shot you in some encounters that enemies shoot you, so it's
Time to return the favor.
even on easy mode, it's pretty scary in some situations.
Can you find the override?
Yeah.
Wait, what? Aang?
Technically, Fruit, you do not blow Nyx up. He is just really close to the explosion while holding open the shutter.
Yeah.
There is actually sort of an Easter egg in it. If you aim your blaster at Nyx, he does a little like play dead kind of animation, and Kate does a little bang, like saying the word bang, and then he does a little play dead animation, which is really cute.
That's the plan.
So yeah, you can see Zimari do the little slide and jump movement here,
Are the bombs
which is a little bit faster because it kind of shoots you forward.
I mean, there are a lot of blasters going off here.
Come on. There you go.
There we go.
Reload again to deload the previous enemies. Because Ankh won't let you talk to her unless all the enemies are gone.
Move that direction.
Doing this the hard way.
There we go.
Not bad. Still in one piece. Here's your lucky charm. Jalen, Aang's out. She's doing a job for Kira from Crimson Dawn.
Of course. Kira's making a bigger play on Kajimi than I thought.
Uh-huh. So you got a second option?
Sorry, Kay. It's gotta be Hank. Well, this is just her style. She can't focus on two things at the same time.
Yeah, I can see that.
Stick with her. Once Hank's finished with Kira, she'll be looking for the next big rush.
And that's us.
Exactly. Earn her trust. Show her we're a serious outfit.
So that was pretty good
that
dialogue
Jalen guy-
there.
Yeah. That Jalen guy is the guy who kind of
Package to the Trailblazer.
who kind of got you to agree to the job,
I'll take a look.
the big heist in Kanto Bite.
She's still here. She turned you down.
Yeah, well, right now it seems like she'd rather work for you.
Do what's best for you, Kay. You ask me, that's helping Ankh finish this job. I'll send you the coordinates, just in case. Hi. Hello.
And now you have to help Ankh
Who is this? How did you get on this
overthrow a Shiga queen, just so she can like finish her job and go work for you.
right?
Yeah, so we're helping Kira with that mission. We're gonna see basically how ruthless these syndicates are to each other, trying to fight for power. Whoa.
Ooh.
I've never seen that before.
Come on, Nyx.
new tech. Walk through walls and cutscenes. I did see a Reddit post of someone being able to move around during a cutscene.
Oh,
But I
interesting.
haven't been able to replicate that.
This place is huge. Hold on tight, Nix. Looks like we've got a long climb ahead. Hey,
I'm seeing that the chat is figuring out
Chris gets wrong to work with
reasons why it is technically not a war crime to blow up Alderaan.
Yeah,
That's good.
doesn't seem like the issue.
We should not be talking. It is blowing up a planet is bad, chat. All right, that's all you gotta know. Blowing up a planet is bad. There's no discussion. There is blowing up a planet is bad. We are not talking about this.
It doesn't have to be a war crime to not do it.
Right. No pressure. So, Andy, this hive thing, how does it work?
It's the foundation of Melito culture. Everyone obeys the queen.
Ah.
Oop.
Tried to sneak in there.
It's the foundation of Melito culture. Everyone obeys the queen and puts the clan's needs over their own.
Oh, that's it?
Yes. Did you think the queen controls them telepathically?
What? No. Of course not. Looks like the walls
It's kind of a bad,
just a bit further.
a bad cycle.
Yeah. Sometimes a lot of the areas seem to have like a global cycle to them, so it doesn't seem like you can like reload checkpoint always and route it. You kind of just have to wait in some sections.
So here you can see Nyx holding open a shutter.
Okay, this
And
should
see,
be
he's
good.
fine. Yep.
Time to prep the explosive. Detonator's in place.
Have you been able to, did you try to clip through this one?
Yeah, I did try actually, but I wasn't able to clip through.
Yeah.
But even if I could, I think I have to do the explosive for the checkpoint to update.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's clear.
Then we're moving in. Go shut down those turrets, Kay.
Yeah, so for the people just joining us, we do have a lot of, we can skip through, can glitch through a lot of walls, but because this game is a very
Nice and quiet.
aggressive checkpoint system, you do have to do many of the things in order. Otherwise, the mission just won't load, basically. The next objective won't load.
We're approaching the courtyard. Let's go down.
Sometimes the jump attacks don't always work. They don't magnetize as well. You do have to interact with this for the checkpoints update.
An energy barrier. Gotta be a way to shut that down.
Yeah, so here is a bit of a puzzle section. We have to find 3 generators and climb a whole bunch to shut that energy gate down, but we can just clip through it.
That one saves a pretty decent amount of time.
Yeah.
Because one of them you have to do a little side climbing section, and that takes a decent bit.
This is gonna be tough.
I did actually
What's wrong?
look at, because this game is voiced in a couple different languages, and there are some spots where you have to wait
I don't even know what that is.
for a conversation to end. But usually if you have to do that, you can just load a save and then it'll count it as ended. So I don't actually know which language is the fastest. I tried it on Japanese once, and in the intro only category, it doesn't actually save any time. I wonder what like hati sounds like in Japanese. I wonder if they changed that.
Okay, I'll see what I can do.
Uh-oh.
Obscene Teapot asks, how long would the run become without the door clip?
Crimson Dawn are making some kind of...
So the current world record holder made the run before door clip was invented. The 30 FPS clip was invented.
do I do that?
And I think he is also below 430.
He's a 409 right now.
Yeah, 409's the record.
Yeah.
And it's just pretty flawless, glitchless run. So a lot of my attempts are trying to get the glitches first try to save time. So until I get that, I won't be able to beat the record. But there definitely are some skips that save a decent amount of time.
Yeah, so it's a very exciting time in the any percent category because the new route is definitely faster.
Yeah, this game is still being, you're still hunting. Like Z-Money, you don't even have a time yet on Bull Run, do you? On the
No, I just have been doing intro runs for the leaderboards, but I've been practicing the full game a lot for getting a better time.
This is what seizing power looks like, Kay.
Tank syndicates, imps, even those rebels. They just,
Exactly, and like
it's like they can't
my
help
PB on the intro only run, I haven't been able to beat. Even though we do have like more glitches and stuff now. So playing very neatly and perfectly is a really good way to be fast.
Some items are waiting for you, Kay.
Got it.
Kay, Jalen tells me he would like to talk to you on the holo.
Let's get out of here.
Acknowledged.
And that was Kajiki.
Yeah, pretty short planet. Now we'll go to Tatooine to get the heavy mission to get in the next. Well, I guess we don't really recruit the heavy. We just do the mission, the starting mission, and then we do the Jabba's section.
Guess we're getting along.
Inputting hyperdrive coordinates.
Let's jump.
Or like the hyperspace effect they did in this game.
I do too. I was doing a few missions that made me jump back and forth though, and I got real tired of the loading experience.
Yeah.
But it is still really fun. I'm excited for the fact that like you said that there's more to do in space now. That's really cool.
The pikes have been muscling
Yeah.
on their territory.
Yeah, the first time I like the button prompt also says punch it to like
Yeah.
get the hyperdrive. I got like goosebumps the first time I did it. Yeah, again too, like I know a lot of people haven't played this game yet, and I can really recommend it. It had a lot of bad reviews because of a lot of glitches that used to be in it, but because of all the patches and quality of life improvements, it is a very it's a very nice game. to play it. So if you're up for more Star Wars, then I can really recommend it. It's on Steam now, so that's also good.
So who are we looking for?
Name's Haas, our heavy. Heard he once took out 2 Imperial squads using nothing but their own.
Yeah, I don't know if it's on sale right now, but they did just have a lot of Star Wars sales recently this month for Star Wars Day and all that. I know a lot of people have been playing Battlefront 2 as well, because that's getting a lot of more players playing that.
Yeah, Battlefront 3 hype.
With his rep, he probably planned it.
Possible.
Out of curiosity, anybody in the chat playing Battlefront 2 right now?
Trust anyone.
I think a few people are, but we'll find out.
That's fair.
I was playing a little bit of 2015 as well, because there's a small Discord community that gets together on console for that. But yeah, when I get the speeder.
That one's a hard one, because in reality that game is a dead live service game, where like Battlefront 2 has a little bit of a player base plus a single player that you can enjoy, but like the 2015 game is tough because of the fact that like not only are you like you're playing quick match, just how you play, but like there's not enough players right now on there's not many people that play 2015. But then in addition, if you want to play any of their DLC content, it's limited even more to not people that have the base game, you know? Like did they ever give everybody the DLC for that game?
No, I don't think so. You think you had to pay for the season pass.
Wow. Because if I remember correctly, that is the most recent Death Star trench run that we have. Is the Death Star DLC for that game? I think
so. That's a cool game mode too, because it goes through each stage of doing like the Galactic Assault game mode or whatever. You kind of do each stage of fighting on ships and then on planet and then doing the trench run. Yeah, it's a cool game mode. That's kind of how it evolved for Battlefront 2 as well, with the ship boarding sequence and stuff.
The sheriff said to try a nearby moisture farm.
Yeah. So here on Tatooine, if you go left right now, you can actually visit Uncle Owen's moisture farm, and you do see like some burnt bits, I think, and there's 2 NPCs talking about like how the Empire kind of came by and shot them. And I think if you go then a little bit more to the east, you actually can go to Tashi Station and pick up some power converters there. And there is a data pad with a message left by one of the characters that was in A New Hope in one of the deleted scenes, which is pretty cool.
I think I'm here. What exactly is this place?
It's how the people here survive. You want water?
I don't know how to control where you get off the speeder. Sometimes she just kind of goes wherever she wants.
Just want to talk. Hold that carefully.
Yeah, I don't really know.
I guess it was blocking the front, so makes sense she went on the back of the speeder there.
Yeah, I think it's dependent on like which side is blocked. There's actually a glitch where you can flip out of bounds by getting off your speeder in such a way that she kind of like hops off of the speeder into a wall. But it is very inconsistent, and we haven't really found any way to make that useful. And with the new like 30 FPS clip, I'm sure that if it was useful, we can find an easier way to do that. And what C Money just did right there is kind of interesting. He looks up at the sky and then hits Y to summon his speeder. Because the speeder also always wants to spawn off camera. So if you're looking up, it can spawn closer to you. So that's a little like small speed tech right there.
Yeah, if you're looking at it, it likes to to move where it's at to you, and you get to see it move to you, and it's a slow process. So being able to look up and do that is really nice.
Yeah.
Ugh.
There was actually a tweet by Mark Hamill recently where he found a gas station named Tashi, and he made a picture of himself buying some power converters there, which was pretty funny.
That's funny.
Oh, there we go.
Thought I was stuck for a second.
Yeah, so in the story, you're looking for a guy named Haas, who is a heavy who is good with a blaster, and he's also a criminal. So you met that sheriff in the town, Weequay sheriff.
I think we're being watched.
And she kind of said like, "Oh, we found him. He went to some moisture farm, and then he found a bounty hunter who was looking for him. He was dead, and he had a tracker on him, and we're following that tracker right now." And here you can hear some Tusken Raiders. And he got captured by some Tusken Raiders because his band of bandits stole a crate dragon pearl from the Tusken Raiders, and they want it back, and they thought he would be a good hostage. So now Kay has to steal that crate dragon pearl to release Haas. So here you can see the new shooting on a speeder mechanic that got added with one of the DLCs.
One
Makes it
thing
very
that one thing that they added, and I hope that they don't patch it out, is the fact that your health is your speeder when you're doing that. So I can't tell you how many times I like zoomed into a camp and just mowed everybody down just because I had more health. Because it acts as more or less a second health bar.
I didn't know that, actually. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, they replaced Kay's health with speeder health.
Andy 5, I might die in a cave.
If you try to brute force that very first intro section without using the blaster bullet time ability, your speeder health gets really low, because if you're just trying to ignore them the whole time, they're like rubber banding to stay right next to you the whole time, basically.
Here we go, Nix.
So that's not really an issue anymore now, which is nice.
You getting the pearl?
Yeah.
What is it anyway?
Oh, it's a stone. It's pretty. You gotta kill a crate dragon to get one, which is no easy task. They tend to be worth a lot of money, but I mean...
So yeah, here you see Muddy punching, because Kay is currently locked into only being able to walk, and punching is a little bit faster. It looks a little silly, but...
Play through that slow, suspenseful cave and listen to the dialogue, but we can just get through a little bit faster.
Ah, that must be it.
Still can't believe those Tusken haven't attacked this place.
Chuba! Make them pay!
All right!
Oh, all right. One crate.
Yeah, this is not a forced stealth section,
Haas, tell your
so we can just
I got their
run
pearl.
right through.
Will do, partner. Hey, we'll meet you near the cave. Should be a back exit.
Oh. Sometimes you gotta be looking at the grapple points, or it won't always pick it up. But I got lucky there.
Nice. Made it.
There we go, and the Tuscans just released Haas, and he is off to Chalman's Cantina, which is the cantina from A New Hope, to drink and gamble.
Why do you think? No one was gonna make life easier for me and Nix. Gotta take what you want.
And what is that?
I want to not end up like Haas. Look, you get it. The galaxy is rigged against people like us. The only way to survive is to be willing to risk everything.
So your plan is to run forever?
No, I don't know. But it's better than dying, all right? Tatooine seems
And there's Mos Eisley.
planet 95.
You haven't seen how rough until you get to the spaceport town of Mos Eisley.
Wretched hive of scum and villainy.
Exactly.
You can ask around the cantina.
McKay does do a bunch of scum and villainy, so
Slingers, huh? Maybe they
she'll fit right in.
not here. Of course he's gonna make me wait. Pirate gunslingers, huh? Pirate gunslingers, huh? Maybe they could teach me a trick or two.
So once we get to Chalman's Cantina, you can actually find the booth that Greedo and Han were in. And there is actually a blaster burn on the wall there. And you can find some people, some NPCs kind of talking about how that booth is sort of cursed or haunted.
Haunted booth.
Which is pretty cool. Yeah.
If anyone is just joining
Yeah,
us here, welcome. This is Oops All Star Wars Weekend. We are currently showcasing the brand new Ubisoft Star Wars Outlaws game. It's not brand new, but it's the most recent Star Wars game, and this is its GDQ speedrun debut with Z, Money Train, and Ashley.
This is probably my favorite mission as well, where we Nix gets taken from us and we have to go rescue him out of Jabba's palace.
Yeah.
I'm coming next.
Because Haas just
Tell me where Jabba's palace is
betted
now.
Nix. Because he's kind of a jerk.
Yeah.
Did you find Haas?
Forget Haas. He lost Nix. I'm getting him back.
From Jabba the Hutt?
Yes.
You've never met Jabba.
I don't care.
I've had dealings.
Yeah, Tatooine is by far the planet with the most
Extremely dangerous, Kay.
I said I don't
of
care.
the most Easter eggs, which makes sense because like
It's
lot of-
Tatooine.
Yeah.
yeah, you gotta yeah.
There's a back entrance to Jabba's palace near Mos Eisley. It'll at least give you a chance. But Kay,
It's risky. I get it.
Oh.
I'm coming next.
That seems to happen a lot with those vehicles. They have grapple points to grab onto, and they likes to, if you're spamming the jump tech, she likes to grab those a lot.
Oz doesn't have anything. I gotta go in.
Yeah, so I'm not sure like if we're gonna see the Boba Fett Easter egg. Because we are skipping a lot of crawling sections.
I think I've crashed there before. It's slight raised the lip of the terrain there.
Yeah, the speeder is a bit finicky. I think this game also does a really good job of like you use Nix. We don't actually use Nix that much in this game because Nix always has to run to his objective to do something, and we don't really care about stealth. He's very useful in stealth.
Jabba's palace. It's huge.
But you do really feel you really miss him and his abilities in this mission. So I feel like that's great.
For me, when I first did it, I was like, oh, it'll be fine. I don't need the dog. I'm not interested. I'm fine without the dog. And then I really kept getting, and this is where my Nintendo brain comes in, but I kept getting phantom abilities where just like from Mario Sunshine, when you do the secret levels where you don't have the water jetpack anymore.
Gotta get inside.
It's very similar.
Yeah, I kept pressing B to scan, but like that's a Nyx ability, so. And he's just adorable, so I don't know, that's also.
Yeah, he's chilling on your back a lot too, for kind of like BD1 and Fallen Order. You know, he's just not there anymore.
Yeah.
Like, oh no.
So someone asked what the scope of side content is in this game. There's 2 DLCs that I haven't really played, but apparently they're very good. And you have a lot of side quests in the game. So, like relatively, the speedrun is kind of short because like I feel like there's more side quest content than main quest content in here.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I haven't done all the side quest stuff.
I found the back entrance. I'm going in.
Yeah, and they do a good job of making you want to do the side quest as well. Alright, so here is Jabba's Palace, which is very fun in the speedrun.
I'm coming, buddy.
So these Gamorrean guards you have to stun and then punch. So his mind is gonna clip through here.
If it'll let me. There we go.
And skip a whole bunch of climbing sections and stealth sections. There we go. And now he has to walk through the door again to trigger the cutscene.
That's one you actually are supposed to hack, but if you open it from the other side, there's no hack prompt, so you get to skip the hacking because it's unlocked after you open it from the opposite side.
That guard has the key. Would have been easier with Nyx.
Those Gamorrean guards hurt with their axe attacks.
Before she hurts him.
Yeah, so here we can see Boba Fett.
A little tech you can do here is sometimes if you look away, you can avoid having to do the ladder prompt, but you can also still re-grab it as you're falling.
He better be okay.
It's nice.
He has to be here.
Clip through that, we don't get the enemies spawning. That makes this next section really easy.
Nyx? You here?
There he is.
I hear you. I'm here. Nyx? Hold on, buddy.
And this is pretty cool. There's gonna be some there's gonna be some enemy spawns that you have to defeat. And Zizman is just gonna use a grenade.
Okay.
There we go.
Let's get you out of there. Nyx, are you okay? I'm here. I'm here now. I know. Never gonna happen again, okay, buddy? Come on.
So I think this is the only other spot where we have to do melee spamming because of slower movement. But
No, I don't think so. Wait, were you worried?
once we get to the end of this hallway, we're going on to the next section.
Okay.
It's a good workout. So there, we just skipped it, but there we saw Han Solo frozen in carbonite in Jabba's palace. And Kay just kind of looked at it and then moved on because she doesn't know who Han Solo is.
Yeah.
You're taking me with you.
I don't know if I've even ever seen that animation where the things grab you.
How do you know your way around this place?
Yeah, they have a little mini game with it.
Huh, good to know. What was that? All right, now. They're not letting up.
So yeah, right now in the story, Jabba the Hutt just threw Kay and the bounty hunter who's after her, Vale, and Haas, the heavy, were recruiting into the Sarlacc pit.
There's the way out.
And, or sorry, not the Sarlacc pit, the Rancor pit. And so Vale and Kay are working together now, even though Vale is still kind of like trying to get the bounty on Kay, that they temporarily have to work together. And this is the Rancor fight.
Great job, Kay. I'm a little busy.
Nice. We got lost sight of them, so we lose combat until we kill these enemies.
Hold that thing off until I get it working. Oh, sure, no problem.
They'll just kind of chill there until we fire at them again.
This should be it. If by
Nice.
it you mean more bad guys, yeah, that was it. No, that's the door. You need, circuit.
So now we can shoot at them to get them coming after us. Gotta wait for these explosive barrels to spawn.
Okay, so you gotta explode an explosive barrel next to him, and then he's gonna charge at you. You have to make him charge at the door.
We're fine.
There we go. And you have to do that 3 times.
Wow, great job, Kay.
We can lose sight again.
What?
Nope.
This thing blew the circuit.
Nope.
Before I can get it back up and running. Hey, how about we trade places?
And then you gotta send Nix over there, which took me way too long to figure out in my casual room.
Power capacitor. I guess. It'll have a lever that should restart the system. It's back online. That door's ready to break. Okay, get ready to move. We're almost through. Can't even scratch that thing.
Oh, and Haas got eaten by the calf hounds, by the way. So now they're down 1 heavy.
There, we can fit through.
Can still get you pretty good if you don't roll early enough. Oh yeah,
So you
now
got captured
there's
by
Han
Jabba?
Solo. I like the design of the Jabba's palace. I think they did really good on this.
Yeah, they did a good job of showcasing it, but you gotta pass my boy. My boy.
Yeah.
Poor dude.
Okay, we're grounded.
Kay just doesn't care. Kay asks no questions about frozen Han Solo.
He also mentioned something.
Yeah, I feel like there's weirder things in Jabba's palace
Can
than
you patch me through to Jalen?
that art piece.
I assume you've got
Like the little monkey thing.
Hoss is out.
Yeah.
He's
Salacious D or something. I forgot what
That
it means.
certainly makes it hard for him to be useful.
I'm also in bad with Jabba. He won't let us off planet, and somehow I'm stuck working with that bounty hunter who.
Hey, everything will be fine. If Hoss is dead, he'll be back. Be back in
So we got one more mission on Tatooine before we can move on. I know you gotta go, Ashley, so let me know if you want to stick around for this one, or if we should pause when we get to the start of the next mission and we can do another break.
Yeah, we can pause at the we can pause at the start of the next mission. Yeah, that'd be great.
All right, sounds good. So
It's getting late for you.
Yeah, so I'm in Europe, and
I scanned your frequency the second we escaped that pit.
I do have to work tomorrow.
Now meet me at Fort Sunfire so we can get this done. Yeah,
So yeah, if you've been reading the subtitles, Kay and Vil are being forced to work together by Jabba the Hutt. I kind of forgot what the mission was, but you need to get into Fort Sunfire. Which is an Imperial stronghold.
Come here.
Yeah, this is a good place to pause.
All right. Well, don't go anywhere, everyone. When we come back, we are going to jump more into this Star Wars Outlaws speedrun. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the GDQ Hotfix Oops All Star Wars weekend. We are coming in on the second half of this Star Wars Outlaws any % run. But there is one thing that I am super, super excited about that I'm going to tell you about. All right. You have to get close. Get close. You all better be listening to me right now. Did you know that Summer Games Done Quick 2025 will be live from Minneapolis, Minnesota this July 6th through the 13th? And if you are interested in attending in person, you have to make sure you register by tomorrow, okay? You have to go over to gamesdonequick.com and register to attend in person by tomorrow, okay? One more day. There's only one day left to register for Summer Games Done Quick. It's going to be absolutely incredible. There's all kinds of really amazing stuff that's going to happen at Summer Games Done Quick. I will be there. I hope that I will see you there. In fact, prize submissions are still opened for Summer Games Done Quick. You can go over to gamesdonequick.com for information on that as well. And like I said, this event is going to be bigger and better than every other SGDQ that we've ever done. Summer Games Done Quick will actually feature an artist's alley this time, as well as an indie developer showcase area. And if you're interested, if you're an artist or an indie developer, please apply by May 27th. You can use !booth in the Twitch chat for more information on how to be a part of this amazing show in Minneapolis. All right, without further ado, Z Money Train, are you ready to rock and roll for the second half of this Star Wars Outlaws speedrun?
I am.
All right. Whenever you're ready, take us away.
All right. Let's jump back in. 3, 2, 1, go.
You showed up. Yeah, well, I
Got one more mission on Tatooine here, and then we're moving on to Akiva.
And when I did this mission, I did not do it correctly. I walked through the front door, and it was not a good idea. It took me a minute to get through this.
Your GDQ talk got me hyped because I'm going to be there too. That's going to be my first one. I'll be doing a Jedi Survivor.
Yeah, Jedi Survivor is it's a pretty good game. I also want to say major shout outs to Ashley for commentating for the first half of this run. She did incredible. It was awesome to have her on. And now it's time to go and invade this Imperial thing.
If things go sideways, we can make a quick exit.
Things aren't gonna go sideways.
Forgive
Yeah,
me for not
there's actually several ways you can get into this base,
To that control room.
but I found that this going this way is a lot better.
I think I ended up finally entering like the back room, the back door.
Yeah, with our glitch capabilities, we're able to just clip through the door here or the wall.
I'm not like.
Oh,
We have
you
to get
can
to the
just clip
console
through.
here.
You can just clip through the. Oh, yeah, that's faster. That is a lot faster.
Just do your job.
From experience, what Z Money just did was literally skip a whole bunch of puzzles, a whole bunch of stormtroopers, bunch of cameras, basically navigating that entire fortress. This is a solid maybe 30-minute mission on my at least on my first playthrough.
Yeah, especially some of the sections where they force you to like go the path they want you to and stay in stealth and hack different consoles and things like that to get the elevator access. And now we just get the escape sequence because we got caught. So now we just get to run out and start the speeder section.
And D, Vale's up to something.
Does that surprise you?
No, I guess not.
I suggest keeping your blaster ready.
Already done. Okay, guess we're blasting our way out of this. We gotta go, Nix. Get the turbo lift.
Getting some hits there. That's one of the nice things about story mode, though, is you don't take as much damage, but you can still pretty easily die on the easiest difficulty.
Here we go. Get ready to jump. More troopers. Watch yourself, Bess.
You worried about me now?
Just try. Let's go. They're blocking us. Through this tunnel. Go, go.
I have to do a little donut there so I don't get too far away from from Vale.
They're falling back.
We got this. We got this.
There's a way out ahead.
There she is.
Okay, should be good, Nix. Oh, we did it. We lost him.
Maybe. That was too easy.
That was not easy.
Fortuna told me to meet Jabba's people in Masalgo.
Let's be careful. So, you gonna tell me what really happened back there with your little friend?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about your boss making a deal with the Empire.
Stop.
Oh. Guess he doesn't trust you as much as you think.
That's enough.
This it? Looks abandoned.
I'm sure that's the point. Handoff is at the top of the hill. Keep your eyes open. I'll watch your back.
Uh-huh. You know, Jabba was right. When we're not trying to kill each other, we make
I wish
a
you could skip
pretty
this
good
part.
team.
This is the part that takes a little bit of time.
Yeah. There it goes.
Ah, guess you were right. It was too easy. How did they find us? They never lost us.
And now we just got a little shootout section with the Empire. They caught up with us, and then we're gonna be able to escape Tatooine.
Okay, we can do this. Keep focused. They won't let us that easy.
Get that E11.
It's the Empire. They make up our skill with numbers. You got some secret backup plan, right? Just keep firing. This is getting bad. Getting bad? This is bad, Kate. There. That has to be the place. Yeah, looks like it. Surrender now.
From what I can tell, it's just a time section. Eventually, Vale's next dialogue will just play. Yeah, there we go. And then ND5 comes and rescues us. Gotta love the classic Star Wars transitions there, the screen wipes. Alright, so that Jabba's like, alright, you're good to leave the planet now. We're not gonna force you to stay now that you helped us out.
He has a job for us. And I found
And then that's it for Tatooine, right?
Yeah, and now we're good to move on to Akiva.
their contact wishes to meet in the
My least favorite planet in this game.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, I liked Tatooine. I liked Kijimi. I liked the first planet. I just didn't. I wasn't a big fan of the wet Latin planet, as I called it.
Right.
It's not that it's badly designed. I actually think Ubisoft did a great job on it. It's just my computer could not handle wet, rainy, and leaves.
Right. Yeah, that might happen to me too when we first land. It might be a little choppy. I don't know if that's still a performance thing they're working on, but
Jalen, we made it.
It was again. It's not. It's just a me thing, you know.
yeah. I kind of like the vibe of it, but yeah, at the same time,
Thanks.
there's long speeder sections as well in this one. There's one or two long treks on the speeder we have to take to get to the next mission. So in that sense, I wish we had a way to route in better speeder speed and stuff like that, but a lot of the drops are RNG, so it's kind of hard to route in getting speeder upgrades or ship upgrades for that matter.
You can't be in two places at once. I'll take care of things on my side, Kay. You focus on yours.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll let this broadcast play out and then we can fast travel.
And one more thing. Our run-in with Jabba meant that he is looking to collect past debts. I would deal with this myself, but he specifically mentioned your name.
Wait, you owe Jabba money?
Yes.
You gonna tell me what you did?
Later.
Oh, this is fun.
There's a
I don't know if they ever actually, at least in my playthrough, they never explained what ND5 owes, but maybe it's like if you go down the hut, the hut like list.
Yeah, I think that might be the pre-order like bonus mission related to that.
Okay.
So I don't know if that always plays or if it only plays because I have the version with that that mission available. But yeah, I'm not sure exactly what exactly he owes him for either.
You've never been somewhere this verdant.
You have?
I've been to every biome you can imagine. And a few you can't.
I try to curve around any possible encounters because of the the new ship mechanics that gives us cooldown on this booster engine. So if you get shot, you have to wait like 2 seconds for you to be able to use boost again, and every time you get shot, it gets reset. So we have to try to avoid combat now. Early patch, you could just kind of keep spamming the boost to get away, but they don't let you do that anymore. Well, don't want you going too high, I guess. Don't run into that too often, but there are some quests that seem to have pretty small range, where it's like you can't be going too far outside there. There we go. Kiva might be as long as the T'Chara section, just because after we finish the main missions on this planet, we have another side path to take because of something that happens to ND5. So we have to try to figure out how to fix him.
Is that why you did it last? Because that makes sense.
Yeah, just routing wise, I copied what the world record holder currently did, and that just seems to work out the best, to just go Kijimi first, because that's one of the shortest planets, and then move on to Tatooine, and then Akiva, because we just do a quick fast travel to Tatooine and then back, and then it just activates that final section with ND5.
Hidden in its jungles, smuggling, wildlife trafficking, rebel activity. Aren't they friends of yours, Kay?
Sure. And I owe them after our little run-in on Kanto.
Ah, we were all using sarcasm. Excellent.
I love how much sarcasm they have when it comes to pay with both the Imperials and the Rebels.
Yeah.
I believe you. For the record, he doesn't. What does a petty criminal from Canto Bight know about droids?
No, he knows all kinds of things. Like how to remove a restraining bolt without detection. He's got this spike that can erase protocols.
If you keep talking, I'll be forced to blast you. And Kay, I don't need help. I'm not broken.
But yeah, after Tatooine, after we did the rescuing Nick's mission, you can kind of see how much more the relationship that ND5 and K has evolved, and they're a little bit more closer. He's not as cold of a droid towards her.
I mean, he is a commando droid,
Yeah.
but he has a trench coat, so, we know he has fashion. That was the biggest deal. Everybody, when I was playing this game, my chat, they just kept going on about, why does he need a trench coat? He's a droid. He's a commando unit. He's got like a worth sword. Like, look, it's because he looks cool, okay? He likes the trench coat.
True.
He's an old droid. Let him have it. There's probably not many of them still in operation.
Saw Matrix one time. It's like, I'm sold. Give me one of those.
Tickets are locked in a struggle for control of Akiva's lucrative black market. Tread carefully, Kay.
Hey, Jalen, you there? I'm about to meet Sarat, but I need some leverage here.
Why don't you offer Sarat Spike? Information on your friend.
Oh, yeah, that could work.
Consider it an investment. Watch yourself in there.
Hey, just need to see Sarat.
Sure. Good luck.
Hey, ND5, Jalen, I've got a lead on Gadik.
Now the DLC that we won't see, the first DLC that we're not going to be able to see, actually takes place on a casino ship that is always at hyperspace. It only comes out of hyperspace to let people on and off, but once it goes to hyperspace, it doesn't leave. It just, you have to be there. You have to gamble. It's a real good idea. It's a lot of fun. Really creative part of the Star Wars universe.
It's cool. I haven't played through that one yet, so that sounds like a cool section at the end there.
Oh yeah,
I did play through the second one though. That one's pretty good.
The new one, you mean?
Yeah, the
Pirate's Fortune.
You're right. Yeah.
I have not played through that one yet. I made it.
That
I
one was
made it
pretty
through a
cool.
nebula field, and then realized, wait a minute, my ship is in raw. Like, I am not upgraded enough for this.
Yeah. Whoops.
Hold tight.
I'm going the wrong way. This way. Some things you can go through and other things you can't. You have to find out the hard way usually. Yeah, we just kind of have to path our way across the map here to get to the Imperial base where GDQ is being held right now.
That's just, you know, on the total opposite side of the planet. Like,
Yeah.
I remember landing here. It was like late at night, and I was like, all right, I guess I'll do like 1 or 2 more missions. And I ended up landing here. I'm like, oh, it's so far away. And then I drove my bike into water, and the bike can't swim, and Kay can't swim, and I'm like, yeah, because that's like the mission afterwards, right? Where you get the speeder bike water upgrade.
Right. Yeah. So we're gonna do a slight veering off to a little mini village to get another fast travel point. So that'll help us out later for some of those missions.
Sounds like a chance to score some free stuff.
Tell me, Kay, does your droid Smith have experience with TT-8L gatekeepers?
Sure. I mean, a droid's a droid, right?
Hardly. The Y7 models are notoriously fickle.
Yeah, I got a taste of that. Deke's always had a way with droids. Sure he likes them more. Come on, Nick. They're after us. Okay, where was I? Yeah, I got a taste of that. Deke's always had a way with droids. Sure he likes them more than people.
I don't disagree.
There we go. I got a little quick fast travel point. Now we can move on to the Imperial base.
Guards or sentry posts, no security checkpoints. In fact, a very limited presence of technology.
Sounds nice.
Yeah, while they do call this kind of an open world game, I feel like it's a lot smaller than a lot of other open world game maps, which I kind of prefer that though, so we're not taking too much time off of traveling around on the speeder, as fun as it is sometimes to travel on, but it's nice to be able to not take too long to get to the next section.
Seems good. I kind of like a little rain.
People from desert worlds often find the amount of moisture on a Kiva unsettling.
Good to know. I don't mind it.
You'll reconsider after it's rained.
I feel like every run is a little bit different when I come through here, because sometimes it'll be nighttime here, and sometimes it'll be more foggy or more rainy.
Yep,
It's kind of an interesting.
We hope that it's not rainy and windy. That's the main thing.
All right, I'm gonna leave my speeder right there for when we leave. But yeah, this one's pretty straightforward. We just have to break in, break out GDQ.
Wait, oh, you get to do the thing here, don't you? You get to do your phase through walls and skip through. No?
Yeah. We'll do that a few times here.
Because I was gonna say that door right there on the right was the way I came out, the one that you just walked past.
Yeah. Yeah, I did try glitch hunting this base for a while, and there are some sections where you can kind of backtrack.
Defense facilities are located in the sub.
But we do have to hit a certain checkpoint halfway through, so it's faster to just kind of take the normal route up until a certain point. It's kind of a longer takedown animation. Yeah, I like to roll a lot because that seems to help keep you in stealth for longer periods of time. If you're constantly rolling, they don't seem to be able to spot you. Yeah, right here, we'll clip through this wall.
This might not be my best idea.
Skip a little side section where we would normally have to do a lot of platforming and stuff. And vents. Uh-oh. Don't kill me. There we go. It's usually a little bit faster than waiting for Nyx to turn off the shield. There it goes. Yeah, it's funny how Nyx can interact with a lot of the random boxes and things laying around. And she can he can send them flying sometimes when he runs into them. I just gotta turn off that turret and we're good to go up this elevator.
Okay, you better be close.
There's a turbo lift that will take you to an auxiliary exit.
You're not coming with me?
I can still use my credentials.
Thankfully, this isn't tied to waiting for him to finish his conversation, and we get to skip a lot of the encounters and just leave.
Does it have anything to do with why?
But we're still talking to him as we're leaving, which is funny. Whoops.
What were you saying again?
That's fine, we're just killing time till this broadcast ends anyway.
I advise that you find out why the syndicates are after your friend, and then fix it.
Actually have to wait, because it'll get the quest range warning if we go too far.
Always surprised. In the meantime, I have moved the Trailblazer to Sasheen to be closer to your location.
There we go.
So now we'll move on to getting the speeder upgrade so we can go over water.
How do we fix this droid problem?
Can your speeder go over water?
If it's shallow.
We gotta deal with that first. My friend Demon Wexley can get you a hydro
Stop swerving.
Nice one, Nyx. Don't think! Watch it!
Take Ferret!
Look, you're here with me off. Surratt's guys already cleaned me out.
There's a lot of blaster marks in that door.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Surratt's shuttle's gonna be somewhere out on the lake. Good luck, Kay.
Hey, thanks.
Woo! This thing works great, huh, Nix? I just hope it doesn't give out over the lake.
Where's that shuttle? I need to get a better look.
So, Katik, why do the syndicates want you dead anyway?
My research, I sort of invented a new kind of Viper droid for the Empire. Faster, smarter, and can hunt in packs.
What? Why
I got the brake on.
I didn't go to a core world academy like the rest of
Yeah, so we got the upgrade for the speeder, but we don't have. It's kind of duct tape onto the speeder basically. So we have to get a part to properly mount it to the speeder.
Katik, I got a ship. I got a job. We could just go.
It's not just the syndicate. It's killing good people. I cannot leave things like this.
Okay, let me sort out my speeder.
Oops. So you get the falling attack on that enemy. It ignores fall damage, which is nice, but got to plan it out a little bit better there. Thankfully, the checkpoint's right here.
No action out here.
Tank Ferric, the shuttle's getting away. We've got to go after it. Nix, let's go! Temid, the speeder's making a weird sound.
It's probably slipping out of alignment. Okay, you're gonna have to move fast.
Come on, you're all right. You can make it. Just a little bit further. Don't let go. ND, I'm tailing a cargo shuttle leaving the lake. Any idea where it's going?
I have it. It's on a landing pad inland.
Kevin, something just clanged, like really clanged.
That was the hydro repulsor slipping its alignment. You need to stay off the water until I get it fixed.
I'm almost at the shuttle. What do these Durasteel struts look like?
Do you know what a regular strut looks like?
Yeah?
Like that, but Durasteel.
Okay, this is bad, Nix.
Uh-oh. Okay. We're fine.
All right, here we go. I think this is the first time you get to use the like slight shotgun in this game too. They have a couple of really fun weapons that aren't just the E11.
Yeah.
They have, I think, 2 different sniper rifles. You have the Imperial version, and then you have like the more like I don't know what the other one is. It's not like a Rebel version. It's just like another sniper rifle. I like that one a little bit better because it doesn't require a charge.
Can't see this person in the.
Yeah, I was gonna say this guy's getting you.
I don't usually path into that. That's for us to be stealthy.
But yeah, if you're all just joining us here, this is Oops All Star Wars Weekend. This is the debut of Star Wars Outlaws Any Percent here on the channel. So far, so good. We're rocking and rolling. right now trying to get the speeder upgrade. So then GDQ can join us and be part of the crew. I think he's your last member, right? Because after this, you'll do the ND mission, and then surprise happens, right?
Yeah. Yeah, this is the final section for Akiva, and then we'll do a fast travel manipulation to leave and then come back. We have a couple more missions with the rebels first. That they won't let GDQ go until we figure out what they want with the Viper droids going on.
All done.
Yeah, we got the speeder bike upgraded. Now that lets us go in areas where we couldn't access before. But we got our fast travel point here earlier, so we're a lot easier to get to the next section. Doesn't take nearly as long to path over there.
Ready to go?
Yeah, now we're doing the Viper mission.
GDQ, I fixed up my speeder. Now, how do we stop your Viper droids from terrorizing the Equipage?
Don't. He's not by ourselves. I've got friends in the jungle who might be able to help.
What kind of friends are we talking about?
The reliable kind. I'll send you the coordinates when I head to the Imperial base. My credentials are in Burns, so I should be good on my own.
Okay. How's it going with your droid smith?
Great. Good. Pretty good.
Right. Well, if you need some extra help, I've sent something to the Trailblazer.
Thanks, Jalen. I'll handle it. Reliable, huh? Where is everyone? Oh, someone had a rough landing.
Yeah, this is where we run in with the rebels again. Kay's not super fond of them after what they did to her on Canto Bight, trying to get into the vault the first time.
Seriously, it brought more. Rebels? What is GDQ thinking?
Ooh, this is where I wish that I had access to the upgraded ion blaster.
Yeah.
Are you all right?
Thankfully, it goes pretty quick if you use the ion mode just by itself. When I first was doing that, I was just using the normal blaster, and it was taking forever. So now we can fast travel here. And we've got another Imperial base we have to break into for these Viper droids. We're helping the rebels out to hijack some of their droids for their use. They go this way.
I have a personal question.
Oh, all right, sure.
What is the significance of the casino chip you carry? My assumption is you don't intend to gamble with it.
It's the last thing my mother left me when I was a kid.
A token?
A reminder. At the end of the day, it's just me and Nix.
I see. That was all.
Yeah. Okay.
We're ready to launch ourselves. Are you in position?
Not yet.
We'll get a move on. Typhoon Squadron out.
Yeah, so throughout this story, we'll have some flashbacks of our relationship with our mom and how their life was on Canto Bight with the crime and whatnot. her teaching her how to do things.
Local legends associated with it.
All with happy endings, I'm sure. Hey, ND5, there's this,
And later we'll have a, it's actually an unskippable cutscene because of later patches changing it, but we'll get to see what happened with his mom, with Nyx's mom, or Kay's mom. Where's the prompt?
There they are, the fans. Ubisoft loved fans in this game. Let me tell you, they loved putting fans in this game. And let me tell you, I got hit by a lot of fans. I really did.
Okay, I'm gonna reload checkpoint because for some reason I'm not getting the prompt for Nyx to interact with that vent for me. Not something that usually happens to me, so let's see if it fixes it here. A lot of times reloading checkpoints will help us out. Oh, I guess I just had to hold the, it'll usually show the auto prompt to just hit Q, but if you hold it down, you get to get more options, so.
I'm in.
Okay. Follow the tunnel. It'll lead you to the listening post where the base defense grid is. We need to shut it down before the attack.
Actually, we can clip through this door. That should keep the enemies from spotting us for a longer amount of time. There we go.
Why does this part of the base look so different?
It's controlled by the Imperial Security Bureau. Highly restricted. Careful. You don't want to get caught by these guys.
I'm at the listening post.
Guess they spotted.
Shut down the base defenses, and our friends will have their way in.
Your friends, GDQ.
Alright. I already used my credentials to get inside. You should be able to get to me now.
I'm almost there. Where are you?
In a maintenance room outside the Viper droid lab. Hurry up before someone notices.
Check over there. Hold the area.
Good. You may...
Not a ton of areas where we can use our 30 FPS clip glitch, but we can get through this pretty quick still with combat.
Yeah, again, I think this was another one of those missions that really got a dramatic upgrade when Ubisoft said that, yeah, it's okay, you could go in and just blast. You want to blast? Because you got originally kicked back to the beginning of the level. If you got spotted here, I think you had to stealth take out everybody and then GDQ could come in. But correct me if I'm wrong, Chad, if you played it before the upgrade.
Need you to pull down that containment field, Kay.
I got it.
We got another little combat here. So GDQ can work on the hack on the droid.
I think your friends are here.
I'm in the system. Keep the stormtroopers off.
There's backup. Hey, ND, I'm gonna need some backup down here.
Where are you? I hear blaster fire.
I'm in a hidden Imperial base in a canyon in the jungle. Just look for the explosions, okay?
This is the last time we hire one of your contacts. Okay, I'm here, but I can't get in.
All right, let me get that door open.
on me.
Come on.
Carry me.
We good?
Deke, we're taking a lot of fire here. We need your Viper droid.
Okay. Someone has to hang back with me while I wipe all this data.
I'll do it. Kay, get that Viper droid to the hangar.
Yes, we got this Viper droid hacked, and it is actually able to hack other Viper droids, so we can get more of them on our side for this final encounter.
Get to the hangar.
See if I can hopefully get the door clip, because then we can get a lot of enemies before they completely activate.
Huh, not bad.
There we go.
Okay, this is bad, Nick.
That's pretty clean.
Yeah, that was awesome. For anyone that is just joining us here, welcome to Oops All Star Wars Weekend. We are currently in the middle of, actually getting closer towards the end of Star Wars Outlaws. D-Money here showcasing the 80% of this video game.
Yeah, so this mission kind of just transitions us into space. So we're just going to travel to Tatooine to escape the Empire, and then we'll just fast travel back to Akiva to get the next section activated.
You really are a fully functional BX droid. Incredible.
Maybe you could
Try to avoid combat here.
the Empire.
Hang on, everyone.
Initiating hyperdrive.
They're trying to flee the system.
Let's go. All right, I think I'm good.
All right. So now we should be able to travel back to Akiva. And once we fast travel here, the next cutscene will activate for the ND mission. Yeah, ND5 got injured during one of our missions, and he's kind of acting a little bit glitchy, so we gotta help him out and break into a droid factory that might have some parts to fix him.
GDQ, just tell me this factory's close.
I wish I could. Only Temin knows where it is.
You're wasting your time, Kay.
This mission might be one of the longest, actually, because of just how long it stretches out. But it starts out with us helping out ND5 to fix him, and then we get sidetracked with helping the rebellion again.
If Temin can't help him.
Not a whole lot. ND5 is an old droid. You need to calm
But it's one of my favorite missions because of all the skips in the droid factory. We get to clip through a lot of doors and skip some side tracking.
It was a really cool mission, and I was only a little bit disappointed, but just because I just kept expecting I kept expecting battle droids to come to life.
Yeah. Yeah, I was expecting that as well. Something to go wrong and
turn on the
droidicas coming out of nowhere and
something.
The factory starts in your basement.
Why do you think I bought this place?
Gotta wait for Temin to do his thing.
Now it's almost monsoon.
We can clip through the store, but if we go too fast, the checkpoint won't update. So we have to wait for it to update for us right in front of us. And now we can move on.
So, what do you think's buried down here?
Don't tell me you're scared of the dark.
What? I'm not scared. Just, there was always a million lights in Canto Bight.
Stay close, okay?
Hey, I see a power conduit. It should point the way to the factory.
Okay, I trust you. Okay, how am I supposed to get up there?
This was built by separatists. The factory cannot be far.
Come on, Nix. Let's drop that ladder. That did it.
Nice one, Kay. We're coming up.
Clip right through the doors. Wait for his dialogue to show up, and then we can start the next prompt. It's funny, he actually doesn't do the fusion cutter once he detects the doors open, so that saves a little bit of time there, thankfully.
Turbolift is Clone Wars tech.
Can you get it working?
Again, we wait a second here. Once he says we're over here, we're good to go down. Yeah, lots of weird little things like that where you have to wait for dialogue for checkpoints to update.
And nope. Look at that. It shorted out.
Just means you'll have to find another way to power up this turbolift. There should be an auxiliary console down below.
Okay, let's look here.
So there it goes. It finally updated for us.
This is it. All right. GDQ, powering up the auxiliary console.
Okay, be down in a minute. Just patching up some rusted converters.
You wanna hurry that up? I don't think I'm alone down here.
Hey, I hear blaster fire. You okay?
I'll let you know if I survive.
There we go.
Oh, well, there's
Just some more time save here and there, just clipping through doors before we wait for dialogue.
Stop shooting. There's nobody here.
I got this.
So you can see how broken ND5 is getting with his broken mechanics going on.
It's getting beat up.
Yeah.
Think you can open that, Nix?
So that skips a whole side path you'd have to do to unlock the door. There's another one that you'd have to do to get into the next room, but we can just keep using our glitch.
I can see why Temin kept it secret.
There we go.
That's what we're counting on. Hold tight while I get that door open. The factory.
You did it, Kay.
Here.
The gate's opening.
Meet you inside.
Faster would be better.
All right, let's go.
It's incredible. Kay, are you seeing this?
There's got to be hundreds of droids down here.
It's kind of creepy, and there's only one droid down here I care about right now.
Right. I'll focus.
Sometimes if you're sliding near a ledge, you'll grab it like that, so it's better to roll if you can near ledges.
No power to this turbo lift.
Does anything in here still work?
Okay. It's time to contact Caitlin. My internal systems are shutting down.
Katik, can you do anything?
He needs a stable power source. You need to use the console and get this lift working.
Okay, I'm on it. Okay, need to get power to this console. There's one generator running. Just gotta find a way across that assembly room and fire up the other two.
Yeah, this would have been a great spot for like just a jump scare with droids to just kind of turn on randomly.
This was one of the really cool parts of the game, though. I won't lie. This is a lot of fun.
Nice. Okay. That's a little bit of a scary jump, but we got it.
One more generator.
There's another jump we can do, but I'm not going to risk it because it's very difficult, and there's fans that I have to worry about the cycle going on them, so should be okay here. Might just wait because they're about to go, yeah. These ones go for a little bit longer too. I get psyched out on them sometimes because I'm used to the speeder mission ones. Those ones are like 4 seconds, and these are like double the amount of time that they're on.
Okay, here you are. The lift's up and running.
I can hear someone else down here, Kay. We were followed.
I can defend us.
What if you malfunction again and blast me instead? No, you guys keep moving and I'll check it out.
Whoops. Yeah, so the Six Skin caught up with us again, so we're going to have to fight a couple of guys on the way out, and then we'll run into the rebels again.
How we feeling, Z-Money? Besides speeding through here.
Hold on. Shoot her!
Just flying through here, aren't we?
Yeah. Yeah, luckily we can ignore those dudes, and it just matters on these next dudes. Yeah.
This is one of the cooler parts of the game, though. This is a really sick part.
Yeah.
Made it.
There's a repair bay you can use while we look for the part.
Yeah, so we find out the rebels are actually using this base,
Hopefully that still works.
using this droid factory as a base of operations.
And it has to come from a BX power core. Come on,
But they're going to help us repair ND5 if we help them out with a mission.
We have some supplies. Should think about stocking up. Maybe check in on your droid. Make sure it's got what it needs.
His name is ND5.
Right? Sorry. There's an old delivery turbo lift we use as an exit. When you're ready, head to the surface.
Hey, Vess.
My first take on you was mistaken.
Denyon, if you had told me on Kanto you were trying to help a friend, things might have been different. I'm not interested in talking about it.
That was fun to watch.
They're a big reason I have a death mark. How's Andy?
I have hooked him up to factory power, but I don't know how long it will keep him functioning.
Do what you can. I'll be back as soon as I help these rebels.
So yeah, there Denyon was one of the rebels that helped us or hired us for the Canto Bite mission initially at the intro, and that's why they abandoned us, and why we have death marks on our head and bounties and all stuff going on. But we're helping them out on this mission that the Hutts have some rebels captured that we're gonna rescue.
Once again, Kay gets roped into doing a thing she doesn't really want to do.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, Asara, I'm on the surface. Where are you?
On my way to her territory. I'll meet you there.
Yes, you will.
I gotta admit, I'm a little surprised to see you go so far out of your way to help a droid.
Okay, and I'm not surprised at all that the Hutts got the jump on you.
My team got captured trying to buy weapons to use against the tribute convoys.
Let me guess. The Hutts figured out that rebels are worth more as prisoners than customers.
I should have seen it coming. Callus wouldn't have made that mistake. She was my sister, and she died at the Battle of Scarif.
I'm
Scarif name drop right there.
Yeah.
Callus was a hero.
Gotta throw in all the little Easter eggs of say words that we know.
That's why I'm a rebel now.
Hey, Asara.
What is it, Kay?
Something's been bugging me since your crew left me for dead.
Oh, they have to go through that tunnel. That's right.
Sorry about that.
How did you end up in one of Sliro's vaults?
Well, Sliro's a man with a lot of resources, and I thought I could liberate some for the cause.
Yeah, sure, but why send you? You're clearly not that good at it.
Maybe, but I do know people who are, like you. And the rebellion needs everyone it can get if we're going to beat the Empire.
Oh, that's a strong tree.
Hold tight.
Believe me, I ran into a lot of rocks.
I'm in the tunnel to Hutt territory.
You're close then. I'm just up ahead scouting out our target.
This could be bad.
You made it. Good. We're not too late. My team's just down there, heading to the cages.
We're lucky the Hutts haven't made the exchange yet. I'm guessing they're worth a lot to the Empire.
Those are my friends, Kay.
And Endy's mine. Stay out of sight while I do this. The last thing we need is to turn those prisoners into hostages.
Yes, sir. I'll scope out an escape route for us.
All right, we're gonna try to do this first part of this mission stealthy, because if you get caught, it's a lot harder to hack the terminal without getting hit.
This level right here took me close to 2 hours.
Really?
Yeah, I just kept
pretty
failing
rough.
trying to do it stealth, and then it turned into me doing 15 minutes of blasting.
Yeah.
Because that happened. Like that that happened. Or I would run up on a guy and stealth take them down, and then another guy would find me and they'd be like, oh, okay, well.
Yeah, a lot of times you can take out that enemy with the stun shot, but I guess if he's on the line of sight of an enemy, sometimes with the RNG pathing, it alert immediately.
It was definitely a rough time.
Might be able to just do our roll strat the whole way. No, you don't see anything. You saw nothing? Oh yeah, this guy. We're probably fine.
Okay, then.
Cool.
Assad, the cages are open.
Just in time. The Empire's here.
That's not the Empire. That's Zarek Beck.
I don't okay, but get my team out of there.
Guess I'm out of options. Give it everything you've got.
I also remember I had no idea where the terminal was, so I was like, there's like a secret hidden cave at the top left behind behind a Hogman, and that's where I was.
Where's the last guy? Oh well.
Okay, looks like the
So much health.
What?
There we go. And that's the legacy mission. So during that, ND5 gets repaired. As well as we learn who our final member of our team is, and it ends up being our mom.
This was not a shock to me. I was waiting for a plot twist, but it was definitely like, oh, yeah, we're in for it.
Yeah.
There are some items waiting for you.
Nice. I'll pick it up.
There it is.
I am sorry.
So now we have another little mission to do with our mom here. We need to get something from the Imperial base.
This mission,
There's nothing we can do. His crew.
there's one thing that I'm upset that they didn't do, and it's like when we get there you'll see it, but like they just kind of land on the ship.
Yeah.
There's no
just kind of stroll in.
They just
no
stroll
clearance
in.
code.
No clearance code. They're not dressed like stormtroopers yet. Like there's it was one of those things. I'm like, guys, you can't just land on an Imperial ship like this. Like that's not how it worked.
So no, the codes, but it checks out.
Yeah. I was like, there's nothing here. Especially because this is like his big ship that he dreamed of. It's like none of them are gonna check to see who's on this ship. Nobody cares. That's one thing, Ubisoft, if you're listening. I had a blast with this game, but this mission, I would have cut it. I would have cut, just because everything that frustrated me about this video game was in this mission.
Big talk, Rico.
But that's just because of lore nonsense, okay? That's because I'm a big nerd, and Granted, Z Money's just gonna clip through the entire thing, so you know that's great.
I can go through the door. It's a little bit harder to do the window there.
So wait, you had to go all the way over to that other door to activate the
checkpoint, yeah. Just in front of that door, the next checkpoint's there. But we're gonna be talking to our mom, who's not next to us anymore because we went around the wrong way.
Coming? So I'm doing all the legwork.
He needs to open doors when you have the ability to clip through the walls.
Yeah. These enemies won't aggro because you're supposed to be looking at them through the window. So they're just like background characters.
Oh, this is sick.
There's going to be a couple of cool out of bounds skips in this mission.
And you're about to skip the cutscene that made me almost turn off my stream.
I trust someone's gonna be there for me, huh? How much did they get?
I won't spoil it because I think you all should go watch it or go play the game. But as a big Star Wars nerd,
I know what's at stake.
this was the only part of the game that I was like, guys, did you have to? Did you have to? You're doing really good, but did you have to?
Nix, hold this for me, okay?
It's better do that farther one first because otherwise Nyx will come all the way back to you before you can do the second prompt, and that's the second one's farther anyway, so it works out if you do the farther one first.
I don't recommend skipping this one. It's a really fun game. If you like Ubisoft adventure games, then this game is for you. If you like Star Wars games, then this game is also for you. There's a lot of fun, cool Star Wars characters, lots of little details. This is a game that you do kind of have to digest. Yeah, Z Money's playing the game, but the any percent is 4 hours. Like it's a long game.
Hey, I'm sorry about that back there. It was my
Oh, they're onto you. What's the cutscene that I don't like that you can look it up if you don't want to play the game? It's not that I don't like the cutscene. I like it. It's just that to me as a Star Wars nerd, oh, you're about to clip into this in here, aren't you?
No, I'll just wait for it. I don't think it comes down until the door opens.
Oh, okay.
I'm just staying out of the line of fire.
The just search what mission is this?
When that turbo lift opens, look for a way into the
Do what?
What's the name of this mission again? Search
The Truth.
Star Wars Outlaws The Truth cutscene and do that. There you go.
Yeah.
If you want spoilers.
far end of the room. I've sent it down. Should bring you right to Slero.
But again, I don't hate it. It's awesome. It's cool. It happened. But there's a clip of me saying something along the lines of, you know, we haven't seen many cameos really in this game. And I liked that. And then I watched the cutscene. I was like, oh.
Hello?
Imperial big shots here. I don't know who they are, but they came alone.
There we go. I can skip that.
When she said that, I thought it was going to be like another character. And I was like, I had thoughts.
What?
Yeah.
Where? Hello? Rico.
What did you think of this cutscene? The money.
So we're back to winging it.
Yeah, I'm indifferent about it. It definitely felt shoehorned in there a little bit.
Expected more from one of the most
So we do our skip here to avoid the ladder.
What do you see?
A little bit faster.
I'm not sure. I can't.
It did freak her out, which is good. I was happy that she was freaked out by it, but
Yeah. Okay.
yes, it's when Slero meets his boss.
Slero just met with someone who, I don't know. He just tore the room apart.
You're getting spoiled by Kay's reaction, but yeah.
Did you know?
again, cool, but I did not necessarily think it needed to happen. I also, from a lore perspective, and this I can go into a little bit because it doesn't really matter. Sliro, so to catch you up on the lore here, Sliro, the owner of Zeris Besh, is secretly an ISB agent. If you don't know, ISB is the Imperial Security Bureau. They were really big. It was a real big deal in between 3 and 4, and then a little bit after 4. But the ISB lost a lot of power in this era of Star Wars. This is the era of Star Wars in between 5 and 6, where the Empire was losing power. Yeah, like Ray said in the chat, they are the FBI. But the Empire was losing control over the galaxy. It was full-on galactic civil war right now. It was not secret. And Sliro is an ISB agent, but the ISB is supposed to be like the top brass. We're talking Tarkin was part of ISB. Well, he was in charge of ISB. We were talking basically everybody that was smart. Their entire job was to build propaganda. If you want to know more about the Imperial ISB or the Imperial Security Bureau, go watch Andor. That's all. Go watch Andor. You learn a lot about the ISB in Andor. And you also learn a lot about what the ISB's job was in Andor. But this era of Star Wars is in a real unique situation, or really unique area where the Empire was losing grasp over the galaxy. Big time. Oh, you're just gonna clip through the wall there, aren't you? Yeah. Are you gonna skip the whole pod race or the escape pod testing facility? Or are you gonna do that part?
I'm gonna try to, yeah.
Hey, I see you. Meet me down here.
There wasn't an easy way.
You want easy?
But long story short, Sliro, his like job at the ISB was that he was supposed to create. Oh, I'm shocked you survived that. His job was to create a crime syndicate in order to find rebel cells. Well, guess what? At this point of time in the Empire, they were not hunting for rebels. They found the rebels. The rebels were in full-on galactic civil war. This is after 5 and before 6. They weren't searching for rebels. They were looking for ways to end the rebels. That is what was going on here. They wanted to destroy the Rebel Alliance, not find it, because the rebels were in full-on on attack mode. So really, it makes no sense that Sliro is running a beeper company when in reality the Empire is looking for their dang 5G. Okay, that's what's going on. I hope that makes sense to everybody. So yeah, that's why I don't think that whole cutscene and this whole mission really matters, or not matters. It was supposed to build. The big reveal was the Sliro is ISB. That's all you gotta know.
Yeah, so I fell that skip there. You can actually fall all the way to the bottom and avoid this whole side room if you have enough health for the second fall there, but I took too much damage on the first jump, so I didn't have enough stims for the second fall. That's okay, it doesn't save a ton of time, but
I think I had a charm at this point that gave me an extra heart container.
Or stopped.
Oh yeah.
Moved on to bigger ones.
Yeah, there might be a path we can route in where we just like clip into a safe or something real quick and we have access to more health or something to get us through sections better.
You did okay. This worked out.
Yeah. Felt like old times. The good ones.
Yeah, now we're about to start the heist mission.
This is it. This is the final section of the game. I think we're gonna take a quick break before that, right?
Yeah, I'm good to power through, but it's whatever you guys feels best.
Well,
we can take a break.
We will take one more break, just to make sure that we don't have pre-roll ads.
Okay.
So everyone, we will be right back when we return. The grand finale, the grand final back to Canto Bight we go for the heist. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the GDQ Hotfix Oops All Star Wars weekend. This is it. The final heist, the final mission, the final showdown. Are you ready to get right back into it, Z-Money train?
I am. Let's do it.
All right, let's do it.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
So, did you think we'd ever get this close to pulling it off?
All right.
Okay.
So, to fill you all in on what we're about to do, just like at the beginning of the game, we're back on Canto Bight, which is the horse planet from Star Wars Episode 8. From the C, I guess it'd be the C plot, from the C plot of Star Wars Episode 8, where they go and free the horses from Las Vegas planet.
Yeah.
Hey, grew up there. I actually love this planet. I think it's a really cool place. But we're about to go do a heist there, and we're going to rob the Zarek Besh, which is the ISB guy. You're using the sniper I like. That's the sniper I like. Ooh. No scoping. Why are you going for no scoping? just to show off. I get it.
GDQ, security building's yours.
I've got just the droid to take it down.
They see me next. After him!
Sadly, we have to wait for the GDQ to go through his whole droid process here.
Yeah, he has to pull out his mouse droid.
I can't get a little closer though for when they spawn in though.
Fine, really.
It was definitely a cool part of like a cool planet of the movie, but it was part of a it was part of a plot that genuinely did not matter, that they designed because they had no idea what to do with two characters. That was the problem.
Copy that, team leader.
Ugh, come on.
Opening the hatch. Okay, get ready. Cracking the seal.
You know, when I was initially glitch hunting this game, I was only glitch hunting the intro section of the game, and I was able to get over here during the intro section of the game.
You can't just like clip through somewhere and activate the last mission, can you?
No, you can get in a lot of the areas, but you can't activate anything until you get all the proper checkpoints set up.
All the people. You need to have like the crew.
Right, yeah.
See you at the casino. And remember, you're the
I'm
only
shocked
way
that you
we're
need.
getting out of here.
No, I guess I'm trying to think of when you need GDQ again after that.
Follow me and nobody gets lost.
The fence.
Not sure if you do actually. I'm trying to think.
So I wonder if there's a way you can do it without GDQ. That would be like, I guess the next steps for me is just like what do you have to activate? Like what triggers are required
Yeah.
That should do it.
It's a labyrinth in here, so stick close to me.
I'll shut this one down too.
I don't know, Kay. Those pipes look pretty corroded.
I'm fine. We're in one piece. Do you know where you are? Look, hangar's just ahead.
Yeah, we'll have a few more clips to do, both on the heist as well as the next couple sections.
A little busy right now. You heard her.
Which, when I was playing casually, I thought for sure that the heist was going to be the end of the game. But it went a little bit longer than I thought it would. That was a nice surprise.
Yeah, I was I actually really liked the heist, and then the mission right after to me did not hit as hard as the heist did.
Yeah.
But then the escape was good. The escape was good. But mostly it's just because the final encounter later in this I struggled with so hard.
Yeah.
If anybody in chat is here that happened to see my playthrough of this last night, because I beat this game last night. I was literally doing this mission last night. I struggled big time on the I guess it would be the final boss. You don't really. Yeah. It's like the final boss sequence with no spoilers until we get there, but and you just clip through it, don't you?
Yeah.
I had to do like the funny jump.
Sometimes a little bit finicky on this spot. There we go.
There we go.
Kay, you don't know how happy I am to see you.
Okay, so I took a little detour, but now we need to push on to the vault. The longer we take, the harder this gets.
We did lose valuable time to your little accident.
We still got enough, or did you want to waste more time arguing about it?
Grab it.
I like this, Kay.
Yeah, sometimes grabbing ledge is a little bit finicky. Just reload autosave to move our teammates closer, get them set up for the next animation quicker.
No, I'm not that slow. I wasn't that slow, Wolfer. It didn't take me 4 hours on the final mission, but it definitely took me 2.
Always.
I would say 50% of the speed run could have been done in the time it took me to beat the last mission.
Okay, barrier and turrets down.
Well done. I've never dual sliced with someone before. No one's been good enough to keep up until now. Ooh, nice one. The gatekeeper droid.
Gatekeeper droids are advanced, but not advanced enough.
Now here's hoping this time we open the right vault. Oh, okay, let's get into that vault. I'll plant the charges.
Yeah, I imagine this combat was pretty difficult on higher difficulties.
Yeah, I mean, I played on normal because I wanted to beat the game.
Yeah.
But I think this next part where during the escape sequence of it, where you have to blow up the individual power converters or whatever they are. That's pretty tough. That being said, though, I used the like shotgun ion blast and it one-shot these guys. It was great.
How we doing? I'm seeing you 7.5 minutes behind.
Maybe it's because we just ran into Slero.
He was there?
That guy was way more paranoid than we gave him credit for, but we got the goods. Asara, are you there?
I infiltrated the security room. The homing beacon's been planted. You should be getting a nice, strong ping. Okay, that was loud. Okay, you're gonna want to see this.
Oh, Zarek Bash is empty in the casino. Smart.
There goes walking out the front door. Hey, it was a good plan.
They want to fight? We'll give them a fight.
Well, it's
But yeah, this next part during my playthrough, I just could not find the last power converter. Pretty crazy. So I just like constantly people coming in and out.
Yeah. I have a way to make that a breeze.
Is it clip through the lasers?
Yeah. Well, we'll clip through the wall here.
Oh, you don't even do this part, do you? Oh boy.
Well, I have to do stuff to complete it, but I can at least get above the encounter and make it simpler. It'll let me climb. Supposed to, there we go.
Oh, come on.
Looks like our luck just ran out.
Then we make our own. Asara, hold them off. Rico, let's open those generator panels.
Wish you could destroy them before they activate, but you have to wait till she finishes each.
It's sliced. First panel's open, K. Blast it.
Can you use your normal blaster on this? Because I used my the heavy module on it, the heavy blaster.
Yeah, you can. I just found that the blast was better for just one shot for each one. But if I had I think my blaster ran out, my long blaster, so I just go for the explosive.
Okay, I've opened the generators. Blast them.
So Dead Evil, I don't know if you've played the game since they've updated it, but they fixed a lot of the stealth mechanics. They have a lot of cool stuff that they did with the game since launch. Obviously Z-Money is clipped up above this whole mission, but the actual gameplay experience is pretty good.
We need those barriers down now.
Picking up a lot of comms activity, Kay.
I need more time to slice this. Haven't seen dynamic encryption like this before.
Okay, cracked it. Okay, time to do your thing. You don't really want to do this. Get ready to run.
Yes, they just added the second DLC for this game, A Pirate's Fortune, which added a whole bunch of other stuff to it as well. All right, time to leave.
All right. Yeah, we do unfortunately have a unskippable cutscene here, but it's good for story-wise because it gives us background on Kay and her mom, kind of what happened. Yeah, just for whatever reason, one of the patches made this this rendered cutscene not skippable.
They did fix that part, Dead Evil. They also made it so then I think pretty much all required stealth missions are no longer required, where if you want to, you can just go in and go blasting. They gave you the full breakdown.
Yeah, and you can even change some accessibility settings so that enemies aren't as prone to raise the alarm and stuff. I noticed that because I'm playing on story mode. Even in sections where there is a prompt to not raise the alarm, enemies are less prone to even do that, if that is the case.
Stick with me, you're gonna get yourself killed. You're a good kid, Kay. Just remember, in this galaxy, you can't trust someone's always gonna be...
You can keep the room until you get things all figured out.
I'm good. Just for a few days.
That's what you need?
Until I figure it out.
Bram's a real one. He's like, I got you covered, Kay. You can stay in my room upstairs.
Get moving, scum!
Now we're on to the final section of the game. Little escort mission first here with GDQ.
I got so excited that she was dressed as a stormtrooper. I know that's like, oh, here I am complaining about fan service, but then also getting excited about fan service.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was a fun little part of the game.
It would be cool if they added as like a optional outfit for the main game, because then you could like sneak into Imperial bases and stuff. That would make some interesting mechanics for the main game.
I get blasted.
So glad we worked this out.
Rhodian scum.
Very original.
Can't get more than 8 meters away or the game will get mad at you.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
I saved the commander's life once. He won't admit it.
This is another part where my Star Wars nerd brain got very upset.
Where are you taking this prisoner?
Oh, the options here.
Oh, you told the truth. Okay. Does it both work?
Yeah, they both work. It doesn't matter.
Oh, because I picked lie, and when you pick lie, Kay says that she's under direct orders from ISB to deliver this Rhodian upstairs, and my brain just like I shut off because the imperial officer said, "Oh wow, well I don't want the ISB to be mad at me." But I'm like, there's no way that an ISB agent would give just a general stormtrooper any kind of operating orders. That's just not how it works. They would be more likely to give ISB like stuff to the actual officer.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But again, dumb big nerd here. So I get it. I always like to say this about Star Wars. It's like I dive too deep into it when in reality, like it's stories. Even the title says a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. We're just experiencing media that like somebody makes. And as much as like if we're talking about even like in-universe stuff, like it doesn't matter. It's all stories. It's all propaganda. Everything that we're hearing is stories that are told.
Yeah, they might have thought of that too, and they're like, wait, she's still like wanted by everyone.
Yeah.
Her face is all over the place, so let's put her in a stormtrooper outfit.
I've never seen such a disorganized ship. That's always how things are run.
Afraid so, sir.
Disgraceful. I despair for the state of the Imperial fleet. The gall, the sheer audacity of it. To think anyone would dare summon me from halfway across the Empire? This better be of paramount importance, or someone is going to suffer.
Yes, Director.
I'll escort you to the bridge.
Yeah, the Slero is a very interesting ISB director. I'd be interested to know more about him, just because again, he is like, all I keep my headcanon is that he is like the there he is. Get him out of here. Yeah, thank you for skipping him. Get him out of here.
ND5 saw me and now he
Also, things did not go real bad. To sum up the cutscene that just happened, basically ND5 has an inhibitor chip on him. Jalen, our boss, that Kay's boss from the heist, did the old switcheroo where in reality he was out for blood because his brother is Slero, because that's where we're at. And Darth Vader decided that he likes Jalen better. That's it. That's the lore. And so Jalen asked a restraining bolt, not an inhibitor chip. That's a different Star Wars thing. Sorry, thank you, Woofer. Inhibitor chip is clones. Restraining bolt is what can control droids. But yeah, basically now your friend the commando droid is hunting you, and yeah, that's it. There he is. Oh, there's no bridge. The bridge did not load in. What happened to the bridge?
Skipped one of the hacking prompts, so it just kind of doesn't load in. D5
yeah,
has
this game
abilities.
He can float. He can float. But yeah, this is a really fun game. It has come a real long way since launch. It has 2 really fun DLCs that are currently available. The one, A Pirate's Treasure or Pirate's Fortune, just came out. It's a fun game to check out. So if you like Star Wars, definitely check it out. And
something's interfering with the cores.
It's definitely a Ubisoft game in the best and worst ways. That's all I gotta say about it. You missed the bridge, or you missed the ladder.
Yeah, the ladders, I have a hard time with the ladder prompts sometimes. They just don't activate. I think it's because I like to jump into them a lot of times, and you can just jump right past them a lot of times.
God, I swear, I spent an hour and a half here. I spent an hour and a half here.
Yeah, his pathfinding is pretty aggressive in some of these rooms.
I said the budget on his like sensors, or the budget for like his sensor was the entire game. Like they spent so much money on it. For anybody that does not know, so what's happening right now is ND5 is basically tracking K. If he gets anywhere near, basically what happens is, if you're familiar with the video game Dead by Daylight, he mories her. There's a cutscene, you can't get out of it. And he will now just, I was gonna say, he will just chase you around now. You will not get out of it.
Yeah, it's really hard to lose sight of him sometimes. He'll just keep chasing you down.
My chat had to tell me that apparently he can't see the inside the smoke, but you have to use your whistle ability. But yeah, there is no pallets to drop on him, and no, you can't flashlight stun him.
Is he not coming through?
You have to activate one of them.
Oh, thought I activated that first one already, but might have moved too fast. Wait for him to go yellow on the compass up there. We're good for the second one.
Yeah, if you're hearing dog, you're hearing Rowan. He's in the other room barking at nothing.
I told you I'd find you. Hiding won't work.
There we go. That's how it should have went the first time.
Get out of here, Kay. Target found.
Okay, first door's up.
Kay, it's pointless. ND5 is my droid. He's always been mine.
You're wrong.
Am I? Doesn't look like it from here.
Trying to overload the deflector core. Why?
Just trying to scramble your sensors.
You are lying, Kay.
I'm just trying to save us both.
Kay, you shouldn't have come. You know I can't fight Jalen's orders.
Come on, ND. I had to try.
Now your death will be on my conscience. This only ends one way. Jalen has won.
ND, I know you don't want to do this.
What I want has not mattered for a long time.
You're still talking to me. That means you can fight it.
All right, going into the next reactor room, where they actually want you to do a puzzle for every single one of them. But luckily, Z-Money has them turned off.
Yeah.
Because accessibility allows you to do that.
Yeah, having it turned off, as well as the 30 FPS glitch that we have, we can basically not let him aggro at all. So when I clip through here and
do you go in the back?
Yeah, if you go through the main door instead of the vent, he never activates for the second phase here. So we can just come in here and interact with the console. He just chills there the whole time. And once we activate the third one, we can restart checkpoint and we'll be good. So that might be frustrating for you to watch with how much you might have suffered through it.
Yep. Yeah, I'm smiling. I'm sitting here. It's a good time, you know. That was a really tough part for me. I in fact did turn. I did not have the puzzle on at that point, but even then, I ran around that room for a long time. And now he gets really fast, so he's actually gonna chase you even more. But with the slide ability here, Z-Money can really keep up.
Yeah, I kind of have to slow down at times too, because he'll like lose some ground on me if I go too fast.
I won't fight anymore, but I know this isn't you.
All right. So we're able to get the restraining bolt off him, so we could get him on our side again.
I never asked, Asara.
Look, the Codex can save a lot of lives. You took on the most powerful force in the galaxy to save a friend. I'm just trying to save mine.
Gadik, can you hear me?
Oh, okay. You're alive.
I've got Asara and ND5 here, and we could really use that turbo lift.
Got it. There's one side that...
All right, so here's the escape sequence. This is pretty fun.
There's the lift.
And there's the stormtroopers. This is a target-rich environment.
Have you used the VAT system at all this run? Did I miss it?
I forget it's a thing a lot of the time.
If you don't know, so one of the things I call it the VAT system because it's, you know, very reminiscent of very reminiscent of the VAT system from Fallout, but it is just a slow-mo version.
You know, I'm not liking our chances either. Nick, be careful. Get on that lift now.
Oops.
The lift is...
Oh, there we go. Sometimes they're pretty good at killing the last enemies for you. And once we restart our checkpoint, they'll be teleported up to the top with us.
The lift is here.
Sarah, we need to go.
Yeah, now we just have one final section where we take out a Star Destroyer with our ship.
Yeah. Okay, can we please
Just got to get out of the facility first.
You're not gonna run out of stormtroopers. We gotta go. Okay, Hank. Anytime now.
She does not mess around.
And we do have the base model of the ship with no upgrades, so it does make it a little challenging at certain parts, but we should be able to get through it fairly quickly still because it's story mode.
Daniel, you need to evacuate.
Hyperdrive's online. Ready to jump.
Sarah, you're breaking up. Say again. The Empire knows where you are. Can you hear me?
Diverting power to deflectors.
Deflectors? Are you serious?
All right.
Please, Asara, keep trying.
A distress beacon.
Calling in some favors. I hope.
All right, wait. So this is a very interesting part. I'm curious to know who you had the best rapport with. Is it the Pikes?
I think it is the Pikes. I can't remember.
I guess we'll find out here in just a minute.
think it should be the pikes.
For anyone that does not know or wasn't around for the beginning of this run, we talked a little bit about how this game has a reputation system where you team up with syndicates and you do different quests throughout the game that gives you a good reputation or bad reputation with different with all the different syndicates, the Hutts, the Pikes, the Crimson Dawn, as well as the clan. And here at the end, the final mission where you're blowing up the Star Destroyer, you call in reinforcements, and your reinforcements entirely has to do with, it's not just the Rebel Alliance, it's also whichever clan you have the highest rapport with.
Just gonna chill below here till the ship spawns.
From the left.
I know.
There he is.
Okay, that Imperial cruiser is jamming our communications.
Let's take it out.
Target your fire on their weak points. Shield offline.
Now this is really tough though for Z Money because you do not have upgrades on your ship.
No.
I only had an additional shield and one extra missile, and even then I struggled pretty tough.
All right.
Rebels are evacuating. But if that Star Destroyer opens fire on the factory, the damage here will be catastrophic.
I hear you. We need to find a way to stop it.
Can we even hurt that thing?
Not through those shields. Okay, you need to destroy the shield generators. On our left.
Okay, Denon. Tell me straight. Do we stand a chance against this thing?
There's always hope.
I'd say 80-20 Empire.
Not bad odds.
Perfect. We're hit. To the right.
I got it. Shiga Headhunter. How's your new queen doing on Kijimi?
There is no new queen. There is just Queen Ashiga, and she is...
Oh, you do you even have the missile?
Laser neutralized.
Yeah, I do.
Shields are down. The reactor is vulnerable.
Got it. Signal our friends that we're starting our attack. Turn down.
You're taking
Trailblazer. This Imperial hive is formidable.
Now, if I'm correct, we're coming up here on time in a bit, right?
Yeah, once we destroy this, it's time. And time.
GG!
All right.
Revelator's ion drive.
Congratulations there.
Thank you.
Me neither.
That was Star Wars Outlaws in 4 hours and 10 minutes and 54 seconds, which is pretty awesome. That is less than a minute away from world record, by the way.
Oh yeah, 409.
So 409 is the world record, and we did a 410.54. So congrats on that, Z Money. Z Money, this was incredible. Thank you so much for showcasing this game. It was awesome. This was I know it's a long run, definitely tough for gaming for that period at your skill level, but this was incredible. Thank you so much for showcasing it. Why don't you tell people just a little bit about what you do on your show, what they can expect, and where they can follow you.
Yeah, for sure. I usually just stream on Twitch Star Wars games, but I like doing speedrunning on different Star Wars genres, as well as I've been doing a lot of old school stuff as well, like PS2 and PS1 kind of games, looking into those and glitch hunting and stuff. But yeah, we have a Outlaws Discord. You guys can join if you're interested in running the game. We just have the intro category, which is only about 12 minutes or so. So it's a lot faster if you want to not down for a 4-hour run. That's a lot better of a category to get into starting out. But yeah, thanks so much for having me. It was a lot of fun going through this whole game.
Yeah, it was fantastic to have you wrap up our Oops All Star Wars weekend. And seriously, everyone, please go and follow Z Money Train. You can hover over the Twitch title and click on his name, hit that follow button, and yeah, that would be fantastic. With that, thanks again, Z Money, and yeah. With that, everybody, that's it for Oops All Star Wars weekend. Thank you very, very much for joining me, joining us. We had some incredible runs all weekend. This was a blast. You all know when it comes to like nerd fandom and what I love, it is The Legend of Zelda, and then right next to it is Star Wars. So I am so excited that we were able to do this on the GDQ channel, and we were able to showcase this brand new Star Wars game. It was an absolute blast to showcase all the Star Wars games. So thank you very much to all the runners. Thank you very much to our tech team with Ray, who was hanging out with me all weekend as well. And thank you for hanging out and watching all of these Star Wars runs. My name is Jiggy. I've been here the entire time all weekend. And yeah, with that, we are going to wrap it up. And I'll see you all on the next Oops show. If you missed out on today's runs, if you missed out on the first run of the day, stick around because Lego Star Wars will be coming at you in the rerun. Goodbye, everybody. I'll see you next time.